thuggin', never gonna stop. Yo, we thuggin', never gonna stop. In the night we ride, no fear inside. State of mind, we breaking. In the night we ride, no fear inside. State of mind, we breaking. In the night we ride, no fear inside. State of mind, we breaking. Yo, we thuggin', never gonna stop. Yo, we thuggin', never gonna stop.
What is up, guys? What is up, guys? Happy hump day. Happy hump day, you guys. What a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful day. What a beautiful day. What a gorgeous, gorgeous day for gorgeous, gorgeous girls, you guys. What a wonderful day. All right. Alrighty, Roo. Let's see. Let's do roll call, then we'll do housekeeping. Deadhead is here. Toasty is here. Forest Fire Thunder is here. Hornet Bot is here. A ton. Hornet, a ton. Jerbear is here. Igor is here. Toasty. Foreskin Quill. I can never read that. John A is here. Caramelized Onions. Dopamine. Droidu Crazy. Dragon Knight. Evil Malcolm is here. DZ is here. Kaiji. Josh. M. Dally. Invoicing Emu. San Diego Retcon. I'm glad that you're chilling to have another crash out with me. That's beautiful. And I'm literally having a stroke today. Jumping Shark with the Gifted. I'll wait for that to play.
Malcolm
And then
has all
we
the
can witness, guys.
IQ of a baked potato, so no, I don't think so.
And then we got one more and we'll double witness, guys. Thanks for being patient.
It is I bro with Mara.
Everybody double witness. Thank you for the Canuck Bucks. Everybody witness. Beautiful. Let's see. Sai is here. Hell yeah, Sai, I am. I don't know how to say your name. CXTE is here. Edgar Allan Ho is here. Pumpkin is here. Noodle Sandwich. Moss. Kitty Foe. And then we got another Gifted. Wow, you guys are being great today. Timid Kitten is here.
Who is this Calvin Garrar? Who is he?
Everybody will witness. Thank you very much for the Gifted. We got SMJ, Pimpkin. We have Cat. Lavishly Lavender, Chris W. Mr. Mollusk, as per usual. We also have Kopi. This keeps like scrolling up on me. Cal is here. Emery, Bard Barbarian. Jennifer, Putrid Fido. Miss Jasmine, good to see ya. Vex is here. Oh boy. Liliana, Buck Moon, Fen. Solar. Good to see everybody. Good to see everybody. I hope everybody's having a wonderful Wednesday afternoon. I am barely alive still. Whatever the fuck this shit is, dude, it sucks. Wear your mask, wash your hands, do all that shit, you guys. I still feel fucking terrible. You did another pedo hunting call. That's interesting. Feel free to put that in the Discord for me. In the stream suggestions. That'd be super helpful. Thank you so much. What's up, Paisley? I hope that you're well, my friend. All right. General housekeeping. There's a few things that I wanted to look at here. A few things that I wanted to take a peek at here. Please excuse my sniffles and continued gasps for air. I am still working hard on this. So, everybody knows Wick TV. I hate Wick TV. Wick TV is my mortal enemy. I hate this guy so fucking much, it's not even funny. Anyway, Wick has been, I don't know, he TLDR, if you don't know who Wick is, this is mostly for my entertainment. Wick TV does like a panel show, and Wick is like a 40-year-old turbo virgin. He gets like 40 average viewers. He gets a lot more viewers when he has Destiny on, which is why he has not burnt the bridge following, the Destiny shit or whatever, where Destiny has been exposed for allegedly having CCM, etc., etc. But nonetheless, I have this little clip that DZ sent me. I'm sure this is going to make me crash out. So let's do a little bit of Wick hate to begin the stream because it will bring me joy.
Here's the thing.
Here's the thing, guys.
And it's going to sound weird.
It's going to sound
You
weird.
can judge me if you like.
We're going to judge.
But I think if I had been friends with Destiny, I like actual friends and not just someone who talks to him every once in a while, right? In
Oh no, this is going to make
professional
me
setting, right?
fucking krill
If I had been
myself.
friends, he would not have done this because he would have had a better example to look at. Okay? That hubris? Yes.
That's actually fucking insane. That's actually fucking insane. That's actually insane. The only reason that that's true is because Wick has literally never had sex. That's the only reason. That's the only reason. That's so funny. That's so funny, dude. That's so funny. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wick's crowning achievement was that he got to canvas with DGG, and that was the first time that he ever spoke to a woman in real life. That's so crazy, bro. That's so funny. Oh my god. That's like 10,000 hits of psychic damage. That's so fucking funny. That's so funny, dude. Fuck Wick. Wick is gay. Wick gets 0 bitches. Wick gets 0 bitches. If you guys follow Wick on Twitter, just so you know, he oh boy, he also he also thirst traps sometimes where he's like, any ladies want to kiss goodnight? And it's like, no, I would actually rather cut my face off with a piece of glass. But thank you very much, Wick, for the suggestion. I literally fucking hate it.
Malcolm has all the IQ of a baked potato, so no, I don't think so.
No, Bard, you're better than this.
Vic, I can fix him.
You're better than this, Bard. Thank you for the 199. You're much better than this. You could do better, and I think more of you than that, Bard. Where is this video that's in the stream chat? I see the Goblin Archives. I see the Zach Not Kyle, the Hopeless Peaches one. And then I see Junkies Never Ending Fuck Ups or FCK Ups. Which one is it? Is it the Chuli one? Oh, it is. I see it. I see it now. I see it now. I see it. Okay, never mind. Ignore me. I see it. Forgive me, for I cannot read. Forgive me, for I cannot read. Apologies. Apologies in advance. This call is what, like an hour long? My internet has been so fucking slow today, bro. So slow. It's like actually unreal. It's actually unreal.
Hello, everyone.
Oh, hate that. Okay, so okay, I got that queued up. Got that queued up. Okay, and then I just want to do a little bit more housekeeping, you guys, and then we're all done. We're all done. Wick also has like the crazy white lady dog. You know, like the white lady dog that looks like a fucking mop and its eyes are always crusty. It's like take your dog out, you know? What is it? The Dragon Hunt? Is that the call? The section that is called the Dragon Hunt. Cool. Very cool. Also, guys, great news. We're almost to AK subscribers. How exciting is that? So if you're not subscribed, make sure that you are subscribed and make sure that you like the video because it makes me really happy. It makes me really fucking happy, okay? Like, happier than you would ever know. Happier than you would ever know. And then I'm going to take a screenshot of this so we can do this really quick, and then we will begin with regularly scheduled programming. Okay, hang on. Let me get this. And then let's go here really quick. Hang on. Okay. Perfect. Okay, just a small amount of housekeeping, you guys, before we begin. Every once in a while, there are, you know, stray kittens that scurry into my midst, my presence, if you will. So every once in a while, I get shit like this in my comments. I wonder if can I not zoom in on this at all? No, this is what you get. I will read it to you since it's a screenshot for ants. So it's this person, 328 Crash, 2 separate comments, hour apart because, you know, the joke wasn't funny enough the first time. The first comment is, who's this man with a permanent helium voice and why is he so invested in Lio? And then later says, yes, you do sound like gay, in response to me asking if I sound gay. I wish that every single one of these people would sack the fuck up and just say that I have a tranny voice. Like, just say it. It's so fucking gay that you guys are like, oh, like, you just have a silly voice. You have this about. Just say, I have a tranny voice. I know that's what you want to say. I know that's what you want to say. So sack up and say it. You guys are such fucking prolific cowards. Just say it. Just say it. I know you want to. Say it, Bella. I know that you do. I know that you do. But nonetheless, that was interesting. I thought that was funny. I thought that was very funny. It's pronounced cute guts. Oh. Sorry, I can't read. This is not new. I've had my septum pierced for like 15 years, but I'm stretching it. My goal, right now it's at this is a 6. It was at an 8. This is a 6. I'm going to a 2 so I can put a glow stick in it. That's the ultimate goal. I have to be able to put glow sticks through my nose like a caveman, like a Paleolithic wook. That's what we're going for. That is what we're going for, guys. My heart goes out to you, yes. Wow. All right, let's see. Where are we, guys? My dog also hates Wick. It's very true. My dog is a Wick hater. Everything has been a mistake. The entire world. Just kidding. Just kidding. What's up, Jaden? I hope that you're well, bud. They won't because they want to pretend they like trans people.
Malcolm has all the
I don't care.
IQ of a
They can
baked
say it.
potato.
They can suck
so
up.
no, I don't think so.
Say it, Bella.
Where's your voice so gay? Good content beta v doppla.
Thank you very much. I do have a gay voice witness. Gay Turkey Tom supports this message. No, it's really stupid. It's like, just say it. I know you want to. Stop being a pussy. It's like, I'm not scared to say that Lio's fat as fuck. You should not be scared to say that to me. Oh, it's fine. Just say it. I know you want to. I know that you want to. Who the fuck is Thuman? I don't even know who Thuman is. What's up, dude? Dude, love my gay voice. It's so cool. I don't know what you're talking about. All I'm doing is trying to get it so I can get a glow stick in here, okay? I usually don't wear my septum. I almost never wear it. I only wear it like when I go to shows and shit. That's really it. That is the only time that I wear it, but I do have to stretch it, you guys. I have to get it big enough so I can put a fucking glow stick in there. That's my dream. Why are you guys hating on my dream? Why do you guys not want me to be happy? The last surviving member of the ACC. Nice. Very nice, very nice. Very nice. Okay. So, someone sent this to me today, and I thought that the thumbnail of this video was actually quite interesting. I wonder if I can get a good image here of this. Yeah, this is pretty funny, I think. Can I open image in new tab? Is that going to work the way that I want it to? Let's see. Does the hole close up if I don't wear? No, my septum is never closed. It's like if you get this pierced, like your cartilage up here, it doesn't really close, especially if you stretch it. It has not closed and probably will not ever close because I've stretched it. Which is fine because then I don't have to spend money to re-pierce it every time I decide I want it. And it's nice because you can just you know, tuck it away. Well, this one's too big, but normally you can tuck it away. And you can't really see either. You can't even really see either, truthfully. So. Okay, so I saw this thumbnail, and I was like, what the fuck is this? I saw this thumbnail, and I was like, what the fuck is this? So this was shared, and I saw this. And then, so obviously this is Psy, comforting, dreamer. And then it's Lio, drawn skinny for some reason, gilded poo, and then this hidden heroine person, which, by the way, great name. I thought this was like heroin, as in the drug, but obviously, I think they mean like heroin, like, you know, a female superhero or whatever the fuck. So my bad, guys. I didn't mean to project out of that. But anyway, I think this is really funny for several reasons. The most being that I don't think Psy has ever talked to Dreamer, and I also think it's really funny as well because like I'm the one that's starting shit, and Psy gets in trouble for it. And it's awesome. I love that Psy is like my human shield. Like everybody's like, yeah, but what about Psy? And I'm like, oh, okay. Very cool. Very cool. Big fan of that. Big fan of that. Oh, the parody one? You want me to show him the parody one? Okay, hang on. Let me find it. Where did I put it? I put it here. This is the parody one that Lavender made. And with Psy's artwork, of course. With Psy's artwork, of course. It's very cursed, so please. Oh, well, just kidding. This is the one that I edited. Hang on. Why the fuck? Oh, it's this one right here. I got it. Hang on. It's this one, my bad. So this is the one that Lavender made. This is the one that Lavender made. Please witness. Please witness. So this is Psy caressing me as I sob. This is Ant, and then there's fucking Fat Lie with his gloves. Beautiful. We love that. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Big fan. Thank you, Lavender. Very cool. But it's true. I also hate lesbians. I hate lesbians and old people, so that's perfect. I thought it was about my girl China White, but alas, it is not. I totally forgot. My bad. Thank you, Josh. That's very kind of you to say. That's very kind of you to say. All right. So without further ado, let's jump over to this. Hidden Heroine. I'm just going to say Hidden Heroine because I think it's Slay. I think that's what we should be saying instead. This is like another ACC Lyo Convoy orbiter. Lyo Convoy is so fat that he has his own gravitational pull. So, you know, this is one of the people that orbit him. Most likely against their will. Don't know a ton about Hidden Heroine, gotta be totally honest with you. But I saw this cursed thumbnail that had Psy in it for some reason, and I was like, that's crazy, girl. So I listened to a little bit of this, maybe like 15 minutes of it, and I was like, oh, hell yeah, brother. We're watching this shit on stream. Absolutely, without question. So this is like kind of explaining Dreamer, I guess. So it's an archive of Dreamer's shenanigans, I suppose. And once again, I think it's very odd that everybody's like, we want Dreamer to go away. He's so annoying. Yet all they ever do is talk about and engage with Dreamer. And then they're like, what? Why is he still coming back? It's like 101 level shit. Like if you want him to go away, ignore him and he will go away. It's very funny to me. So we're going to take a peek at this guy. Yeah. I think that's a good preamble. I think. And then, hang on, let me get my emotional support solitaire. Hang on. Otherwise, I'll die. I'm like Tinkerbell, but without solitaire, I will die. It should be on Mount Rushmore, I agree. Okay. What else we got going on in here, guys? Yeah, Ant is in there. That's true. Hidden is on some heroin. Let's go. And then Ant is in the thumbnail too. And Ant didn't fucking do anything either. It's so funny. It's like, can anybody pick an appropriate target? It's very funny to me. But nonetheless, let's go ahead and begin, guys.
God fucking damn it, you fucking won.
Dude, true. I don't know why my shit's being so slow today, bro. I'm waiting patiently, Solar. I'm sorry. All right, well, Solar, thank you for the 279 Canadian. Let's witness that. Sorry. Do I just have my alert box off? No, I don't. It's right there. Okay, interesting. Hate when cringe lords have the same hobbies that I do. Big same. Big same. Big true. True's in chat. Very true. Very true. Very true. Okay, let's continue.
Hi, my name is Hidden Heroine, and I'm back to commentary. I'm repeating a mistake from a year ago, covering an absolute nobody, and I can hear a British ginger love faintly in the distance about it. I'm mostly surprised this even has to be a thing, but apparently it is, with people going as far as to call this the next Rosa call. And given I've seen nobody do even an iota of research, including the people who were part of this, I returned with a banger of a nothing burger because we gotta set some
Hell
of that
yeah.
straight. Also, because frankly,
Let's
I
set
love
it
nothing burger
straight.
slob. Please feed me more. This is entertaining me and my minuscule fan base a lot. Join my Discord, by the way. I originally streamed about
I'm
this
okay.
back in June in a 3-hour stream that I realized nobody of the people that are proclaiming the Dreamer situation is just like the Rosa call.
Hang on. Let me boost this audio really quick. It seems to be a smidgen quiet.
Actually put the effort of listening
A smidgen quiet.
to, you know, me.
There we go. Better. Better. Okay.
The main person affected by and involved in this situation. And given I realized during research of just how much I left out and didn't cover, I have now decided to condense all of this bullshit into a video. Let me know this. This is
Okay,
not
tell
some
me
big
about
old
it.
call out where I point out that Dreamer is some sort of evil menace that needs calling out or deplatforming. It's me laughing and turning somebody being an absolute dumbass on the internet into a story time. While some people seem
Oh,
to think
yeah.
that Dreamer is nothing but a troll, I personally think that he's a mentally ill, self-centered, if not borderline narcissistic, self-maturing, always needs to be a victim joke of a human being online. And frankly,
Well, then why do you guys spend so much time fucking with him? He would go away if you guys would stop engaging with him. He knows that he gets his good boy attention points every single time that, you know, he stumbles into your midst. I don't quite understand this. Also, the Wii music is cancer. I completely agree. It's very gay, and I don't like it. But we take what's given to us, you guys. We take what's given to us.
with this going on as long as it has, and everybody forgetting I kickstarted this whole thing, I feel I low-key get to
Oh.
make this into content
Main
for fellow
character
artists and
syndrome.
drama mongers alike, without the weird waving of my morals and ethics to put myself on a pedestal about how I am so much better than Dreamer. Oh, and quick aside, I will not be reading out any screenshots this time for sake of time, meaning they'll be on screen as I am yapping, meaning jingle, jingle, jingle artists, this is a video where you'll have to look at the screen for me.
Oh my god, that's so stupid. You mean I have to pause my solitaire? This is fucking traumatic.
So, let's talk timeline.
Women aren't funny.
On the 9th of March,
Dude, true. This is so based.
have to look at the screen for me, so let's talk timeline.
Women aren't funny.
Dude, base, so true. I completely agree with this. This is a strong message. Hell yeah. Women aren't funny, especially Sai. I'm way funnier than Sai. This is amazing. What a strong message.
Whoa! This is a strong message!
It's true. Unironically, Usagi did start this. It's true. It was actually Usagi.
On the 9th of March 2024, Gilded Pooh held a now unlisted stream called The Pedantic Patent of Pedantry. The purpose of the stream doesn't matter, but what happens
Who
with
was the old hag that we were
24,
criticizing here?
Gilded Pooh held a now unlisted stream called The Pedantic Patent of
Dude, I'm so Gilded Poo coded because I also hate old hags. This is so cool. He and I have so much in common, you guys.
Pedantry. The purpose of the stream doesn't matter, but what happens within the stream chat does. This is what kickstarts almost everything that's about to follow in this video. So let's get
Okay,
into
tell
this.
me
Vlad
about it.
ends up discussing the instance around Kumo being accused of getting a girl to cut his name into her thigh, and Dreamer of his this brilliant take. The audience within the stream immediately latches onto this and
This is so gay.
accused of getting a girl to cut his name into her thigh, and Dreamer of his this brilliant take.
Okay, Dreamer says apparently Kumu lied multiple times in his video BTW, and then everybody crashes the fuck out. And then Dreamer says, "Do you mean schizo in a derogatory or a literal manner? I can't tell anymore."
The audience within the stream immediately latches onto this and proceeds to ridicule him all throughout. This culminates in Dreamer being pulled into a call on StreamYard, where he proceeds to keep going, challenging Vlad's points and attempting to point out ableism, defend doodle tones, and so much more. This is
Also, Dreamer is such a sleeper debate bro, dude. Who was it? It was Diari Yaps or whatever the fuck, that little British twink. That was the guy that Dreamer was talking to, and he just fucking mogged his ass, dude. Just completely fucking drug him through the dirt to hell and back. Dreamer is such a sleep debate bro. I love fellow debate perverts. Love them.
also where we meet Mr. Fields, the account that Dreamer will go on to claim impersonated him later. Remember this guy. He'll be important. It ends in
Okay, I'm
Dreamer
remembering.
claiming that Pooh got trolled through the StreamYard chat to which he was invited to, and in response to this message, Mr. Fields says this in chat, which will turn into the infamous screenshot
Why is it not highlighted? Oh, Mr. Field says at Dreamer get trolled. Okay.
that Dreamer is going to use to claim it was Mr. Fields who impersonated him, and this was the admittance thereof. However, throughout this entire stream, I could find no instance of Dreamer being impersonated. And in fact, it seems that it was Dreamer challenging Gilded, and when that didn't work out, claiming it was all an elaborate troll, to which Mr. Fields
Well, let's take a peek really quick at, because Dreamer did a video explaining this, didn't he? I think it's this one. I think it's this one. Oh my fucking god. I need my internet to stop being so fucking slow, bro. Oh yeah, and then we get the gay piano or guitar music over it. Okay, and then so there's this one. It's Dreamer. You are gross and worse than anyone on this platform, and it's coming from Dreamer72. And then you can see here that he's not the one that sent it. So if I send a chat in chat, it highlights it. If I'm the one that sends it, it highlights it, right? I don't know if it's the same. Confirm or deny for you guys. Like if you send a message in my chat right now, does it like highlight your chat, or is it just because I'm streaming? Confirm or deny for me really quick. Somebody let me know. Somebody let me know. I'll wait patiently. I'm paid by the hour. I don't have anywhere to be. Take your time, guys, by all means. Confirmed. Okay, so it will, yeah, so it'll highlight your message. Okay, I'm getting mixed reviews here. Who's live streaming right now? God, you guys suck. I have to do everything myself around here. Who's streaming right now? I'll do it myself. God, this is so gay. And my internet is being so slow, bro. So slow. Okay. Who's streaming right now? Preferably someone I give a fuck about. Oh, Wick is streaming. Let's jump into Wick's panel and say Wick is gay, and then we'll leave. Let's do that. Ah, fuck. It blew my theory apart. Okay, trash. Okay, that didn't work. Okay. Okay, I'm paying attention to this. I'm learning. So, and then this person says, this is supposedly the one that's impersonating Dreamer, right? And then the mod @s Dreamer. Okay. Okay, let's see if this shows. Oh, was that Bruce Bonkers? No, say psych. Say psych, guys. No! Bruce Bonkers in the chat. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck, bro. Okay, I'm actually just gonna, like, turn this way the fuck down. Okay, so this is just a spam of all the messages. That wasn't me. Blah, blah, blah. That wasn't me. You're gross and worse than anyone else on this platform. Mr. Fields admits to it in chat. Oh. Yeah. Wasn't me, so you're just lying. Number 72 get trolled. Oh, literally right here, I pretended to be Dreamer72. Okay, cool. So the person is literally like, no, bro, I was pretending to be you in the chat. Okay, easy peasy. Don't need to watch the rest of that. Easy peasy, the person admitted to it. Cool.
Fields replies by making fun of Dreamer further. Keep this context in mind because Dreamer will pretend this doesn't exist.
Why can't we all just get along?
Boy, now I'm going back in time for this one. On the 18th of March, 2024, Akuma holds a live stream regarding the collapse of Senate and Hopeless Peach's claims of abuse, where
Guys, this is making me want to play Wii Sports really bad. What's your favorite Wii Sports game? I fuck real hard at Wii Bowling, so.
live call between Akumu, Kumu, me, Gildapoo, and other people happens. The content of this stream is again a side note, but what is important is that Dreamer makes a second appearance here. He lurks in the stream and seems to crash out at Pooh about apparently Pooh telling him to end his life, and according to him, gets impersonated by somebody called Mr. Fields, who sends a message saying that it scares him that Vlad has kids, and that Vlad's kids will game end eventually someday anyway. We can see that people mistake Mr. Fields for
Okay, so what the fuck?
saying that it scares him that Vlad has kids, and that
This is explained terribly. Is this okay, so here's another question, because I don't know how the fuck this works, okay? Somebody explain this to me. If I change my name to Sai, and I change my profile picture to be Sai, and then I go in someone else's chat, and I'm like, I'm Sai Scribbles, and I love being racist, and then later I change my name back to Malcolm, if you like go back in the chat, will it say Malcolm or does it stay what the username was at the time? Because like, did he change his name and then change it back? And so this is like we're viewing a relic from the past. And then didn't everybody get mad at Dreamer for this? If it wasn't even fucking Dreamer that said it? I don't know, dude. Everybody's cringe.
That Vlad's kids will
gotta
gain
watch
it
it,
eventually
okay.
someday anyway. We can see that people mistake Mr. Fields for Dreamer as they tag him to respond and chastise him, and I personally point the comment out to Gilded directly.
Oh, keep your thoughts there. What did Dreamer just say? Something did Dreamer say something about Gilded's kid?
I don't know. I wasn't.
What is the audio balancing with this? It's only coming out of this side.
Where was it said?
Not everybody can make YouTube videos, guys.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I can't find it.
I found it. I don't know if it matters, but I found the comment about Dreamer that I think
Hey.
people are referring to.
What does it say?
It says his kids are going to self-delete eventually.
Nice.
Nothing afterwards here is of note. Dreamer claims this wasn't him, and eventually the conversation moves on. This will become important moving forward. We're going to go
But didn't it just show that it wasn't Dreamer? Am I smoking crack, guys?
proof of. I don't know, but
Did
Mr. Fields for a message saying that it scares him that Vlad has kids, and
Like, is that what? Am I understanding that? So, like, Mr. Fields and then at Dreamer72, like, it's because at the time he was whatever, dude. I'm just here for the ride. I don't know.
important moving forward. Nothing afterwards here is of note. Dreamer claims this wasn't him, and eventually the conversation moves on. This will become important moving forward. We're going to go into the proof of this impersonation later when it matters a bit more, so hold on to this. I'm sorry I'm turning y'all into a cushion with how many pins I'm putting into this, but I swear it'll make a completed piece of it.
A cushion. It's a cushion. And me.
Dreamer originally died.
Okay, why did the audio balancing on this is ass, dude? I literally boosted it and now it's loud as fuck. Dude.
Catslayer on the 27th of April back in 2020. Dreamer originally joined Catslayer on the 27th of April back in 2024. He behaved very
Very
normally
cool.
throughout this day, engaging with people in the server, sharing memes, and so on. At some point, which I
Good for
can't
him.
pinpoint exactly because I like access to the audit log, and because it doesn't fucking matter, Lamau, he leaves. He returns to Catslayer on the 3rd of January in 2025 with this fantastic entrance.
I want to talk to Lai one-on-one on how he's letting people harass autistic people systematically while pretending to care about our struggles.
He was,
Based. True. Truer words have never been spoken.
according to Lio, actually invited for a one-on-one conversation with Lio. If we look at the messages in the entryway, Lio doesn't remember why he invited him, and I couldn't find any fights online indicating the invitation. As you can see, at this point, no hostility, no quarantining, nothing. It genuinely seems like Lio's just looking for a conversation. This conversation will occur on the same day.
He's just asking questions, guys. He's just asking questions. True.
In an 18-minute call in which, shocker, Lio doesn't berate this person and Dreamer breaks down about having no friends and how about he wants to take on the responsibility of making the internet a safer and better space and how he has nowhere to stay. Lio offers
Neville.
a server and calls it a safe space. This will be later used against Lio. Throughout this entire call, there's no yelling, screaming.
Well, yeah, I don't think that I would ever describe Lio's Discord server as a safe space. Like, at any moment, you could be dragged, kicking and screaming to the Outback Steakhouse to be flambéed alive in front of all the kittens. Like, yeah, dude. Like, does anybody remember TBT? Anybody remember? I think it was Max, wasn't it? I don't remember who it was. But somebody said in Falgy's Discord server, like, oh, Malcolm's kind of funny sometimes. Lio Convoy name searched himself, found this person's comment, saw that he was in his Discord server, and then put him in the Outback Steakhouse to scream at him for saying that sometimes I'm funny. If that doesn't make you want to say the F slur, dude, I don't know what does.
Rating. If anything, all there is genuine concern and kindness. Here's a small excerpt from the call.
Yourself. So all you can really do is set your own standard. And
Is there a way for me to fix this so I don't just get audio in one earbud? Because this is giving me fucking cancer, dude. I already have whole body cancer, obviously. That's why I sound like this. It's because I'm so unwell and gay. But fuck, dude, this is terrible. Can I fix this myself?
like-minded people who also agree with that standard? You're not going to force other people to abide by your values. You can't.
See, now it's really quiet again. Fuck this bitch. Learn how to audio balance.
And frankly, you shouldn't want to control anybody. There's not a task anybody human is capable of.
None of we fix anything.
I can barely hear them over
the
the annoying Wii music.
Setting our own examples and moving forward with them. You can't change the world by yourself.
You can't
And you
change the
certainly
world,
can't change
bud.
the world by getting onto commentary channels for using words you don't like.
And Loki, I will not go further into this call. For one, the call is out there, by the way, in the doc someone released about the situation. Hi Lulu, please take your sex toys off of your shelf and stop posting about them on forums where you think no one sees.
Lulu, oh my god, we just witnessed a murder, you guys. You guys.
Hi Lulu, please take your sex toys off of your shelf and stop posting about them on
Oh my god, we witnessed a murder. Oh my god, Lulu, you've been killed. Oh, that's so funny. That's so funny. R.I.P. Lulu.
forums where you think no one sees. So if you really want to listen to it, go find it. I'm however going to sit the entire transcript on the call on the screen currently. I'm also not releasing the full call myself because despite Dreamer and anyone who's muddied the situation to the point of being unrecognizable, weaponizing anything they can get their hands on, I recognize Dreamer was emotionally vulnerable in this call, and I don't want to actively share that to the world for a gotcha, though I will happily point people in the right direction for the sake of evidence. The important part here is that there was no hatred, yelling, or vitriol. In fact, there was concern for Dreamer and his mental health, and an offer to—
What accent is this? What country is this person from? I can't place this accent. Somebody tell me. What accent is this? I can't identify it. Someone help.
I'm part of the community. Dreamer proceeds to remain on the server, regularly posts, and engages with the community.
Isn't that cute? But it's wrong!
On the 23rd of February, Beckett, aka Copenseed, holds a live stream in which he originally covers Let Head Fan versus Goddammit Malcolm, link in the description. During
That's
this,
me!
Dreamer makes
Oh my god! We know that guy. That guy's so gay, though. That guy also hates fat people. That's so funny. Oh my god, I know him. That's so funny. She's German and got in trouble for writing romanticized Nazi fanfic. You're kidding. You're kidding. Link me that. You're kidding me. Link me that. Will you please send me that? That's so funny. Dude, that's actually fucking hilarious. Nazi fanfic? Dude, that's almost as good as the Pup 911 roleplay. That's awesome. That's so funny. Send that to me, please.
Within the stream and immediately begins picking a fight with Gilded Pooh over his takes. I've put up the most notable instances of this on screen, and as you can see, it's Gilded who brings up what he perceived as Dreamer's attacks on his child, which kickstarts Beckett taking notice of the situation and offering his platform for Vlad and Dreamer to hash things out. A call between the three of them occurs, in which it is pointed out to Vlad for the first time that Dreamer, apparently, was impersonated. Neither believe his claims, and a brief recap brings no result. There is, to Vlad's knowledge, no impersonator in his chat, which makes sense. Dreamer was never impersonated within Gilded's chat. We'll get there. This is a strange move, and there was something we can consider direct evidence of impersonation in Akumo's chat that Dreamer will provide in June of 2025, after all of this already occurred. The conversation ends on the note that all of this is gay and stupid and needs to stop, and Beckett
Mr. Mollusk gobbles ex-Snape, warning Emperor.
Ending the call.
Am I so out of touch? No, it's the children who are wrong.
On the 28th of February, Dreamer releases a video perpetuating the situation further. It's 1.5 hours in length and covers Lyle Convoy, Beckett, Gilded Pooh, and Akumo, actively tagging this full in the description. It receives a total of 240 views and 12 comments, and barely makes it in within the commentary community. I'm not going to cover the entire video. We're going to see my live review and text later, but I've linked the Google Drive with the original video in the description for you to watch. So instead, here's a brief summary of important instances. Please enjoy Subway Surfer footage as I try to keep your attention through this plot summary. Most of the video discovers that Dreamer had his run-ins with Akumo and Gilded, which is mostly because he offered takes within the stream chat that people don't seem to take too kindly to, and actively ridiculed. The video also details the original impersonator instance.
I'm having a really hard time staying focused because of the annoying Wii music. I'm just going to be totally honest with everybody. I'm having a very hard time focusing with the annoying Wii music. It's really excruciating, guys.
Malcolm has all the IQ of a baked potato, so no, I don't think so.
Malcolm ve Carrefour va causa sais internet is infected with min virus via the game dus born if you don't quarantine gr.//j.
I don't even know what Dustborn is, but thank you very much for the $4.99, Adrian. Witness, please. Beautiful.
In which Dreamer claims he was impersonated by someone in live chat twice. The first time occurred within Vlad's chat, according to him. This did not happen. And a second time within what seems to be a Kumo stream, where Dreamer claims someone changed their profile name and picture to mimic his and say the following quote: "His kids are going to self-delete eventually." His video does not actually include any evidence of this, and it's him just rambling and pulling a "trust me, bro." Again, we will get to this in a bit, I swear. He also goes on to present various criticisms of Beckett, pointing out inconsistencies he's perceiving, like Beckett talking about caring for victims and then 180ing and saying he's just covering things for the techies. And then Dreamer goes into his issues with Vlad and a specific video about gamer devs and the different verbiage Vlad uses throughout this. He proceeds to talk about Vlad's child, we'll get there, and then switches topics entirely. Dreamer then proceeds to get onto Layo, expressing disdain for the fact Layo was associating with these people. He also complains about no longer existing and lists solitude. This will be important later. A huge part of this video is Dreamer almost martyring themselves as the savior of the internet that is so above Vlad, Akumo, and Beckett's actions, and how he shows so much more empathy than all of them, while everyone else is so filled with hate and needs to change. This is also where Dreamer uses trauma for the first time in order to win an argument with Akumo and make him change his ways.
Is that kind of how Lyo Convoy flashbangs everybody with saying that he was molested to win conversations, or that he tried to kill himself? That's crazy. Where's that clip where he was like, what call was that? What call was that? Fuck. It was in here, wasn't it? Where it's this one with Lumi, where he's talking to Lumi and he's like, which one is it? It's the call with Lumi where he's like, I almost put a fucking shotgun in my mouth and pulled the trigger because of this comment or something like that. That's crazy. I wonder where he learned that from. Let me see if I can get the transcript on here. Dreamer's crime is being annoying. The molesting thing is from the jar video, yes. But this video with the Lumi call, he says something where he's like, yeah, like it was really hard for me to not like shoot myself in the head after like this blew up. I can't remember if he says gun. I think he says gun. No. Is it this one? No, it's the Lumi call. Where's the Lumi call? This one. Sorry, I pulled up the wrong link. I thought I had all these up and organized, but that was a lie. That was in fact a lie. It's in stream chat. It's this one, I think. Hang on. Transcript. Fuck. Transcript. I think he says gun, doesn't he? Gun. No, it's in stream chat, you said? Hang on, did you forward it? You forwarded it to me. It's this one. Okay, hang on. Hang on now, I'm going. I'm going. My internet's just being really slow, I'm sorry. Bro, load. I'm gonna crash out. Okay.
It's relevant.
Okay, it's this one. Hang on, let me get the transcript. Find gun. No, he said trigger. He said trigger at one point. Oh, here we go.
Yes, you may have done it somewhat out of... Then don't sit here and argue with me about what's relevant to concerning somebody else's health. Because let me be very blunt with you. No, I'm speaking this time.
Father is speaking, kitten.
Do you have any clue how hard it was to not reach in the doggone box to the left of me that night all this happened and not put that gun in my mouth and pull the trigger?
That's crazy because that's what Lio does all the time. And also, you guys, if you're thinking about actually unironically killing yourself because of something on the internet, I highly encourage you to seek immediate emergency stabilization services because nothing is that fucking serious, okay?
Become a pattern. He ends the video with saying these people aren't the worst people he knows and some meme edits. That's about everything that's important given this video is long and very unscripted with no real substance, so I don't need to cover it much further. Again, listed in a draft below if you really...
And again, truly evil and manipulative people will always say shit like that to try to make you feel bad, right? Like, it's a really quick, easy way to get out of any kind of accountability. It's like, well, I'm mad at you because you cheated on me. And it's like, you don't think that I know that? You don't think that I know that I ruined the trust in our relationship? Do you know how upset I was when I told you that I cheated on you? I was the most upset I've ever been in my entire life. And when you told me, that it really hurt your feelings that I stepped out on our relationship, it took everything in my power to not put that gun in my mouth and pull the trigger. Congratulations, you just threw it down, flipped it, and reversed it. That's Darvo 101. Actually insane. Actually insane behavior.
Really want to listen to it. On the 18th of March, Dreamer releases his claims of being impersonated within Gilded Poos and Akuma's chat to the general community chat in Catsire. The wording throws people off immediately, and a few people start engaging with the claims. None of them seem to particularly care, and point out that Dreamer shouldn't care either, especially given it happened an entire year ago. I guess I promised it, and we're here now, so let's just talk about the impersonation as a whole and the fucking evidence thereof, so I don't get accused of leaving proof out. Dreamer claims he was impersonated twice, once in Gilded's chat and one in Akuma's chat. This is a lie, as I pointed out earlier, because Dreamer was never...
What was that screenshot flash?
Dreamer claims he was impersonated twice, once in Gilded's chat and one in Akuma's chat. This is a lie, as...
How the fuck am I supposed to stop to read that?
Shouldn't care either, especially given it happened an entire year ago. I guess I promised it, and we're here now, so let's just talk about the impersonation as a whole and the fucking evidence thereof, so I don't get accused of leaving proof out. Dreamer claims he was impersonated twice, once in Gilded's chat and one in Akuma's
It's like right
chat.
here.
This is a lie, as...
How the fuck am I supposed to read this?
So I don't get accused of leaving proof out. Dreamer claims he was impersonated twice. Once in Gilded's chat and one in Akuma's chat.
This is so gay.
This is a lie.
Okay, that's it. I gave up. I don't care. It's not important enough.
Dreamer was never impersonated within Vlad's live chat, merely ridiculed for claiming he was trolling Vlad. 3 months later, though, in June of 2025, Dreamer proceeds to actually provide evidence of impersonation occurring within Akuma's chat, and we can see that I mistake Mr. Fields here as Dreamer reading his message out.
I can find it.
I found it. I don't know if it matters, but I found the comment about Dreamer. I think people are referring to.
Also, why is this on 2 times speed? Dude, she sucks. She sucks.
Who is this Calvin Garrar? Who is he?
Oh, thank you very much, Kitten, for the membership. Everybody witness. Hi, Key. Fuck off. If I have to slow down a video to read your screenshot, I'm throwing it right in the garbage. I don't care. It was the same thing with the I'm Alex video, where he just like boom, 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 like flashbanged everybody with the same 8 fucking screenshots the entire video. If your evidence is important enough to present in a video and you are unable to have it shown appropriately, that's not my fucking problem. I don't care. I don't care that much. What does this say? I'm also watching that video too about Dreamer with the whole side drama. Lio doing that is nothing new, just saying. And this other person says, from what I've told, the reason the Dreamer call kept happening is because Dreamer kept pestering people on Putopia and Catslayer. Putopia is Gilded server, by the way. This other person says, yeah, I've heard of his server, and yeah, that's partially why. Another reason is in 2024, sometime he had his account impersonated, and gets called a liar for it. I witnessed it, along with a few others who later found out that there were 2 Dreamers in that call, or well, stream. So this is another person who was in chat saying that they witnessed that there were 2 Dreamers in the chat. So I'm going to forward this to Stream Chat if you guys want to look at it, because I'm too lazy to save it. But I'm forwarding that to Stream Chat. It's in Stream Chat. It's in the Discord if you want to look at it. So there's at least one other person saying I was there and there was more than 1 Dreamer in the chat. So, I mean, I literally already believe this, to be completely transparent with everybody in the room, because this is like actually very normal. For a while there, if anybody remembers when Tomfoolery and J-Stock debated on whether or not Tomfoolery was a sex pest, that happened because somebody made a fake Tomfoolery account and was like, let me on, I want to debate, let me on, I want to debate. And Justical messaged Tom and was like, called him and was like, what do you want? And Tom was like, what do you mean? And he was like, you said that you wanted to call and debate. And he was like, I didn't say that, actually. What do you mean? And he's like, you're in my chat right now. And he's like, that's not me. So I mean, that's a pretty regular occurrence in my opinion. So I already believe those things to be true. So
It says it's going to self-delete eventually. Through the original screenshot from Vlad's chat and Catslayer, I was able to see that the account Dreamer shows us in Gilded's chat is connected to this account, which we've previously seen in Gilded's chat. Meanwhile, this is what the account looks like in Akuma's chat, which doesn't match the account from Gilded's live chat, right? Reason for that being that it is in fact an alt account of the original Mr. Fields 11 account, which I was able to confirm after some research and with the help of some friends, meaning that, congratulations Dreamer, you had a point. You were impersonated once apparently. Shame you lied about it occurring twice.
Why did we spend fucking 13 minutes of this video saying that he lied about being impersonated, then to be like, okay, so he was impersonated, but it was just what? Like, what the fuck are you what is happening? Dude, I'm getting fucking AIDS from watching this. This is terrible.
And maliciously frame someone's messages as admittance of something they've never done before they've even supposedly done it. And it's even more of a shame that it doesn't matter because of your actions that followed everything else. So the impersonation, while true, becomes a footnote in everything else. Now I am going to say that the people do doubt the validity of this, namely Vlad, saying there's a possibility that the Mr. Fields account merely repeated what Dreamer had said and that Dreamer's message was deleted so we can't access it anymore. Now I am going to give Dreamer the benefit of the doubt here, barely, but you'll see. Regardless of all that, keep in mind, while you as the audience now know about all this, the people in Catslayer have in fact not seen the evidence from the Akuma stream and only got to see one screenshot from the Gilded Poot.
What is this? They seem to have fixed it for some reason. Channels and your ad shows up instead. It still says the display name. Interesting. Okay. Well, I believed Dreamer from the jump because that's not something that's uncommon. Is people making like fake accounts of other people and then saying crazy shit. That's like not uncommon at all. That's something that actually happens quite regularly. So.
Chat, which is an insanely out of context crap of Mr. Fields, which in hindsight is so fucking malicious.
Yes,
you know that you weren't impersonated in that chat, Dreamer, and framing Mr. Fields like this is insane when you had apparently actual proper proof that you waited 3 months to present, but whatever. The fact you're framing somebody for admittance of something that didn't occur in Gilded's chat or admittance of something they hadn't even done yet is manipulative and conniving. You knew what you were doing. You knew you were lying because you had the proof. You framed this the way you did on purpose, and I wouldn't care so much if this was more proof of your very persistent little habit of rewriting history wherever you see fit. But
he's a liar.
Fun fact, apparently Mr. Fields is an actual child according to the messages in Vlad's server, but we have no direct confirmation of such. But if true, Dreamer got pissy over a literal, actual child impersonating them to fuck around with them. An entire year after it happened. In any case, things return to normal within Cat's Air after the discussion
okay.
regarding the impersonation claims being made,
Cool.
and Dreamer engages further with the community. It's clear people don't hold ill will or otherwise tease him more.
Good lord, what is happening in there? Aurora Borealis? Aurora
These edits are so ass. I literally fucking hate this video. I cannot dislike this video enough.
Borealis!
And so, the fateful 23rd of March runs around. This is where I discovered the video he made titled The Hypocrites, and I'm half sure it's because Beckett tweeted about this, but don't quote me on this. I put it into Cat's Air asking if anyone had watched it before. No one had, so I went through it. Rather quickly, we realized Dreamer was in the server, and Pumpkin, a mod, decided to put him into the Outback. Reason?
Pumpkin was the one too that Courtney called a rapist. Oh my god, it's so fun. Now that I'm learning all the characters, I'm like, oh my god, I know that bitch. That's crazy. I know her. That's so funny. That's the one that Courtney called a rapist. That's so funny. Love that. Yeah, and then, you know, if you guys misbehave, you're going in the kitten crate. I don't know what to say. Everybody can bully you, and you can say nothing in return because I personally am mad at you. That's very cool.
Has a nasty habit of dogpiling people when they're perceived as in the wrong, and have uncontrolled arguments where people are getting overwhelmed. So in order to have a proper conversation when he's awake, he was temporarily quarantined. I proceed to go through the video, essentially live reviewing it as I go, pointing out my personal issues such as the story about the impersonators not adding up, multiple random topic switches, lack of evidence, the length and rambling nature of the video, and this is important, a part where, in my personal opinion, I felt Dreamer was implying that Vlad would be abusive or neglectful or whatever you want to call it if his child met certain criteria. I've addressed this.
I think that that's like the most bad faith interpretation you could ever make in the entire world, and I don't think that anybody who has had a conversation about it would actually agree, because realistically you're testing the consistency of people's logic. One of the truest things about like psychology and tolerance is that the more that you're exposed to people that are different than you, the more tolerant you become of those people. So people that are more worldly and travel more and have experience, you know, interacting with different people of different cultures, etc., those people are tacitly less racist than people that are isolated in, you know, buttfuck Alabama and have never fucking seen a black person in real life. Exposure theory, and it's true. The testing of consistency here is alluding to the fact that a lot of people usually really hate X demographic until someone that they love or somebody that they care about becomes a part of X demographic. I think the other really good example of this is, I want to say it was Barbara Bush. No, I think it was Nancy Reagan. I don't remember who it was, but it was a conservative politician that for an incredibly long period of time, like, was really against gay marriage. You know, I hate gay people, blah, 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 blah. You know, normal, like, early 2000s homophobia, if you will. And then her granddaughter came out as a lesbian and suddenly 180. So I think that in testing people's consistency, as so far in as it's like, I hate X demographic. That's interesting. Would you still hate X demographic if your kid was X demographic? Because I know that you have one. Would you still be comfortable saying all these things to your kid if your kid came out as gay? All that is doing is testing the consistency of people's logic. And of course, people can just lie and say, yeah, I would still totally beat the shit out of my kid or whatever. Like, people could obviously just lie. Usually you can't really determine how you're going to feel about these things until you're put in those situations, which is fair, blah, blah, blah. But that is the purpose of a question like that. A purpose of a question like that is not to imply that somebody is inherently abusive. It is to test the consistency of what they say that they believe. And remember, Dreamer is a sleep debate bro. So after listening to Dreamer literally dog walk Ari, or whatever that little twink's name is, I can comfortably say that I believe wholeheartedly that's what Dreamer was doing. I don't think that Dreamer was implying that Vlad was going to, like, beat the shit out of his kid. It sounds like debate perpetry, which is exactly what I love and exactly what I love to see.
Earlier, but now that I have access to the video again, it goes as follows.
He utterly despises people who call for empathy. Does he really think that a dev with progressive values deserves death way more than, like, a murderer or a pedophile? This is honestly needs to be discussed. I don't know why he thinks this way. Maybe he was hurt, and I could empathize with that. He clearly thinks that people who are kind should be bullied and coerced into turning like him by being beaten into submission. What's worse is that he's a father. Is this what he tells his own children? That no one deserves respect, so don't give and take it? Be callous and mock those who think differently than you? I'm gonna say this very clear. That doesn't help children grow up to be healthy adults. I could know. I hope he actually does love his child, like teaches them to be forgiving them for their mistakes.
Like, I think that you have to actually be on heroin to think that this implies that Vlad would be abusive to his kid. I think that you actually have to be on heroin to make this assumption. Like, you have to be literally Terry Schiavo in order to make this assumption. Like, this is actually... I'm gonna start saying slurs. This is so stupid.
What happens if his kids turns out to be gay or trans? What happens if they turn out to be autistic? What happens if they become more compassionate than him and turns to those who he hates the most? Will he still be there for them and love and support them all the same?
In my personal opinion, the entire last part, the question implied that Vlad would be neglectful, and Dreamer puts doubts on if...
Your personal opinion is dog shit, and you should shut the fuck up forever. That's the dumbest reading of that you could possibly imagine. That's clinically insane. I feel like everybody has been kicked in the head by a horse. I feel like that's what's happening, guys. I feel like everybody is getting kicked in the head by horses. Stay away from horses, guys.
Would still be loving if X or Y happened. I also took issue with this because the entirety of Vlad's child even being a talking point was so fucking unnecessary, it's insane. I don't know why you people are so obsessed with bringing his underage child into the...
It's testing the consistency of values. Like, grow up. I don't know why the fuck you guys try to pretend that you can do like the debate gauntlet bullshit. At least Lio does. Everybody wants to be a debate pervert until they get into the ring. And then they're like, why the fuck are you actually testing me on the consistency of my beliefs? That's insane. Why are you bringing up this personal thing? It's like, do you not understand how this works? Do you not understand how this works? If you tell me X, and I have a reason to believe that you are lying about believing X, or I have a reason to believe that you are inconsistent in your stated value of believing in X, yeah, you're going to get knelt on. That's literally how this works. I don't know what to say.
And pass judgment on his parenting abilities to make a point that didn't need his child to make it. You can dislike Vlad and point out issues you have with the guy without weaponizing the fact he's a parent. So I'm sorry, I didn't like it and I expressed as much, and I think when Dreamer over there makes a public video, I'm allowed to take public issue with it. I can't believe I have to defend fucking Gilded Poo out of all people because you people are weird. After I express this point, another staff member, Hive, comes into the conversation and we all agree someone should sit Dreamer down and have a conversation with him because a lot of his intentions are really unclear. At this point, I asked to be led into the Outback as the person who watched the video because I had questions, and that'd be quicker than making staff watch an over-hour-long video, so that's what happens. So now we get into the Outback. I mentioned this earlier, but this is essentially a quarantine used for many different things. For the most part, it's used directly to confront people without having the peanuts chat in unnecessarily. It can only be accessed by people with a specific role, staff, and Lio. And yes, it has a tab dedicated to watch what's going on in there, but frankly, while I recognize this can be anxiety-inducing, you're in a public server, possibly being publicly stupid. So yeah, you're being publicly confronted. And mods will always make sure that people aren't needlessly cruel or over-exaggerate what you've done, so any reaction you get is a consequence of...
Foreskin quill. What is Heroine's disability? I'm interested in calling her a slur. I just avow I'm shaking my head as I read this comment. Not cool. Not cool.
Your actions and your words. Sure, there's some sort of entertainment value, but if we wanted people harmed, they'd go onto the stage and be ridiculed in front of 100 of people, or directly be torn apart in the server. So, you know, I state this now because Dreamer will use this room.
Dude, it doesn't count. We're not like flambeing people alive because there's much better avenues to do so. Like, yeah, it doesn't really matter that I ran you over with my bicycle because, you know, the other day I ran somebody over with my car. It could have been worse.
To claim he was put in there in bad faith. We'll get there. Oh, and yes, my review of the video in general community activity was incendiary, and I admit as much, because that's what I was feeling at the moment. I, unlike Dreamer though, can put aside my anger and still speak to people civilly and get the full picture and see if my anger is warranted before I express it to them. So that's what I did here. Originally, it's Hive and Pumpkin who speak to him, though I soon get to tap in. I have a very civil conversation with him where I express issues with his behavior.
Can you guys hear my wife coughing in the other room? We're both dying. I apologize.
Yeah, and ask clarifying questions that Dreamer proceeds to answer. I pondered exactly where my issues lie with the earlier quote regarding Vlad's child and how I arrived at the conclusion I did, expressing that regardless of my conclusion, it was inappropriate to bring up Vlad's child at all. I even sympathize with Dreamer and express that I understand the concern, but that a public video...
If it's inappropriate to bring up Vlad's child, why is it appropriate to make fun of Dreamer because his mom is dead? Like, the inconsistency, I think, is the most offensive thing to me. If you want to say that this is your line in the sand and you stand by it, whatever, who cares? But if you're going to pretend like you're going to feign and, like, moral flag about all this shit and be like, oh my god, I can't believe that he would, like, bring up his kid. And then it's like, Dreamer's mom is dead? No shit, let's go. Like, you can't do that. That's such bullshit. It's such pussy shit.
Is not the place to express such. And then when Dreamer talks about making a video to be person to person, I express that's not what a public video is for. That's usually for attention, clout, or cool out, and I directly say Dreamer could have gone to speak with Vlad one-on-one.
Okay, it's very obviously for clout, attention, validation, whatever. It's very obvious. Like, let's stop pretending like we're all stupid. I know that you guys are just a little bit smarter than this. I'm going to give you credit. Don't make me regret it. If he wants attention, how do you fix that problem? Stop giving it to him. Stop. Learn.
And the conversation expressing concern because Dreamer directly states he's no longer in blissed solitude, and I give him the advice that making videos targeting content creators that are likely to respond and have little to no care over mental health isn't particularly smart, and that if he doesn't like the attention, he shouldn't generate it. Dreamer proceeds to give us a bit of a sob story as context, and the conversation remains between Pumpkin and Hive. After this, I felt that intentions were clarified and we were good. I even downright reassured Dreamer and tell people not to harass him. Now yes, the Outback has people able to watch the conversation going on. However, I nor Lio control the conclusion people come to based on the conversations there. Dreamer will however hold me sending a job application meme and they're against me as if somehow that disproved my shown civility, which, I mean, I guess. Dreamer will later blame me for tainting his image in the server, but frankly, if you make a public video, someone else would have discovered it at some point. Someone else would have brought it into the server. That's how drama spaces work, and I thought the tame conversation we had was not that much of a deal. You made a public video, Dreamer. You joined Cats there, a server that focuses primarily on commentary drama, and you thought nobody would ever have found that video or found out you made it? I'm sorry, but that's just not realistic. I'm not to blame for the impression you left on the server based on your words and actions, and I understand that being in the Outback was nerve-wracking, but nobody put you there to hurt you.
Oh my god, is the Wii music over, or is it gonna loop again? Wow. Please.
No one
Spare
wanted
me.
to point and laugh at you. You were put
Please
there for a
spare me.
chance to clarify your
Please.
intentions. You did so, and everything people
I'm
felt after that
looping.
neither of us had control over. And to
No!
expect your actions to be confronted privately when you confronted other people's actions publicly is hypocritical at best and fucking entitled at worst.
What took you so long?
Oh, wow.
Despite the calm exchange on the 24th of March, I woke up to a massive manifesto in my DMs. As you can see, some of the screenshots here are censored because Dreamer
This is a massive manifesto as one paragraph. Oh my god, you guys can't do anything. Holy shit. Hey, I know you're making a video about everything and I'm cool with that. And this is from what? Like last month? Yeah, about a month ago. Hey, I know you're making a video on everything and I'm cool with that. The only thing I want to ask is if you could please not bring up what I said about blank. I deeply regret bringing it up. And I'm still sorry for dumping that on you. Even everything else is fair game, including how I compared you to what my ex-friends did. Just please censor out what I specifically said about blank. You can say whatever you want in the video. Just wish for that not to be out in public. This is a manifesto. This is a manifesto. My god.
asked me to leave out a specific part of his drama dump, and I'm not hot list, so I obliged. If I missed any, I'm sorry, I tried my best to check for everything. Dreamer calls me disrespectful, actively compares me to his abuser.
I just wanted people to understand what they say has an impact on others. That's why bringing up how Vlad sees the world. The biggest person who proudly proclaims live on air that we should bully harass people until they stop being massive F slurs or R slurs. How dare I tell him to think about his child growing up in an environment? The first time that I ever interacted with him, I had to sit there and listen to him chuckle and giggle at the thought of those same people going into a garage to blow their brains out. Why am I the bad person? Vlad is out there wishing death on people for getting too uppity about empathy while I'm being lied about from three people with thousands of followers. I found the link to Vlad's stream where we first met and I was being impersonated. He told me he couldn't see my comments or the fakers. I messaged him privately asking for the link to the stream, but he never messaged me back. I found the link hidden in my bookmarks, and that's when I was able to find out that he lied to me. He lied saying that he couldn't see my comments. Yeah, I could see them play his day. You can't see the impersonators because they were moved, but you can clearly see me telling him that it was a troll, the troll in question literally admitting to it. I sent a picture to the Discord to show people, but you twisted it into me using Lio's audience when I said I just wanted to post it for evidence, and you still didn't believe me anyways. Why are you so disrespectful to me? I'm telling you the truth. The faker said he wanted his kid dead. I only asked him to think about his kid's future. Those are two very different comments. Of course, I want him to think about that because I had to live with bullying and looking lesser. I was coming from experience. So what are the claims about this message? This message is pretty milquetoast.
By telling me I made him obliged. If I missed any, I'm sorry, I tried my best to check for everything. Dreamer calls me disrespectful, actively compares me to his
Where the fuck did he say? He said that like what you're doing is disrespectful.
abuser by telling me I made him relive his trauma, and he also
literally never said that you were an abuser. What the actual fuck? I made the video to try to make a world where players where people can be themselves without that with a username like Mr. Feels Purgatory to mock my autism justice, the same jab Akumi told me, and then of course I get the fucking lunatic like this person to notice me. I wanted to call out the behavior like this because last time I was afraid to do it, blah blah blah. I wanted to call out Bo Blacks to get a career right in front of my eyes. Hell yeah, dude, fuck Bo Blacks. Let's go. Then only after I was able to find out one of them wasn't a kid at all. And grouping them into sexual behaviors. Same thing I had to go through. I had to battle, blah, blah, blah. I felt safe enough to submit my results to that survey. All the things Vlad said, you wonder why I had a problem with hanging around with him. I thought the answers were pretty clear. He told me this, that, and the other thing. I have nothing. Again, I have less than nothing. Now everyone thinks I'm a fucking asshole. Like, is she reading the same DMs?
flat out tells me he blames me for his inability to make friends and fit in because I made him a monkey in the zoo. As a reminder, I had no control over Dreamer being put.
Where the fuck did he say that? Does anybody see that in here? Oh. He told me to try to make friends in here, and I'm trying to communicate in here only for you to make me the monkey of the zoo because you didn't like my video. Yes, bitch, you were the one that put him in the fucking outback because you got triggered. Yes. What the fuck, dude? I'm gonna crash out. This is so stupid.
Tells me he blames me for his inability to make friends and fit in because I made him a monkey in the zoo. As a reminder, I had no control over Dreamer being put in the outback and never requested.
Well, didn't she just say... I'm gonna... Never mind.
To be put there.
I'm fine.
In fact, I never even directly tagged him.
I'm
that
fine.
was other people. He also claims to changed his name to Barbie, something he'll take massive offense to moving forward, and claims that violated his consent in the coming months.
Yes, because you guys were telling him to shove a Barbie up his ass. Are you serious? Are you fucking for real? Are you guys so for fucking real right now? You guys were telling him to shove a Barbie doll up his ass, and he said, could you please not call me Barbie? Because it's pretty fucking gross because you guys are sexually harassing me, saying that I should shove a Barbie doll up my ass. Are you fucking for real? This bitch is insane. To the asylum, dude. To the asylum. Put back the fucking wall from east to west Germany. Get this bitch out of here, dude. Oh my god. Wake up, Stalin. Wake up, Stalin. Wake up, Lenin. Gulag immediately. Somebody please. We have too many kittens at the kitten crate. We have to start euthanizing them. This is insane. This is fucking crazy.
He also goes on about how he wanted me to not publicly come at him after making a public video, and how I proved him guilty and took his chance to make a good impression from him. Ironically, he took that from himself, coming in guns blazing in order to confront Lio, something that, going to be for real, makes people laugh more than anything, so it's not like I tore it down much more. In fact, if anything, Dreamer tore it down more himself in the way he replied within the outback in his manifesto within my DMs. The conversation continues with blame towards me for sharing the video and him not getting a chance to explain himself when
I want your what is this? I'm crashing out. I'm crashing your stream for a second. Did you see my comment on your Jibs video? No. What was your comment? I think it's adorable that you think that I sit there and I read every single fucking YouTube comment. That's very funny. But please, I will answer your question. What is your question?
And he did. At this point, I shared his messages to a group chat of my friends for feedback, not for gossip, but because I was genuinely concerned I had messed up in the previous day in the way I've spoken to Dreamer, and I was heartbroken at the idea that I brought harm for someone I just wanted to help, which led to something I did not anticipate. Two of my friends went into Catslayer into a chat called Monstrous' Thunderdome and started going at Dreamer, without me ever asking them to, because guess what? At the time, I was at work and did in fact not pay consistent attention to the server. The conversation happens in a tone I personally don't condone, but I am going to pull all of it on screen and highlight specific parts. Banter goes at Dreamer pretty harshly, again, in a way I don't condone. Describes them as an abuser and points out they're essentially being awful. This leads to Dreamer in doubling down and tripling down, such as him playing the My Trauma is worse than your trauma card and actively trauma dumping.
Oh no, I was coughing. I'm sorry. I was muted. I said this is just like literally Dreamer saying like I'm autistic, and so I made like an autistic video, and then everybody's like, well, I'm also actually autistic. It's like, cool, you guys are stupid. Why did you make a video on the Jibs situation without getting consent from Jibs? It's public content, bud. It is public content. That is why. That is why. If I messaged every single person who I covered on stream, I would never do anything on stream. Unfortunately, it's the way the cookie crumbles.
To make a point, which is a move, but it highlights a pattern we spoke about earlier, which Dreamer loves to trauma dump to make a point or win a fight, because he treats his trauma like an argument, an object, and not like something that debilitates his life. He treats it like a tool to whip out whenever he wants to dodge accountability or have people leave him alone. He also ironically doubles down on saying I made him relive his trauma and justifies it further. In his message where he asked me not to talk about his trauma, he even recontextualizes this and attempts to say I was making him relive the trauma from his friends and not the thing it actually was, which I plainly disagree with. This entire conversation goes on for a while where it's pointed out to Dreamer that he's exhibiting abusive behavior and owes me an apology, that safe space doesn't mean trauma dump on anyone you want, and that his trauma isn't an excuse for the way he acts, and his trauma dumping isn't going to make people want to be friends with him. It's a messy, cruel conversation that I wish I could have caught earlier and stopped, but I was late to the party. Despite that, I end the convo disavowing Looney and Banter entirely. After this conversation, I received a one-sentence apology, which you can see on screen. While there's a lot to be said here, such as the apology only coming my way after Dreamer being essentially being bullied into it, and coming right after the obligation for defending Dreamer being put on me immediately, there's one thing that kills me the most. As you can see, the apology is one sentence long, directed at the main person Dreamer heard and upset. Meanwhile, Lio motherfucking Convoy received a multiple paragraph apology despite not even being aware of this tussle occurring, to the point he had to ask me what happened the next day. Here's the apology in dramatic reading.
I tried putting myself into your server, and all I did was create a mess for you, and I'm truly sorry I did that to you. I just don't think you can fit into a community, not just yours, but anyone's.
It sounds like this bitch is just mad that Dreamer didn't apologize to her personally. Like, grow up? I don't know what to say.
After we talked, I just think it would have become a problem again. I just left it there and forgot about it. I wasn't ready for criticism then, and I wasn't ready for criticism now. I completely fucked up when it was hidden. I tried to get her to understand my
No, every single one of these people, I'm reading this comment here. General McDouglas. Have I already remarked about how Hidden is the type of person that thinks they're more intelligent and well-researched and honestly than they actually are? That's every single person in this fucking orbit. It is quite literally, if you peel back the layers of the fucking Catslayer, the Senate, and pick a Discord server where these fucking freaks dwell. It is the clearest example of the Dunning-Kruger effect you will ever see. It is literally a textbook definition example of the Dunning-Kruger effect. Lio Convoy thought that he could hunt pedophiles online while knowing literally nothing about laws regarding grooming, which is corruption of a minor, or knowing anything about resources for people who are victims of online grooming or predatory behavior, such as Rain. But he was like, I'm your expert. And he had the biggest fucking chest-thumping ego about it, which is horribly embarrassing to witness in hindsight. Ponder Sprocket is another one of these people who has a degree in art and thinks that she's like an armchair psychologist because she watches pop psychology TikTok videos. And then all these people think that they're like debate lords, and not a single one of them could answer a yes or no question with a loaded gun to their fucking head. It's incredible. Did you eat fries yesterday for lunch? Well, yesterday for... Click, click, boom. Like, all of these people are certifiably brain dead. And it is a perfect personification of the Dunning-Kruger effect live in 4K with horrible Wii music looping over the top of it. It's very sad to see. We hate to see it.
I overshared and burdened her with my trauma. And only to stop more people and started to fight publicly. It just hurt a lot to see people not believe me and take what I said the worst possible way. I'm being honest when I said someone pretended to be me, say awful things. I didn't want children to be hurt, and I would never imply Vlad would hurt his children. I wanted him to understand that we should teach kids empathy and not think everyone has malicious intent, but I didn't work correctly. And I think Vlad lied to me. I know some do too major, but I don't know what to believe. I was wondering where you were until I...
Seraphy, I don't know why you're coming in here and hand-wringing about this. I don't quite understand it. Doesn't make much sense to me. Did you also ride Stardust dick into the sunset about why she covered the Jibs call? Do you go and bother every single person that has ever covered a video that was public? Ever? Or do you just feel particularly brave in this moment? Because if you want a moral flag, we certainly can. I don't know what to tell you, bud.
On your post, and it just makes me even more sick of myself while you were breathing honest, causing trouble. I'm sorry. I'm making this an even worse time for you. When I criticized you for hanging out with others, it wasn't because I didn't like you. I know you've been betrayed a lot in your life. I didn't want you to be bitter about the world. I didn't want you to see me with the same disgust as they
I
do.
literally never said anything about Lio. I don't think anybody said anything about Lio. I'm done getting one guide.
A lot of it's self-destructive on my end. For the first time in my life, I have a good living experience, which made me look outward for things to fix. But it was based on delusions of grandeur. There's so many people like me that's been hurt by this drama chasing, keeping forward the decent content. A lot of people like me live in fear to themselves. We can't even express ourselves online anymore, but that was supposed to be our safe haven. But maybe I'm the minority that can't flag that.
And then maybe I'll just make this really clear for everybody really quickly, because I understand now in my tone, after reflecting here for a brief moment in time and kind of pondering my orb, I understand that maybe people get the wrong impression. And who is that? Seraphy, you might have gotten the wrong impression. So allow me to guide you. Okay. This is content. That's what this is to me. I'm not going to pretend to say I care more about the victims than anyone else involved in this. I think that it's really important that we cover this, you guys, because it's a really important topic and we really need to make sure that everybody is aware of this behavior and we need to do a public call to accountability. I don't care about any of that. It's gay. This is content. That's what it is, okay? And that's what it's going to continue to be. So I apologize if you got the wrong memo that it's anything more than that to me, because it's not.
Malcolm has all the IQ of a baked potato, so no, I don't think so.
Very true. Ironic name.
Dunning Cruege.
Very true. Very true. Witness, thank you for the 199. I'm not Captain Savaho. I'm not here to be, the harbinger of justice. I'm here to call Lyle Convoy fat and to point out how stupid he is and how much of a fucking incredulous asshole he is. And occasionally comment on how he genuinely has ruined the lives of several dozen individuals, and that number is still climbing mighty high. So I apologize if you got the wrong impression of me or what we like to do here for Girl Time, but it is not moral flagging, high roading, pretending we are holier than thou. We are not. We are all here for the slop. So I apologize if you strayed a little too far from the path.
A lot of myself hatred onto this. It wasn't fair for me to pin that on you or your community. I wanted to try and fight it. Teach people to grow and chill out of the clout online popularity blinds us with. All I did was fall into that trap too. I won't try to join the Discord again. Even if I did, it's clear no one wants me there anymore. I don't want to cause you more stress than I already gave you. I'm sorry. I'm another person that let me down.
It's filled with excuses and the idea that Lio too was supposed to help Dreamer even though he was absent due to a personal loss in the family. More excuses for his behavior, and ends on a note of emotional manipulation, begging Lio to tell him that he was wanted in the Discord and apologizing for letting Lio down, despite them barely interacting and Lio not even being present when the altercation in his server occurred. But aside from that, it is so strange to me that Lio gets multiple paragraphs of apologies for something he wasn't even a part of or knew was occurring, yet I, the person Dreamer actively was a piece of shit to and put obligations onto, got a sentence. Really shows you the sincerity of that apology.
Wash your hands! Never!
On the 3rd of April,
Another one,
2025,
cool.
Dreamer makes another return to Catslayer. It's relatively short-lived, with him being stopped at the entryway and being questioned by staff immediately. They ask why he'd want to return to a space that he's assuming dislikes him, based on the messages he sent to me, and he answers with the usual, wanting to socialize, feeling the server was safer than other spaces, and wanting to get people back on his side. And, for some reason, accusing us of breaking him with social pressure. This leads to him being booted from the server once and for all. Ironically, behind the scenes, I got wind of him joining and actually advocated for him to be let in. Being good faith and wanting to give him the chance to change, to no avail. A day later, on the 4th of April, Dreamer releases his infamous declaring war on the ACC community post, and I'm so mad I didn't screenshot it. I didn't think I'd have to, but here we are, LMFAO. I have a small screenshot where you can see his declaration at the end, and I'll
What a great song. Every day I'm shuffling. What a great song. What a great song. Early 2000s EDM was something to witness, was it not, you guys? Was it not? Was it not?
a few replies from his side and my side as well. It goes the way you'd expect. The usual passing the blame onto me for the video being discovered, whining about being the victim of a checks note, silver conversation in the server, and accusing me of wanting to ridicule him publicly. He also accuses me of sharing my DMs, which I explained earlier, and gets mad that I shared this entire situation with Akumu, who apparently made an appearance on this thing too. This leads to me eventually asking him to friend me so we can have a conversation, which he does, and the conversation doesn't make them look.
Why is Akumu like literal fucking Beetlejuice to these people? It's so funny. Okay, as long as you're like outright stating that this is content for you. I'm not trying to be a dick here, but like, What do you mean? Yeah, dude, like, yeah. Yeah. You don't know any of these people. I don't know any of these people. None of these people even know each other. They all just sit in Discord chat rooms all day. What do you mean? What are you talking about? I don't get this shit at all, you guys. I don't get it at all. Maybe this is a me thing. I don't know. But, like, yeah. Nobody here knows each other, bro. Everybody's just kind of going over shit that's public. I don't know. I'm tired of getting one guide. Tired of it.
Too good. It's the same narrative. Me ganging up on him, punishing him, saying my impression of his video was incorrect, complaining about my friends coming at him with no repercussions. I point out to him that so far, I've been entirely protective of him, consistently advocating for him and disavowing the way he's been treated by people in my circle and in Cat Slayer. And here we see just how entitled Dreamer is. He expects people to reach out to him and
Dreamer says I didn't threaten you. I was going to make a video specifically about you. I don't even have a platform, which is the insane part. I was dogpiled, whether you want to admit it or not. What you could have done was bring up the video and go, hey, I've got some issues with this video I want to discuss. But you call that talking with kitty gloves on. The entire spectrum is designed to shoot first and ask questions later. It's incredibly toxic. I can't understand. Like, again, it just seems like Dreamer's biggest sin is being, like, really fucking annoying. So we should call on the cavalry. We should have this man drawn and quartered because he's really fucking annoying, because every single person conveniently forgot that the block button exists. Crazy girl.
apologize to him, expects to be welcomed back, and how he expects me to stand up for him. I point out how he was willing to weaponize his platform, however small it was, towards me, and how I was, according to him, obligated to show him I defended him. I directly point out his threat to him, and at this point, I'll admit, I lost my cool. He also brings up the point I talked about earlier.
Hey, that comment is a response to you telling Akuma you would rat me out after you commented. Hidden was the Outback was a protected setting. That's what I've told you repeatedly now. He says, what's the Outback? What's it called again? And she goes, wow, the community is being toxic, says the person who's actively sitting here weaponizing their trauma, hurting people, and making themselves the victim because the concept of empathy is too hard to grasp. That's insane. It's insane. It's crazy. It's like a big old mirror. And it's so funny. They're like arguing with their own reflections and they can't even see it. It's so funny. It's so hilarious to me. All you do is weaponize your trauma. I scream at the odd mad who looks strangely like me and makes the same movements that I do at the same time. I don't get it.
That a watch room under the Outback implies that he was never put in there with good intentions, as if the entire conversation in there wasn't for him to clarify his intentions and allow him to speak his piece in an insanely civil conversation. He tries to conflate me with Banter, who told him to game end himself, and I point out that was me. He reiterates how he was entitled to me defending him and how I have no compassion and how he's owed explanations, and again, we go into his martyrdom of how he's not going for revenge, ironic, isn't it? And how he wants to stop the social cancer of gossip.
So did any of you have a summer job when you were growing up?
Just one normal breakfast,
Love
that's all I
her.
want.
Whilst all this was happening, I was actively sharing both my responses on YouTube and my DMs with this guy into Cat Slayer. Yeah, I'll admit that was probably stirring shit, but this was getting ridiculous. This led to Lio, out of all people,
Yeah, girl,
asking me to
stir
put
some
me into
shit.
block, a server, or a group chat. I refused, given I didn't see much merit in it. Lio saying a group chat means more.
How many fucking of these little servers do they have? There's like the Barrel, there's the Senate, there's Cat Slayer, there's Guac, there's like the Spurgator. Like what is going on? How do you have this much time? Why do you need so many? Why do you need so many?
People to point out Dreamer's being dumb, me joking he supports group bullying, which all led to Lio just making the group chat. I added Pumpkin eventually, the mod that put Dreamer into the Outback, given that Dreamer probably had questions regarding this. The conversation runs in text at first, with the same points. Me being out to get him, wanting to ridicule him, blaming me again for pointing out what he was saying within the video he released, and admitting I had to earn my compassion from him because he assumed I was undeserving of it, for allegedly putting him in a quarantined part of a server for a conversation. Wild take. He goes at Pumpkin about being influenced by Vlad or being his mod. Neither is true, and just an assumption he runs with for no particular reason other than assuming it's discrediting Pumpkin. Cool. He goes on saying how he didn't get to civilly explain himself, and I am begging you to remember the way I spoke to him up to this point, especially in Cat Slayer. The way he's framing this like he was screamed at for 3 hours straight is literally clinically insane to me. He then apologizes again, yippee, the bare minimum, and contradicts himself immediately about not blaming me for everything. And I don't know how much harder I can gesture to every message he sent me so far, including the actual group chat itself. At this point, this is less about wanting an apology and more about him actually admitting he's wrong. His apology means nothing if he keeps
You
making
guys are so annoying. Just block him.
excuses or explains his behavior away, because saying sorry is an admission of doing something wrong, which at this point I didn't feel like Dreamer was able to, or rather willing to admit to. And eventually, we finally have a call. This call is almost 2 hours in length, and it's half an hour of me being genuinely concerned for Dreamer and trying to give him advice. I'm not going to play the entire call, and I'm not going to be releasing the full thing anywhere either, for a simple reason. Dreamer has been going around behind the scenes, giving people a very specific part of another call with him to frame things way worse than they were. We'll get there. And is refusing to release the full call. He's also gotten so fucking mad that I recorded this call that I simply don't want to give him the pleasure of releasing it. That, and again, I'm a bleeding heart. Dreamer genuinely is emotionally vulnerable in this call to the point of almost crying, and I'm not going to broadcast that to the world for a gotcha. So I'll simply go through the most important parts of this and play parts that I think matter. The first 30 minutes of the call is me recapping the situation, eventually touching upon how Dreamer can't force his morals and values in people.
Yeah, this is terrible. This is terrible. I don't know how we expect anybody to stop and read like this, like monstrosity of physical assault of reading all these screenshots.
And how he's not going to make people change because people have their own ideals and morality, and how him seeking attention the way he has is only going to hurt him. Here's a short clip of that.
It's not going to be a short clip.
It's
It's not a short clip, and it's on 2x speed, and it's super quiet, and the Wii music is over top of it. I'm going to freak out.
when people were pushing you, you immediately started self-victimizing again, blaming yourself, like blaming other people again, which showed us that you hadn't learned from what we were trying to impart on you. It wasn't just me. Why was trying to give you good advice? I was trying to give you good advice. I'm pretty sure a few other people on the server were giving you advice. You ignored that and came in again with the attitude of, I'm the person that's hurt. I'm the person that was wrong here, and I'm the person who's entitled. It's not my intention. Okay, what was your intention?
Hold on. How can that not be your intention? That's not even subtext. That's just the text. You made everything literally about you, about how people were different you, about how people would rally around you, about how you were affected, about how you were something that really held back. What do you mean that wasn't your intention? I'm just trying to explain myself.
What's this? I love when DZ sends me clips. This is great. We're going to take a little pause here. We're going to listen to this clip, and then I have to go piss girl, so, and smoke a cigarette. I know. Whoever edited this video is next in line for the electric chair, unfortunately. That. Okay, hang on. I'm waiting for this to load.
Is it that you were so focused on me?
Well, because that's the interesting drama.
Okay, so you're just drama farming. You just don't give a shit.
That's what I stream about, drama, bro.
True.
Is it that you were so focused on me?
Dude, why are you covering all this drama slop? Because I'm a drama streamer, bro. I cover drama, bro. Yeah, true. True, bro, true. It's so true. So true. Truer words have never been spoken. Truer words have never been spoken, bro. Is Falgy really fucking streaming again about, like, fucking Ponder? Why is everybody crashing out about Ponder, bro? Ponder's biggest sin is being, like, a cringe, middle-aged white woman on the internet. Like, why is everybody freaking the fuck out? Why is everybody freaking the fuck out? Why is everybody freaking the fuck out about Ponder, bro? Oh my god. That's crazy. That's so stupid. No. Go away. Okay, I'm putting your key jangling on, guys. I have to go to the bathroom, but I'm gonna smoke really quick. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Hang on. Everybody behave. Everyone behave. I'm watching you.
ride, no fear inside. State of mind, we breaking. In the night we ride, no fear inside. State of mind, we breaking. In the night we ride, no fear inside. State of mind, we breaking. Yo, we thuggin', never gonna stop. Yo, we thuggin', never gonna stop. In the night we ride, no fear inside. State of mind, we breaking. In the night we ride, no fear inside. State of mind, we breaking. In the night we ride, no fear inside. State of mind, we breaking. Yo, we thuggin', never gonna stop. 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 Yo, we thuggin', never gonna stop.
All right, I'm back. What? Is this video, who put this in here? Who put this in here? The Beckett one, is that timestamped? Are they talking about the Auschwitz channel? Is that timestamped? Please say yes. Please say yes. Please say yes. Dude, my internet is being so fucking slow today. What the frick? Oh, it is timestamp. Perfect.
I'm just here reading the fucking Nazi X-Men fanfiction.
This
Nazi
is
X-Men fanfiction.
amazing. I love this.
What?
Have you ever seen that clip of Charles Xavier giving Magneto the Holocaust ray? Like he puts the Holocaust in his
This is 1945. This is #1 X-Men, or the second in command, not like others. Anna Schmidt, Sophie Anna Falaz, works for Shaw in the camp. She's a nurse, studied medicine, and keeps check on everyone when nobody looks, even the Jews. Dude, shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Does anybody have a link to this? Shut up. Shut up. Can we read this fanfic? Is there... what do I search to find this? Oh my god, you're lying. This is so funny. AU #1 X-Men. AU fanfic. Is this it? Is this it? Is this it? Yes. Oh no. Oh no. Dude. Is this the right one? Hang on, there's a bunch of these that pop up. I think it's this one. I think it is this one. Let's go down a little bit. Is it by this person? Is this the same person? What is this one called? Second in command that was not like others. Second in command. Does anybody have a link to this, you guys? Dude, who... Someone has to have a link to this. Somebody please find this. I have to read it. Someone find it. I have to read it. Someone please find this for me. Is there like a link in here? Hang on. My internet again is just fucking cucking me right now. Hang on.
Hey man, I'm...
Is there... There's gotta be a link. Hang on, I'm looking. Hang on. Bro, what the hell? It's like right here. There's not a full link to it. Is there really not a full link to it? Dude.
Tell ya. No. Oh yeah, you are muted. Sorry. Sorry. I don't have to get cancelled.
Thank God, I don't have to. We don't have to get.
I wonder if I look up the character names, maybe. What is it? Anna Schmidt, aka Sophie. Anna Flaws. Anna Flaws. X-Men fanfic. You number 1 X-Men. Somebody has to have a link to this. Please let me read this. Please let me read it. Please let me read it, guys. Please. I want to read the Nazi Germany fanfic. What is this? What is this, bro? I'm gonna freak out. Good. First, my soul will go into your body, searching for magic. You don't smell like a normal demon. I can feel magic, too. Blushing, Beck looks at him and says quietly, I will consider this as rape. Got it? Dude, please. You guys, please. Somebody sent this to me. I have to read it. Somebody find it. I have to read this. I will not rest until I've read this fucking fanfic, dude. That's awesome. That's awesome, dude. Please. That's so funny. Oh, fuck. That's so good. Okay, let's continue with this video while I look for this. This is so funny.
This way I can't. And when I came back, I didn't want to be the victim or anything. I just wanted...
Oh, Chris, you're in here. Do you have a link to the Holocaust fanfic? Please say yes.
Where to go? Somewhere I could feel safe from everything that's happening. It's just the outcome I did not expect. I did not think that would happen. I thought lying to you about this or why I was there.
I should ask Beckett. You're right. Where is he? Do you have a copy of the X-Men Holocaust fanfic that Hidden wrote? For science, of course. That's so funny.
I was cold partying that let me more upset, and that made me more anxious, and the only person that I knew to talk to was you, and I'm sorry that I put all that shit onto you. I just had no one else to talk to. I felt like I was being shut out from the entire server after a week of trying to fit in, and then suddenly, I don't know why, my video gets brought up, and then I have people saying that I'm a liar, that I say I want, like, that I think Vlad's bad father, or anyone can be there, all these bad stuff, and the video, like, my message, all for your video about, like, civility, empathy, all that, just not talked about. Just only certain things talked about it. And
the main point I was trying to get across, no one is listening to at all.
Well, I'm gonna be for real. That's the unfortunate reality of being a content creator. And there's part of me that understands why you chose to do public with video.
Yeah, I'll play the Wii U music over it. Yeah, I will. Really quick, let's get some good music since we're being savagely tormented. Let's get some good music. Really quick. Just quickly. Oh fuck, I accidentally opened up the same link. That's my bad because I'm stupid. Hang on. Oh, where's this one that I want? Let's listen to some good music really quick. This guy is gonna be big. This guy is gonna be big. This guy's name is the Liu Kang Project. This guy's gonna be big. I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you right now. It's gonna be big. It's gonna be big. If this will ever fucking play. I don't know what God is punishing me.
You need to shut the fuck up.
This guy's gonna be big, you guys. He's gonna be big. I can feel it. I can feel it. I can feel that he's gonna blow up. I can feel it. I think Atlian's played his remix as well. It's gonna be big. It's gonna be big. We're gonna have to write home about that one. That's amazing. Amazing. It's beautiful, isn't it? Oh, it makes me so happy. Okay, let's continue. Now that we've had some good music, let's go back to suffering.
But I went into politics and understandable because you end the video talking about how you no longer have the song that you previously had, one you appreciated and wanted. It's very clear, and I don't mean this remarkably.
I also really like as well that this is sped up to 2 times speed, and I don't think it's supposed to. Big fan.
You do not know how to handle the heat when it comes away. Because it ends with you being defensive, it ends with you, victimizing yourself, it ends with you either intentionally or unintentionally manipulating people, and you...
Stop manipulating people.
And so it's even weirder to me when I see messages from you, or, community posts, when you talk about humbly declaring war on the commentary community. And I also heard you pull with Lio, where, lie on parts of you, that is not your job to fix the commentary community, because you can't. There's people who are not going to listen to you, there's people who are not going to care. And, great someone is like, Muffin could care less about anything you have to say, but Muffin has to be able to be empathetic. They just choose to be very particular with who gets the empathy. I'm a dumbass who's empathetic towards everybody, because I would like to have that empathy for myself.
No, bro, I'm not going to play LMFAO.
More often than not, I might get that. But that's also a decision I make for myself, based on my morals and my ethics. Much like you have your decision made on your morals and your ethics, but you do not get to force those on the rest of the community just because you think they're right. People like Becky are not going to magically start caring. People like Vlad are not going to magically stop using words just because you make a video. Akula is not going to magically not call you the arbiter when he hears about something bring out. And you're putting unnecessary stress on yourself by forcing yourself in these situations, and then ending up surprised when people slap back harder than you would like them to. And I'm partial, like, a part of me is incredibly worried for you, because I can tell you're anxious, and I can tell you're defensive, and I can tell that you just really want to wrong. But the self-sabotage, by putting yourself in a situation you cannot handle, and you're hurting people like you're hurting people like me, you're hurting people like Lio, you're hurting people like, I don't know, basically us. There's people you, whether you're hurt, even though you're help.
No, this is her. She sped this part of the video up. This isn't me.
I gave you that advice the first time you went out back, where I told you, if you do not want to get attention, then do not put yourself in the spotlight where you can get it. But you keep on just doing that. Even the community post you made, you tagged Akulu, you tagged Lio, you tagged Vlad, I think, and you tagged Couldn't See It. That makes people see that. That makes people react to that. That makes people make fun of you. And it ends in situations like this, for example, where Lio puts that, that community post into the server, and I see it, and I comment because I want to write the narrative that's being written there, and it ends up with other people coming to your post, and that makes you more offensive, and it makes you more anxious, and it leads to the whole cycle starting from you again, where you are going to be manipulated again. And that's a problem, because that makes people like me, people who were originally on your side, not want to be on your side, because now I feel like you use me.
This works, right?
Everything that happened to you despite me not being full. And I feel bad because you felt entitled to my like me defending you, and you felt entitled to my compassion and my patience and my grace, when you're really not. Like the most
This is better, isn't it? Oh yeah, this is way better. Oh, this better be a good drop, guys. Let's go. Ooh. This is what we could have had. This is what we could have had if Hidden didn't suck.
I personally think it's the most you're entitled to a cylinder. I can be civil with you. That's the most I owe you. But even that, I wouldn't owe you
For all this, I don't blame you for all this. I don't. The group, not your group, the group you're a part of. Lio's group. What actually even wider than that? The bigger picture.
Dreamer goes into his martyrdom again, talking about how he wants to make the internet a safe space. I push back, letting him know that's not his responsibility. It's each their own responsibility to create a space they feel safe in. I push hard that it's his responsibility only to take care of them first and foremost, before anyone else. He puts on a light Yagami expression saying how the world is negative. I push back, letting him know that he should simply find more positive things to look at. Now, people have a funny habit of saying I forced Dreamer to take down his community post in the Hypocrites video. Here's the segment of the call where he takes it down himself after a conversation, roughly 30 minutes into the call. Ironically, I say I wouldn't make a commentary video out of this, which, look at me now, Dreamer. I can't believe you forced my hand.
Look at me now. I'm getting paper.
Make 7 commentary videos on you and point the finger at you and talk about how terrible you are. I sure I was with say that wasn't even at some point I was angry, maybe I'm a little like hurt, but that's something just I'm sure you first do. I'm sure you understand. So it's not that I'm coping and seeking anyone voice for you. I want you to find a way to cope healthily with the emotions you have and the anxieties you struggle with, and that might have to be away from my space. But I'm sure there's another space that would have to be with yours.
Yeah, I just gotta find it in the way of
all that. I just gotta try to find it. Yeah, thanks. It might take a while, but it'll be worth it in the end. So, like, that's
This video is just giving me cancer. That's really all that's happening.
And how to fix them going forward. And like, you just find a group or this Discord server or anything that, you know, you can feel comfortable around.
Bro, we're not even halfway done with this fucking video. This is nuts. What's the next section? I thought that this was going to be a short clip. I thought that's what we were told. Remember, she said, I'm going to play a short clip. Do you guys remember that? Do you remember when she said, I'm going to play a short clip? She's a fucking liar. She's a liar.
Liar!
She's a fucking lying whore.
For you. I'm not gonna keep you much longer and repeat my points. Unless there's something I want to say or something you want to say, I think I'm gonna be out of here. Not only that, but Dreamer admits in his apology to Lyo that he should have taken down the video earlier. So no, he wasn't strong-armed into taking it down. He recognized it shouldn't stay up because it was going to make things worse for him. Look at this. This is where I genuinely felt like Dreamer understood my points and
Please don't
concerns
play
before
another
him
sped up
of his
audio
own
clip,
volition,
please.
taking down the video by privating it
I
and
can't
deleting his
take
community
it.
post. And this entire thing was solved in 30 minutes
Can't
and
take
35
it.
seconds, at least for me. The other 1.5 hours are Lyo's and to an extent mine, because I give Lyo a chance to speak, given at this point this had repeatedly now affected his space
That
too.
always goes
Lyo
really
was a lot
well.
more stern than I was. Lyo didn't believe Dreamer the
Stern.
way I did and had severe doubts about Dreamer actually understanding what I told him. He detailed being sick and tired of this happening over and over again, and actually crashes out a few times. And he even detailed
He
stories
does,
Lyo
true.
being taken advantage of has become a genuine trigger for him.
Oh my
especially after the
god.
Windows Peaches fiasco.
Oh my god. He gets taken advantage of, you guys. His heart is just too big. He's like the Grinch. It grew 3 sizes. You guys, that's so cute. That's so cute. People are taking advantage of my kindness. Oh, brother, this guy stinks.
And in his eyes, that's just what Dreamer did after Lyo had a phone call with him when he joined and offered to serve as 13 in a few screenshots to prove there's worse things somebody can be called. The rest of the call is them ridiculing Dreamer and his actions, along with calling into question the validity of his motives. At the 1 hour and 30 minutes mark, I snap at Dreamer. He brings up how he sacrifices his mental health for us people to help the internet, and I couldn't fucking stand it. I tell him that the people actually sacrificing something are me, Lyo, and whoever else deals with him.
What do you know about sacrifice? How many rape children have you saved? Answer, none. Like, dude, literally shoot me in the fucking face, please. Like, are you so for real right now? Are you the only people that really know what it's like to suffer for the more vulnerable is me, Lyo. Dude, the only people that suffer are the people that you directly interact with because you make it a million times fucking worse. You're not suffering at all. It's like you walk right in front of a moving train and you're like, oh my god, I can't believe the train would do this to me. I'm such a victim. You guys can't like tie yourselves to the train tracks and then be shocked Pikachu when you get ran over by a fucking train. What the fuck is happening right now? What's going on, bro?
By repeatedly being kind when he steps us in the
Oh, I'm not muted. It's probably my bit rate. We'll wait. We'll wait. Hang on. Is it working now? Are we good? 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 Are we good, guys? Fucking gnat in here. How are we? We're good? Okay. We're good. Excellent. Love to hear it. Perfect. All good in the hood. All right, let's continue.
back and twists our neck the way he twists the retelling of the story, and how he puts more effort into being sorry to Gilda than to me, how appalled I am by just how self-centered he's been for the last hour after my segment with him, and how absurd he is for expecting to be defended, and how his martyrdom of saving the internet is weird. I yelled, I'll admit, but I do end up walking back on the yell and apologizing to him. This call ends with Lyo giving him stern pointers of what he should actually do, which is enjoy his
Very
real life
cool.
and socialize there, because socializing online clearly isn't beneficial to him. The call ends here. After this, it's silence. It seems that Dreamer went his way, having taken down his video and enjoying his life elsewhere, until he comes the fuck back. Holy fucking shit. Why? On the 23rd of June.
Because he knew that you guys would crash out, and you did, and it was awesome. Thank you. 1,000 years, Lyo Tent, because you guys are too stupid to disengage. 1,000 years, Lyo Tent.
He returns with a multitude of things. For once, he tags me, Lyo, Vlad, and Akumu directly in the video. And guess what it's about? Correct. The impersonation. And unironically, finally, it's got actual proof. It took almost 1.5 years for this guy to deliver proof for the one impersonation that actually occurred. And
So you admit he was impersonated. Okay.
Be for real, I did not care. I ignored the tag, I moved on
Oh.
with my day. Until I couldn't. Because I realized that he had also put this video in the group chat that me and Layo had made to speak to him. Again, screenshots on screen, specific
Oh
parts.
my
censored.
god, I tried to move on with my life, but I couldn't because he sent the message again. Have you ever had a real fucking problem in your entire life? Please euthanize me.
Because Dreamer asked them to be censored, and all hell breaks loose. Everyone in the group chat is immediately hostile for a multitude of reasons, mostly being that he was asked to stay away from us, but also that in the grand scheme of things, up to this point, his
Can
impersonation
you guys not just fucking block him? He was asked to stay away. You guys know that you can literally just block him, right? Are you fucking kidding me? I'm gonna cry.
did not matter anymore, and even if his claims are true, it changed nothing. And we express as much to him. Everyone mostly goes into how no one cares about the impersonation, how no one wanted him to come back, and this is where things really kick off, because this is Dreamer explaining that he is the victim, and actually he's the one being harassed, after 3 months of people forgetting he even existed. God fucking damn it. I'll admit the tone in this conversation wasn't civil or kind, and frankly, it didn't need to be. While I disavow of people making fun of his trauma
I
and people
disavow.
not doing it, everyone, including me, was so fucking fed up with this guy and his perpetual victimhood. So no
You guys, if I ever get this mad at something online, I don't know what to say. Like, call an ambulance for me. I don't know. Like, literally just block people. People that are annoying, blocked. People that bother me, blocked. People that I think are stupid, blocked. Like, that's literally what the function is there for. I don't understand.
one was taking him seriously and consistently poking at him. Ironically, this group chat also has his first admittance of remaining obsessed with me ever after I read out the comment of his possible impersonator a year ago. We'll get there. This leads to a very infamous call
You've
that
been saying
lasted
that for a
an hour.
while,
call that Dreamer
girl.
recorded and refuses to release because he's weaponizing it very specific.
He's been saying we'll get there a lot. Are we there yet? Great movie starring Ice Cube. Right? Yeah, Ice Cube. Great movie. Great movie. Are we there yet? Great one. Great one. Equally as good sequel. Are we done yet? Also good one. Also good one. Very, 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 very relevant to this current moment in my life.
Part of it. Most of the call was us reiterating that he shouldn't rely on us to validate him, that the impersonation doesn't matter, and that he needs to let go of this parasocial attachment to the story. It also goes into him, how he should get a job, and this is the important part, pay attention now. Lyle asks
paying
Dreamer what his
attention.
plan is once his parents are gone, since he seems so unable to handle himself. Dreamer, unprompted, states his plan is to game into himself since he's only still alive for his family. Lyle then answers, why wait? Dreamer will go on to take this part of the
Yeah, so that's we've talked about this before. This is encouraging somebody to commit suicide. If our queen here is stupid enough to read Dreamer saying, if you hate gay people, would you still hate your kid if your kid was gay? If Hidden is so stupid that she thinks that is implying that Vlad would abuse his fucking kid, she must be able to understand that this is very clearly, like, if we're going to offer that kind of grace, we should be able to understand that this is like telling Dreamer to kill himself right now then. Why wait? Just do it now. Yeah, that's quite literally what that is. And let's be totally fucking real. Like, do we honestly think that's a serious comment? I say that shit all the time. What are you gonna do when your dog dies? I don't know. Probably fucking blow myself up. I don't know. I don't want to live without my dog. I love my dog. Like, are we genuinely thinking that Dreamer is actually gonna fucking kill himself when his parents die? Or is that probably just like an exasperated statement because you guys are so fucking exhausting to deal with because all of you are dumb as a bag of fucking Skittles? I just don't understand it. And again, I would have so much more patience. I would have so much more tenderness in my heart if everybody just stopped being such a little fucking shrewd bitch about it and was like, no, I did tell Dreamer to kill himself and I'll do it again. Like, stop being such a fucking coward. It's like tender queer behavior. Maybe it's particularly agitating to me because I spent a lot of time on, you know, the transgender side of the internet for a while. But it's like, if you're going to say it, just say it with your fucking chest. Why are you being such a fucking bitch about it, dude? It was the same thing with the dead mom jokes about Dreamer's mom. Oh, well, I didn't know. And in the moment, I was really wrapped up in it. And I don't know why I did that. It was so out of character to me. No, I made fun of his dead mom. It was fucking hilarious. And I'll make fun of his dead mom again. I have like 10 more dead mom jokes in the chamber right now. Why don't you get him in the call? Why can't anybody just like own up to it? Just own up to it. Just say it. Say it, Bella. It's the skin of a killer. Just say it.
conversation and run around saying Lyo told him to, jump off a bridge in Minecraft. This is in fact not what Lyo is doing. Lyo is calling his bluff and saying that if he did want to shrimp himself, why would he wait?
That's crazy that he couldn't do that to Hopeless Peaches, though, because her e-pussy was so juicy. So sad. So sad. If only he had more resolve in the past. But every day is an opportunity to grow and learn new things about yourself and develop more skills, more insight. Life is a journey, you guys. Never take it for granted, okay?
until his parents are gone, saying he doesn't actually want to do it because he's a coward. Later on, Lio absolutely directly asked Dreamer to tie a knot around his neck and seal the deal, but not only do I
Oh, so he does tell him to kill himself. Okay, guys, but he technically only said it one time, so... Lio is just like a very deranged, violent person, which I think is crazy. I think there's a difference between comedic statements for hyperbolic effect, like, I'm gonna lay in the street, or, oh my god, please euthanize this person. Like, I think there's a difference between that and genuinely getting so mad that you're like, I think that you should fucking stick the knife into your jugular and twist it until you bleed and your body's twitching on the floor and your fucking mom finds your dead body. Well, not even your mom, because your mom's dead. The ghost of your mom finds your dead fucking body in a pool of... It's like, you should seek psychiatric help. Right now. Immediately.
About this and actually call Lio cringe for it. Expressing this kind of language makes him look like a 12-year-old in a cart lobby, and it also gives people an easy out because they'd rather focus on him saying deliver a handshake to God personally than his actual point. It didn't actually happen here, and Dreamer misframing it is again a pattern and a choice, I guess. Anywho, while this line of questioning to call a bluff is a little wild, the fact that Dreamer will use this to frame Lio as more malicious than he was to victimize himself is really interesting. Again, Dreamer, if you're not a coward, release the full call. But you won't. I know you won't, because your little narrative won't work anymore. In hindsight, frankly, we shouldn't have had to.
Well, because I think that if we arm twist people into being incredibly vulnerable and then use that as a weapon to attack them later with embarrassing personal information or people sharing, lower parts of their life in order to kind of relieve some of the pressure that other people are putting on them. Yeah, I would say that's probably pretty inappropriate. Like if I had, let's just say hypothetically, I have like a debate with somebody, let's say, I don't know, spin the wheel. Let's say that magically somehow we talk to Poppy. Let's say magically that happens. And in the conversation, Poppy reveals some like a really fucked up personal information or tells like a really fucked up traumatic story or something like that at the end of the conversation out of pure exasperation. Yeah, I think it's fair to be like, I would appreciate if that was kept private because I was kind of like at my wit's fucking end and that was crazy. Obviously, if it's a statement where it's like, I am going to come and kill you, then okay, like, yes, you should be put on blast for that. But you know what I mean? I think it's just exceptionally cruel and it's mean-spirited and evil-natured. Something that is done by someone who is not pure of heart. And so, yeah, I think that all of these people are fucking evil, yes.
This call and probably just blocked the guy and moved on. This was a colossal waste of everyone's time because all it was Dreamer playing the victim more over a part of the story that's nothing more but a side quest at this point. In double hindsight, Dreamer also should have just left us the fuck alone, and he has the ability to press the leave call button after he noticed we weren't falling for his schemes nor willing to validate him. So we all fucked up here. Oops, I guess. But at the same time, I don't understand why a situation from over a year ago occupies him so much that he just had to return to it. And
it occupies you enough that you made an 1.5 hour long video about it, which is more than you could ever say about Dreamer. Dreamer made like what? 2 10-minute videos about it trying to prove that he was impersonated. And instead we spent God knows how long. Does anybody know how long it took her to make this video? Anybody? Anybody know? We spent God knows how much time recording this dogshit gameplay, terrible audio balancing, the gayest memes I've ever seen in my entire fucking life, over the loudest, most annoying music that you could fucking find. Like, come on. You care just as much, if not more, than Dreamer does. Let's be so real.
Prove his innocence, when what he said in his actual video was way worse than what the impersonator stated. And the fact that he didn't lead with the evidence he very clearly was able to get, instead of spending his time with no evidence and trust me bros, is just fucking wild. But whatever, it's only going down from here.
Wow.
So this is the part that led to this entire
That's
thing
the one
becoming
part of
on
the video
27th
that's
of
loud.
June, there was a fight in Glass Raven server after Lio discovered Dreamer was within it. It starts with Dreamer tagging Lio directly and calling him abusive. This leads to the, and I hesitate calling it that, debate on Glass Raven's channel, the infamous Rosa 2.0 call. And I'm going to be for real, I don't care to go over it. Frankly, this debate shouldn't even have happened, and that's for a multitude of reasons. One, it's very clear that
Thank
Raven
you
and
for
Class,
your
except for
permission.
possibly Yen, all had no clue in regards to the history of this person, and barely had done any research, gathered evidence, or had any information on this person. Two, it was moderated very well. And three, it led to nothing and was a huge nothing burger. And it wasn't necessary. Holy shit, I get it. Lio makes easy content, but this situation was so fucking minuscule, especially in the grand scheme of things, that it didn't need to be public.
I don't understand like the cognitive dissonance here. Like I don't understand what doesn't click for these people. Because even when you lay out to me, when we sit down and we've spent 46 minutes and 38 seconds together hearing about the crimes of Dreamer and why Dreamer sucks, you still look fucking insane for having a call where you guys are just screaming at him, making fun of him for his dead mom, clowning on him, picking on him, saying the same fucking joke 27 fucking times. Like, even after all of that, even after you've explained to me ad nauseum why Dreamer is such a fucking loser and such a fucking piece of shit and all this other shit, I still think that you're the asshole in this situation. What is not clicking here? What is not clicking here? Dreamer's biggest sin is being really fucking annoying. And you guys decide to go level 10 fucking nuclear on him. You guys are the ones that look insane here. I don't understand this cognitive disconnect. I don't get it.
This way at all. If anything, this made the entire thing worse because everyone picked the situation up and nobody did any research into how we got here and blew this entire thing so far out of proportion.
Why the fuck does it, even if, let's just pretend that we all sat down crisscross applesauce and we did all of the research that Hidden did. Let's just pretend. Is it not reasonable that I would still have the same conclusion? Because I would. Because this is deranged behavior. You guys are all terminally online. You guys need to go outside. You are quite literally Nosferatu that will disintegrate into dust if sunlight touches your skin. Like, it is insane to me that you can sit down and in the best presentation possible, this is a scripted video. None of what you have described is enough to go full fucking sicko mode on Dreamer. He's a little autistic. He's a little weird. He's a little annoying. Okay. That means that we go level 10 fucking bomb Nagasaki? What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about, bro?
And this isn't solely something I would blame on Raven for. I would blame on everybody here. Lyle shouldn't have felt the need to beat a dead horse on stream after Dreamer had gotten his ass beaten repeatedly already. Raven shouldn't have felt the need to monetize this into content, and the jury shouldn't have just sat there watching this for the teehees.
It's everyone's fault but Lyo's. You guys, it's not Lyo's fault that he got so mad that his blood pressure monitor went off. It's not his fault. It's everyone else's fault for not protecting Daddy Kitten. It's everybody else's fault. Lyo is an adult who doesn't have any agency. He's just like a rabid dog who, anytime that somebody pisses him off, he goes full sicko mode and tells them to kill themselves and makes fun of their dead mom and just crashes the fuck out. Like, do you understand that this is the person that you guys have all charged with leading a community, and you're describing him to me like someone who is so mentally ill with such poor emotional regulation that everybody else has to maintain his relationships for him. Otherwise, he will go absolutely insane. Like, does no one realize this? Does no one tuning into this? No, yeah, it's stupid.
The entire thing was ridiculously overblown, and I have a hard time understanding why. I think, personally, and this is directed at Raven, just because it gives you views, it doesn't mean it has to be online. You had no clue who Dreamer was and what he did.
Dude, you guys are the ones that turned every single fucking interpersonal conflict into fucking content. The call is coming from inside the house. Like, how can you expect anyone in this community to act better when the behavior that you're modeling is quite literally what you seek to destroy? You're like, guys, not everything has to be clout. Not everything has to be content. Not everything has to be like a dunk video. Not everything has to be made into, a circus. Not everything has to be like a big, clown show or whatever the fuck. That's quite literally the community that has been built. Of course, if you build a specific kind of community, everybody is going to follow suit and act in congruence with the community that has been made. Like, yes, this is the spirit of the community, is that you guys love picking on people. You guys love making content out of dunking on people. That's like, it's chud dunking. It's lazy and it's boring, but that's what it is. And then you guys are shocked when people in the community emulate that behavior, when the leader of the community, quite literally, is the one that starts it every single time. This has to be a joke. These people can't be this dumb, dude. You have to be kidding. You guys have to say JK right now. You guys have to say JK right now.
You had no clue of the history between Lyo, me, and Dreamer. The reply to Lyo coming to you and saying, "Can I poke at him in your server?" should have been, "No, keep your beef out of here," and not, "Let's have a 3-hour, barely mediated and completely unnecessary stream." I understand you view this as entertaining and probably assumed Lyo being a presence on your channel is a nice little view boost, but this was, in my opinion, not the move to make. And frankly, at the Lyo haters, y'all shouldn't have picked this up to cover as the Rosa Call 2.0 when y'all didn't even bother to do any research at all, and somehow
It literally, all of these are just a repeat of Rosa. Some worse, some better, some not as bad, some much, much, much worse than the original Rosa Call, but that's what all these are. It's like a continual loop of finding somebody who's a little bit of an oddball, somebody who's a soft target, flambeing them live for, yes men points, like clapping seals at the fucking, aquarium. That's what every single one of these calls is. When the spirit of every engagement is rooted in the exact same sycophantic need to tear down and berate and verbally abuse people that you consider less than you and people that are not intellectually equipped to defend themselves. Yes, the spirit of the Rosa Call lives on every single fucking time you guys open Discord to dog on somebody. And unfortunately for Lyo, and for everybody who is approximately involved with the Rosa Call, that is going to haunt you forever. That is not something that you are ever going to be able to get away from. Everywhere that you go, you are the guy from the Rosa Call, because you decided that your ego and your righteous fury, that was entirely misplaced, by the way, was more important than the well-being of somebody who was intellectually that of a child. because that's the kind of opponent that you have to pick. And it's actually fantastic that you will never escape the fact that you are known as the biggest pussy in the entire universe, that you had to pick on someone that has a fucking caregiver, that you are such a fucking spineless, gutless, pathetic waste of space, that is the person that you decided to berate. So yes, every interaction carries with it the spirit of that call, and it will haunt you until the day that you die, and even after, because there is a special place in hell for people that pick on smaller, weaker beings for joy to feel big. Lio, you don't have to pick on other people to feel big. You are quite literally already big. Okay? It's spineless, it's gutless, it's wretched, it's vile, it's disgusting to me. It's aberrant.
Hi, Malcolm. Took someone else's third-party assumptions.
Oh, that's me! Oh, wait!
Boost. This was, in my opinion, not the move to make. And frankly, at the Lio haters, y'all shouldn't have picked this up to cover as the Rosa Call 2.0 when y'all didn't even bother to do any research at all. And some of y'all, hi Malcolm, took someone else's third-party assumptions.
Oh my god, that's me, bitch. Hang on. Oh my god. Is this bitch in Falji's Discord server? Hang on. Well, who is this? Hidden heroine. Show member list. Search. Hidden heroine. Message hidden heroine. Heyo. Hope all is well. I see that you mentioned me in your Dreamer video. Would love to chat. Love to chat about some of the takes. Thanks in advance. Thanks for your time. Exclamation point, because I'm a manic white woman that works at an office. I have to put just the right amount of exclamation points so nobody thinks that I'm mad at them, but I can't put too many exclamation points because I don't want people to think that I'm crazy. It's a very fine balance. It's a very fine balance. You know what I'm saying? Wow. Let's see. Okay, let's continue.
As fact, in order to go over this, this was a math of nothing burger. And while I appreciate clowns embarrassing themselves, this is not the way it needed to happen. This stream goes over the same things we've been skimming over this entire time. The trauma dumping, the victimization, the weird massive upset at being called Barbie, calling Lio abusive, throwing claims at Lio he found online from other content creators.
Hang on, let's run this down real
Malcolm
quick.
has all the IQ of a baked potato, so no, I don't think so.
I don't know why Arlette silences you, Sai. I don't know why. She just really doesn't like you. She's like me. Oh, there she goes. Oh, unironically, certainly. That's, of course, what's going to happen. Everybody witness, please. Thank you, Sai. Or my last email. So let's run these down really quick, guys. What are we saying here? What are we saying here?
Hi, Malcolm. Took someone else's third-party assumptions as fact in order to go over this. This was a math of nothing burger. And while I appreciate clowns embarrassing themselves, this is not the way it needed to happen. This stream goes over the same things we've been skimming over this entire time. The trauma dumping, the victimization, the...
Okay, trauma dumping. How the fuck is Dreamer trauma dumping or self-victimizing a problem when that's like the culture in the community? Again, I don't know how you can curate a very specific kind of community and then get mad when that behavior is emulated. If the person who runs a community behaves a certain way, it is fair to assume that people that dwell within that community are going to emulate that behavior. That's why, I don't know if my old head Malcolms are in here. If anybody remembers way back in the day, the Discord used to be very strictly moderated. And after a while, I was kind of like, this is actually pretty stupid. You guys are like timing people out for saying less racy shit than I say on stream. That's actually kind of crazy to me. Let's sit down and fix this because I don't think that's fair. I think that people should be allowed to make jokes in the same spirit that I make. That's just kind of how that goes. You have a community, the way that the leader of the community behaves, people that join that community and orbit that community, their behavior will naturally follow. That doesn't make any sense. This entire community is based around trauma dumping. It is quite literally the meme of like, should I record myself having this mental breakdown and upload it online? That's quite literally what all of these fucking people do. So of course that is going to be the natural consequence of curating that kind of behavior or that kind of community. What's next?
Weird massive upset at being called Barbie, calling Lio abusive.
Upset about being called Barbie. And that, again, is because everybody was quite literally sexually harassing Dreamer and telling him to shove a Barbie doll up his ass. So yes, that would also make me uncomfortable. If everybody had a joke where it was like, "Oh my God, Malcolm we're gonna start calling you Labubu because I know you want to fuck a Labubu. I know that you want to feel a Labubu inside you," and everybody was being like fucking weird and freaky about it. I'd be like, "Yeah, maybe we don't. Maybe we drop the Labubu meme, you guys. This is getting a little racy. We're getting a little racy, guys. I'm not. I suddenly don't like Labubus anymore. Suddenly, I don't like them. Okay."
Brain claims that Lio he found online from other.
Oh, and then Lio being abusive. Depends on how you want to define abuse, because everybody is going to have kind of different working definitions of this. Like, my internet will load, because like when you think of abuse, it has to be like a very specific set of criteria, because if you broaden it too much, it can mean like anything. Like, for example, if you say that like yelling at other people is abusive, I don't know if I would categorize it as abuse if like the random homeless guy that you saw yelled at you one time. I wouldn't consider that to be abusive or like a situation of abuse. I think that it has to be something that like is cruel, exceptionally cruel. And of course, cruelty is like a subjective judgment, right? But something like intentionally inflammatory to like inflict harm on somebody else for like malignant purposes, like you're doing it to be evil and mean. And then you have to do it regularly and repeatedly. Like, it can't just be like a one-off, right? Like, if somebody says something really mean to you on Twitter, I don't think I would consider that like an abusive interaction. Like, maybe that person's a dick or mean or whatever, but it has to be repeated. And then I think that there has to be some kind of contingency where there's like a fear or a threat of if you leave, something bad will happen, or that there's not really like an out for the other person. So like, if you think of like an abusive relationship, something that's really key to that dynamic is that at least one person of that dynamic doesn't feel like they can leave. Whether that's true or not, like physically they can get up and walk away, right? Physically they can stand up and leave the situation, but there's something that's keeping them there. I think that it has to be like intentionally cruel. It has to be repeated and done so regularly, and that it has to be to someone who doesn't at the very least feel or perceive that there's an opportunity to leave the situation. And if that's the case, I would say that we have certainly met the threshold for abuse. Because if people want to play, definition torture, that's certainly something that people can do, and I have no problem playing definition torture. But I think that you have to be pretty specific when you're describing abuse, because if you cast too wide of a net, well, then everyone's abusive. But if you cast too narrow of a net, it's like, okay, well, then you're going to say that this battered wife isn't abused because of X, Y, and Z, right?
Malcolm has all the IQ of a baked potato, so no, I don't think so.
I like to think abús és constant. No tu en dona.
Yeah, constant is definitely a big part of it as well. Thank you for the $2, everybody. Witness, please. So if we want to play debate pedantry and debate pervertry, I'm happy to play that game, but it certainly depends on the way that you would define it. But I would struggle to imagine a definition that somebody could describe to me of abuse that Lio Convoy does not meet that threshold for. Again, depending on what people individually want to define it as, I don't think that you could define it in a way that does not describe the way that Lio Convoy behaves as abusive. I don't think that's possible.
Content creators will get there when we'll get there. Claiming Lio abused a child. Spoiler, the person was neither abused nor a child.
Lio abused a child. I'm assuming this is Jordan. Jordan was, what, like 18, 19 at the time that he lived with Lio. Even long before Jordan moved in with Lio, I would consider Lio's behavior towards Jordan to still be abusive in many different metrics. I don't think that it only extends to and is isolated in Jordan living with Lio.
The impersonation. I really don't feel like touching this all again, because frankly, it's been covered by other people, and I'm not here to dissect something I've repeatedly dissected before. This call isn't the Rosa call. You know why? Because Dreamer brought himself here. He repeatedly joined spaces he knew he wasn't welcomed in anymore after his actions. He threw himself at people he knew wanted nothing to do with him, and he
It's not about somebody quote unquote asking for it or not. It's if the spirit of it is the same. And the answer to that question is yes. Because had we learned our lesson from the Rosa call, this call would not have happened. Had we learned our lesson from the Rosa call, there would not have been any other calls following the Rosa call. The problem, yet again, is that this is a black spot that will continue to plague your existence for the rest of your miserable lives because you are unable to comprehend the gravity of what you've done. And that's the way the world works. You do a shitty thing, people remember that. Okay? It doesn't matter how many times you tipped really well at Applebee's. It doesn't matter. It takes one time for you to cuss out the waitstaff, and then every single waitstaff at Applebee's never wants to seat you in their section again. Right? That's the way that people operate. So I'm sorry that these are the consequences of everyone's collective actions that allowed that call to take place. But that is the consequence of choosing to behave in such an aberrant and immoral and disgusting way. That is just the way the cookie crumbles, unfortunately.
Lyo specifically in order to make the claim he was abusive and was surprised when Lyo clapped back. This guy isn't as in need of care as Rosa was, and he's very aware of what he's doing and how it's going to affect people. He's vitriolic, angry, and manipulative, and he keeps repeatedly showing it. The Rosa call was fucked up. We know. We've been known. But this is not the Rosa call. This is Dreamer smashing headfirst into someone's window and screaming, "Pay attention to me, I'm a victim!" and being surprised he catches face when it doesn't work out in his favor. Feel free to criticize the language used with Dreamer in the debate, or the debate as a whole, but don't equate it to something it was marginally less worse than, in order to scream a buzzword you know nothing about, especially when you don't even do your research into how he got here. Thanks, this has been my TED Talk. After this, Dreamer got, for lack of better words, his ass beat in Raven server. People didn't take too kindly to his actions and his behavior. There's the usual of Dreamer claiming harassment in public and detailing his reasons for his inability to find a job, along with me pointing out that he is the victim of his choices and him actually admitting that he did compare me to his abuser, and him trying to make me out to be the villain because I was so mean after he explained his fifis to me. It's also interesting because we see him immediately switching to being polite and nice when someone shows an iota of kindness to him, and him begging not to have unnecessary stress put on somebody and himself.
That's so crazy. You mirror the way that other people treat you. That's so insane. If somebody walks up to you and they start fucking screaming at you, are you going to be like, "Oh, pleased to meet you? What can I do for you?" If somebody walks up to you and they're like, "Hey, how's your day?" You're like, "Oh, it's pretty good. How's your day?" Wow, crazy concept. That's so insane that the way that people approach you dictates your response. That's so fascinating, isn't it?
After he actively put himself and the person he's supposedly defending into the limelight again, and basically begged for attention from Lyo and Les Raven's entire audience. For context, you'll see on stream that in the stream, Dreamer claimed Lyo bullied a child, but refuses to give the actual name of the person. Lyo eventually figures out who it is, and it's proven that this person was
Who's the name of the person? Did they put it on here?
Begged for attention from Lyo and Les Raven's entire audience. For context, you'll see on stream that in the stream, Dreamer
Dreamer made the claim that I abused a child. Okay.
claimed Lyo bullied a
Where does he
child,
say
but
who it
refuses to give
was?
the actual name of the person. Lyo eventually
Oh, he never gives the name. Okay.
figures out who it is, and it's proven that this
Wait,
person
who is it? Who is it? Why are these going so fast?
Dreamer claimed Lyo bullied a child, but refuses to give the actual name of the person. Lyo eventually
Oh my fucking god. Stop! This is so fucking infuriating. Sorry, guys.
You'll see on stream that in the stream, Dreamer claimed Lyo bullied a child, but refuses to give the actual name of the person. Lyo eventually figures out who it is, and it's proven that this person was a whole
Malcolm has
lesson.
all the IQ of a baked potato, so no, I don't think so.
You're fucking telling me, Biolonic. I don't know what's wrong with our lad today,
És
guys.
horriplant manipulativa because we they aren't blocking him.
Because they're all fucking stupid and they need attention. Thank you, Biolonic, for the 499 witness, guys. Okay.
Told that Lyo
Okay, who is he talking about?
only prodded at for being dumb online.
Who the fuck are they talking about?
Again, Dreamer just runs with the narrative.
Oh yeah, this is a good one here too. You talking about how I wanted your genitals to me as sexual harassment. If you don't think so, then at least know I'm extremely uncomfortable with you talking to me like that. And Pumpkin says, cool, I won't talk to you like that. That's genuinely not sexually harassment, though, as someone who's gone through horrible sexual trauma. Weren't we just bitching that Dreamer tries to level up everybody's trauma? The Dreamer is always trauma dumping. And Dreamer's like, hey, could you please not say that I want your cunt so bad that I could die for it, I could bleed for it, I would do anything for this wet-ass pussy? It makes me really uncomfortable. And it's like, the raped is in, and speaking as the raped, you have no idea what sexual harassment even is as the ultimate rape victim. It's like, are you guys seriously this dumb? Are you guys seriously this dumb? And yes, because if the roles were reversed, if there was a guy who was like, you want my dick so bad, don't you? You want to slob on this fucking knob. I bet you want it so bad. I bet you dream about it. You wake up in a cold sweat because you want my dick so fucking bad, baby. Everybody would be like, that guy's a fucking freak and a perv, and you need to stop sexually harassing this girl. That's what every single person would say. And you're a liar if you say otherwise, because that is sexual harassment. That's what that is. It's disgusting. And the fact that you guys are like, okay, fine, I won't talk to you like that, but you weren't raped as hard as I was. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you guys? You guys genuinely are unwell. And for all the belly aching and the moaning and the bitching and the crying about the trauma measuring, you're literally doing it right now to Dreamer. Why do you think that he does that? It's probably because you guys did it first. You guys probably were like, oh, Dreamer, you're not that autistic. I'm way more autistic than you. And then Dreamer was like, oh, that's crazy because I was abused. And everybody's like, oh, he's power leveling. You guys power leveled first. What the fuck? This is insane. This is insane. Oh, sorry. Let me speed this back up. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Let me put that back. Let's put that back. Sorry.
Ever fact-checking and screams life-ruining allegations into public spaces like they're dollar bills in a strip club. And then Dreamer whines about me being disrespectful. You know, right after claiming Lio was abusive with zero evidence and getting the entire story wrong. But hey, you know, whatever. Dreamer tells us he's getting overwhelmed, and I suggest he leaves, to which Dreamer accuses me of pushing him out of spaces. Dramatic much? The discussion regarding the sexual harassment claim towards Pumpkin is also brought up, where everyone arrives at the consensus that it wasn't in fact sexual harassment, and at most vulgar language used towards
Wow, we did an internal audit, and we determined through our internal audit of our own company that there was no wrongdoing on the behalf of our company. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Very cool. I'm glad that you guys all sat down, got into a Discord call, and went exactly back and forth for like an hour. Then you were like, we tested to determine that there was no sexual harassment. Again, find me an instance of a man talking to a woman like that and tell me how fast your head would fucking spin to get that to stop. Because it's inappropriate. It is sexual harassment, and it is inappropriate to consistently badger someone saying that they want to fuck you. That's insane.
And Pumpkin owns up to making G-Man uncomfortable and agrees not to use that language towards him moving forward. He also makes a point to defend Susie for some reason, despite Susie having been just outed as an awful person, along with defending Bea, the person he claimed was a child, and that being disproven immediately, along with backpedaling when saying Lio was abusive to her, into asking Lio to give her more grace than usual because she's autistic. Again, I'm making a point that the discussion after the stream in the server was moderated just as poorly, because staff suddenly asked everyone to drop the topic, as if Dreamer hadn't just been monetized for clout, because the conversation was getting heated. Frankly, I don't think Raven Space is made for debates and rough conversations like these, and it doesn't have to be, but I think if you invite fire into the forest, you gotta be able to control burning trees, and I didn't see that happen.
That goes for
I don't
you
think
as well.
Raven or staff is awful for this, but if anything, this should have been a learning experience on when to engage and when to disengage and to simply remove somebody. After this, A Space, a fellow content creator, offers the server to talk, and boy, does it get worse.
You
Oh, this is the dead
The
mom one,
conversation
isn't
with
it?
Ace's server goes from being formally kept at bay to just fully unhinged. This section is going to be long, so strap in and enjoy the yapping. This is also where Dreamer will make grooming and abuse allegations with no proof whatsoever, so please pay attention. We start out with a conversation about Bea, the quote-unquote child that Lio supposedly abused. Lio reveals that 1, abuse never occurred, and 2, the person wasn't even a child. When Lio points out that Dreamer drops the victim actor on people that aren't receptive to it, Dreamer backpedals and calls it not taking us seriously, and then proceeds to whine about how he doesn't want to be used for content. Ironic, isn't it, given that he turned everything that happened to him ever into immediate content with no evidence? But okay. Dreamer proceeds to make a really unhinged comment that Lio should adopt me to keep me safe after Lio points out that Dreamer tends to prey on females more. Dreamer also quadruples down on calling Lio an abuser again and claims Lio—
Okay, why can you guys make the claim that Dreamer preys on females? Operative word there, preys on females. But you guys are going to hand wring and freak the fuck out because Dreamer said that Lio's a groomer, which he is, by the way. Like, how can you script this video out, read it over multiple times, record probably several shots of it, listen to it back while you're editing it multiple times, and not see that you just shot yourself in the fucking face? How do you not see that? How do you not notice this? How do you not notice this? This is insane.
was abusive to everyone that he ever fights with, only to have it pointed out again that he claimed abuse but ended up being entirely objectively wrong about it. His obsession with me specifically shines through again when I question him on why he cares so much about me believing him, and he admits that he's been holding on to thinking about me for over a year because I was the one reading out the stupid troll comments, so he's been obsessed with getting me to believe him. Help me. I am in hell. Whatever. Anyway,
Wow,
Dreamer
you can
doesn't
block
elaborate
him.
why me believing him matters so much, instead getting distracted with Lio claiming he was more mature than Lio, which, okay, sure. After a petty back and forth, he quintuples down on claiming Lio abused Bea after it being objectively proven that Bea wasn't a child and wasn't abused, and he says it's because she couldn't fight back because autism, I guess. Dreamer goes on about not wanting to control anyone.
Who's Vea? Who is Vea? Is that Peaches? Who the fuck is Vea? This is a new character. This is a new character to me.
despite, trying to control me about not speaking about his video, not talking to him publicly, demanding I protect and defend him publicly, demanding I show him me defending him. Do I really need to go on? And he ends with, all I wanted was to explain myself, after calling Lio an abuser, calling me an abuser, and whining about Pumpkin being a sexual harasser. But hey, who's counting? Dreamer continues this line of logic with telling me to find a job is ableist because I'm disabled, which, okay, I mean, I guess. You weren't told to find a job because you're disabled, though. You were told to find one because you're acting unemployed and not in the fun way. After more back and forth, it doesn't matter. Dreamer
That
finally
applies
returns
to all
to
of
his
you.
martyrdom of, I want a better internet, which he's doing a horrendous job at cultivating with his funny false allegations and his genuine inability to hold himself accountable.
I hope it comes out that Dreamer is just like a class A troll and he's been fucking with these people this entire time and they fell for it hook, line, and sinker every single time. After hearing Dreamer dogwalk Ari, I think that might be the case. I think he might be a sleeper agent. I think he might be like an MK Ultra sleeper agent. I think.
But potatoes. Dreamer also tries to make a jab at Lio that he's in places that end up infested with child predators, which is certainly a take. He also makes a really uncreative jab in regards to the Jack Skull, which points for an attempt, I guess, and moves on about blabbing about how he wants to socialize and wanting to make content that's so much better than the blood sports occurring. But okay, sure. I point out his content isn't that different. He argues it is because it's more interpersonal, whatever that's supposed to mean. I point out that his frequent misuse of serious allegations such as abuse and sexual harassment means that nobody's really going to take him seriously at all. Dreamer
Which is
accuses
crazy because the opposites happened. That's funny.
Lio of abuse again, and finally bringing up Sai and Lio's grievances with the lady. Lio told
Who the fuck is the person they're talking about then? Who's the abused child? Who's the hypothetically abused child? This is a new name. I haven't heard this one before. What's this one?
talks about Sai reading Stockholm, literal written CP, to make fun of it, to which Dreamer replies that it's not that serious. Lio's pressing Dreamer to explain.
I knew it. It was coming. It was coming. I knew it. I knew it. Something wicked this way comes, and it's an old lesbian. How many times do we have to teach everyone this lesson, old man? Like, you can have criticism of the medium that Sai used to mock Lily Orchard's writing. That's totally fine. In the same way, if somebody read like 50 Shades of Grey and was like, isn't this writing dog shit? I'd be like, did you have to pick that one? Sure. That's fair. I agree. Okay. I also would not pick 50 Shades of Grey to use an example. However, there is a significant difference between taking an excerpt of a book that is non-sexual to make fun, or I think it was a sexual passage, but I think it was like the scene was between two adults. It wasn't the pedophile part of the story yet. I don't know. I've never read Stockholm. I assumed that the entire thing was the pedophile part, but I don't know. I haven't read it, so I wouldn't know. So like if there's like an incest fan fiction, pedophilic incest fan fiction, and you pick a scene that has nothing to do with the incest pedophilia fan fiction or whatever the fuck, and you read that to critique the writing and make fun of it, you can have criticisms for that. That's fine. But to pretend that this is tantamount to like raping 1,000 people or promoting it or saying like, oh my God, everybody read this book, it's so good, or because I love like incest pedophilia, like that, like that's a leap. That is an insane leap of logic. Okay.
Her reading CP for fun and giving a child access to porn is okay. Dreamer says it's fine because it's ridiculing the sick fetish, which again, I'm just not going to touch it because what a take. When pressed to ask Sai why she doesn't H-gate the discussion around Lily, Dreamer deflects and just brings up Caitlin Coy for no particular reason.
What?
The take. When pressed to ask Sai why she doesn't H-gate the discussion around Lily, Dreamer deflects and just brings up
that doesn't even, the
Coy for no
screenshot.
particular reason.
The screenshots are not even chronologically ordered with what she's fucking talking about. The screenshot that was just showed had nothing to do with it.
Of a baked potato, so no, I don't think so.
Diasim basbalvent tu consenting nadul boman, boaran relatet, barawans nectais describa tastangui. Fats wat I vas laugingat.
Yeah, that's actually fucking hilarious. Like, only someone who has ever felt the warmth of a woman to use the word nectar or tangy. That's gross. But again, like, you can have criticisms and say like, no, I think this was like, if you have the position where you're like, Stockholm is really bad, I don't think that anybody should read it. I don't think that anybody should touch it. I don't think that anybody should, cover it or anything like that. Fine. Okay. That's cool. That's your position. That's totally awesome. Even if that is your position, there is a significant difference between reading an excerpt to mock it and then openly like, hey, like, comment, subscribe. This fucking book is so good. And it's so, like, these are different things. Okay? These are very different things. All right? And again, as somebody who fucking hates gooners, I am in the camp of, like, you just don't. It's like an info hazard. Just don't. Don't think about it. don't, perceive it. Don't even, it's a sin to even remember that Stockholm exists, okay? Everybody do your 10 Hail Marys and 5 Our Fathers, okay? That is, again, different than being like, oh, well, so I just, gave out, porn to children. Like, she's a fucking card flipper on the Vegas Strip handing out, booby pics. It's deranged. It's not comparable. And again, you can have criticisms for it. I have plenty of criticisms for it. I think that nobody should touch that ever. But again, I am not dumb enough to believe that anybody just sampling a piece of media to critique it is the same thing as intentionally disseminating it with positive reviews and encouraging others to read it for fun. These are totally different things. Fun fact, I have read Mein Kampf. I have a copy on my bookshelf right behind me. That does not mean that I'm a Nazi. I can critically read material that I disagree with to understand it, to learn more about it, to be knowledgeable, all this other shit. Just because you consume a certain piece of media, especially to critique it, does not mean that you are suddenly a violent pedophile. Otherwise, every prosecutor in the world is a violent pedophile because they have to catalog all the evidence for, these crimes and shit. The guy that looked at the Epstein files to, write down every single person that went to Epstein's island, that guy's suddenly a pedophile now. That is the level of logic that we're operating on. It's insane.
Okay, they argue back and forth again, and Dreamer calls Lawyer abusive over saying that Sai reading Stockholm to laugh at is weird, and Lawyer points out there's no evidence for Caitlyn being a groomer. Dreamer brings up Jesus dying for our sins. I'm not kidding, I wish I was. And Dreamer brings up his new favorite word, dabble. He's asked to define abuser, which he does, and his definition is almost childlike and very lacking.
Where is the definition of, dude, sync up your fucking screenshots.
Ace points out that Lawyer
Malcolm has all the IQ of a baked potato, so no, I don't think so.
Yeah? I don't know why this delay is happening. It's driving me nuts.
Estudi actual o Tharbobret a Stockholm it's still just.
Yeah. Remember, there's not enough to go after Lily Orchard for, so let's witness Miss Jasmine really quick. So remember that Lio Convoy said that Stockholm was not enough for him to go after Lily Orchard in any reasonable metric, but it is enough to crucify Sai over. Interesting. Okay, this screenshot is supposedly...
his favorite word, dabble. He's asked to define abuser, which he does, and his definition is almost
so he's supposed to be defining abuser, so where is this?
Ace points out that Lio doesn't even fit this definition, and Dreamer retorts saying Lio did mentally hurt people.
Where is the screenshot of him explaining it?
BPD. Classic, you care so much from it.
Dude, I hate this bitch. I hate this bitch.
And then excuses it by saying he can't.
It needs to be timed. If I'm doing an edited video, mind you, this is not a stream. This is an edited video. We sit down, we took our time with this. We really put our love, into it. We're cooking from the heart, so to speak. If I say, in the conversation, so-and-so said blank. As I say that, the screenshot of so-and-so saying blank is going to show on the screen. Not some irrelevant fucking bullshit that has nothing to do with what was just said.
Makes sense of Lio's behavior other than him having BPD. Okay, they argue again about Dreamer downplaying Sai reading Stockholm, and the accusation of Lio abusing children comes up again, where Dreamer doubles down. Again, it's pointed out that his take regarding BPD is wild, and he calls it a spur of the moment thing. I too am ableist in the spur of a moment. It is my favorite. He accuses Lio of never apologizing, despite Lio having apologized repeatedly for his behavior on multiple occasions. He
apologizes and he's like, yeah, but if I did do it, it wasn't that bad. And if it was that bad, I'm sorry. Sorry, I guess. But also, they started
Malcolm has all the IQ of a baked potato, so no, I don't think so.
Deia el seu crucifiu pal fodis a bobinar video on Stockholm. Dic hat axart sonit.
It's like you just, as soon as you're enemy, you can do no right. Exactly. Thank you, Sai, for the 5 witness. It's very frustrating because, again, it's like we just are so wildly inconsistent. There's not a consistent bone in anyone's body. It's very infuriating. Very infuriating. Especially you guys, because I'm such a debate pedant. If nothing else, be consistent,
Lio of abuse again and insinuates there's more children Lio abused with absolutely no proof. Classy. He doubles down saying he knows Lio abuses more kids, saying that's what Lio did before he became popular. Even more classy. When asked for evidence, it gets pointed out again that Bale wasn't a child, and Dreamer then says his proof for abuse was Jax, and that Lio is ignoring it. Dreamer whines about being called a liar after it was proven he lied, and Jax comes in confirming Lio had never abused him. Sly, we love speaking over victims so
well, again, let's be totally real. So Jax was the kid. Lio called his school and said that he was a school shooter because there was a fucking stupid fight on Discord. Lio doxes this kid, literally a 15-year-old, calls their school and says that he's in a gang and he's going to shoot up the fucking school. And now, following that incident, following the accusing Jax of being a school shooter, Lio and Jax continue to talk. And they are now friends. So depending on, what goes on behind closed doors, I'm sure that you could make an argument for abusive behavior in that instance. But I don't think that the word abuse encapsulates the level of derangement and harm that Lio Convoy did in that exact instance. I don't think that abuse encapsulates that well enough. I think that there needs to be a stronger word to describe that, because that is actually insane. Like, that's like somebody literally entered like a fugue state in a psychotic episode and like killed an entire family because they thought the devil was after them. Like, that's the level of deranged that is. I wouldn't even call that abusive. I would call that like unholy. Like, that's insane.
Classy. I point out my civil discussion with him and his downright disgusting behavior afterwards. He calls the call nice and then accuses me of changing my personality when Lio spoke. I point out that was because it became clear to me that he hadn't internalized anything of what I had said, and that made me mad, so I snapped at him. Jima walks back and says the call was Lio justifying cruelty on a systematic level, which I don't even know how he got that from the call, but okay. I point out I simply tried looking out for him because he wasn't doing well in the limelight by his own admission. He then walks back on comparing me to his abuser
They were
again,
just trying to
and
help.
then accuses Lio of finding mentally ill people to groom, downright jumping to
True.
the grooming allegations. God bless
Correct.
the mentally ill, because the leap here was world record pace of a jump. There's a brief spat between Banter and Dreamer in between, and Dreamer is being pressed to actually name the people that Lio groomed. Dreamer distracts briefly with a tangent.
Literally, where do we start? We got Jordan, we got Jay, we got Opal, we got who else was in his found family? Who else was in his it was those three, and then probably Peaches. I won't lie about that. Pretty much anybody that he brings very closely into his orbit. But if we want to be very pedantic and very direct with our language, like easily Jordan, Opal, and Jay. Easily. I don't know enough about other situations to say definitively my position on that, but I'm sure that if given enough time, I could certainly argue that there's more. But off the top of my head, those are the first ones that I can think of. Peaches, certainly.
About Lolita, comparing Siren in Stockholm to people reading Lolita, which are two works of fictions with entirely different motives for being written, but media literacy is dead. We finally go back to the grooming allegations, and
Ironic.
brace yourself, Dreamer finally gives us a name. Aaron, aka Hopeless Motherfucking Peaches.
Yeah, dude. Like, come on. You can't be so fucking... Dude, this is just dumb. This is starting to piss me off. Like, When you have somebody that is significantly your senior that you use to weasel around in these communities and do dirty work for you, yeah, I think that kind of encapsulates it. And I would say that Peaches was one of the only relationships that Lio was in, at least to my knowledge, that was sexual in nature. And everybody can cry about that. Everybody can shit their fucking pants over that. That's fine. That was emotional infidelity. That's what that was. Because they were doing their erotic roleplay DDLG shit on stream. That was sexual in nature. Yes, it was. And you can't convince me otherwise, because it is. Going, daddy? On Discord with somebody is sexual. And you are a liar if you say it's not. There was certainly a bit of that going on there, no?
Will never be free. And I snapped, I'll admit, because Peaches is Lio's abuser. Peaches is my abuser, and this insinuation is so fucking disgusting on multiple levels, along with just being blatantly incorrect. Dreamer becomes sassy, willing to ignore my abuse because I was mean to him, I guess, classy, and is pressed for evidence. He provides none, instead saying he was simply pushed too far, and blaming the people in the conversation for making him make these takes. He immediately excuses his
This is this video synopsized, okay? And then we're going to take a little break. The video synopsized is that Dreamer played your guys' stupid fucking gay little game better than you guys did, and you're mad about it. Dreamer trauma dumped better. Dreamer pulled out the weaponized incompetence better. Dreamer cried at grooming allegations louder than the rest of you. Dreamer got under every single one of your flubbery little skins by playing your game better than you could. That's why everybody's mad. Because Dreamer does it better, guys. Dreamer does it better. Dreamer is better at trauma dumping. Dreamer is better at playing Oppression Olympics than you are. Dreamer is better at throwing around allegations with no veracity to them. You guys are mad that you got played. You guys are mad that you set the rules of engagement and Dreamer did it better than you could. That's the truth of the matter. That's why everybody's pissed. That's why everybody's mad. That's why everyone is mad. Great question, Don't Smoke in Bed. I have no fucking idea how Peaches abused Lio. That's a killer question for the class. I have no idea. I'm sure somebody knows. I'm sure somebody knows. And then people will also say that the home wrecking comment came from Peaches, and Peaches is a liar, therefore there's no veracity to that claim. I don't buy that because, broken clocks are right twice a day, guys. Lavloon, prolific liar, prolific whore, 100% dead on the money with Destiny. Broken clocks are right twice a day, guys. Twice a day they are correct, and you can't throw somebody's, shit out just based on, shit they may or may not have done in the past. I don't know. I will say, however, though, because I know what everybody's going to say, what about Emu Emmy? Being a career starfucker and a career whore is different than somebody who, lies from time to time. Being a career starfucker is quite a fucking achievement that very few are able to achieve, and she did at a very young age, so I think it's an entirely different situation. Okay. I'm going to jangle keys for you guys. I'll be back in just a moment and we'll finish this up, okay? Everybody behave. BRB. Alright, guys, I'm back. Sorry, I was checking out what's going on at Burning Man. And they're getting flooded out again this year, which is shitty. Shitty. Very shitty. They're getting flooded out again. I've always wanted to go to Burning Man, but I don't know if I want to do that for... I don't know if I want to do that for house music. That's kind of my thought, because the music isn't really my speed. I would really like to go to Burning Man, but it's like Rufus Du Sol is good, but I couldn't listen to a whole set of Rufus Du Sol. I think like Daft Punk is always there. Ugh. It's on my bucket list. It's a bucket list festival, is Burning Man, but glad I didn't go this year because they got fucking rained out again. Like, to hear, I think Rufus Du Sol played Inner Bloom for a sunrise set, and I think that my soul would leave my body to literally hear Inner Bloom at sunrise. I would fucking freak out. Well, and everybody that Lio adopts as somebody in his quote unquote found family are all people that have like pretty serious familial issues, and I think that's intentional. I think that's very intentional, personally. Oh, I think they played last year. Like, to hear this as the sun is coming up at Burning Man would just change my fucking life, dude. 5:56 or 5:46, guys. Never forget. Never forget. Never forget. I would ascend the ethereal realm. Ascending to heaven right now.
If you want me, if you need me, I'm yours.
I would die. I would die and then come back to life in exuberant flashes of brilliance. It would change me. It would change me. All right, let's finish this call.
Behaviors if he didn't just toss out a life-ruining allegations with no proof and says it's completely fine because we called him a liar and a manipulator and he was told to meet God on the internet. He whines about him making grooming allegations being the center because it's just him reacting one time, so it's totes fine, guys. He's immediately called out for this not just being a reaction. He then doubles down on Lio having groomed Aaron and the evidence being right there and brings out the cult allegation again, claiming Lio invited Aaron into his home. Aaron never lived in his home. He also says Aaron couldn't have abused Lio because they never lived together, which, holy shit, I hate this guy, but whatever. And Cecily remarks how Lio should go offline and get therapy because that's a point we levied at him before. I point out Dreamer's empathy only extends to people that are gentle with him, and Dreamer high horses about how he's given me so much empathy and how I just won't reflect on how I treat people. And wait, Dreamer, are you talking to a mirror? Because, you know, the conversation
Oh my god, that was my line.
was never empathetic towards me and was even actively cruel to me in regards to my abuse, not believing my story and misrepresenting me, and also just dropping his drama on me. He pulls the edgy, my empathy left and it's never coming back. I call him as consistent as his income. I briefly talk about how he wants to save the internet
that's a
and
good
takes
one.
every possible step to make the internet worse with his actions, being part of the problem. He tells me I'll only go after people when I have backup, which, okay, King. Goat Counter points out that he's disgusting for telling someone
True.
to just get over their abuse, and Dreamer ignores that to call me manipulative, how I was never kind to him, and that I am a backstabber. The mirror, Dreamer. Is it blinding you? Dreamer whines about being told to just get over it, to which Goat points out that that doesn't mean his actions are justified. It's further pointed out how ridiculous his behavior is, and Dreamer further tries to
So
defend himself and
ridiculous.
generalizes people when there was only one person actively bringing up his trauma. Goat points out that Dreamer needs to log off and work on himself. Dreamer walks away from the conversation because
Well, if there's like fucking 30 of you guys in a call and you guys are all making, or and one person is making dead mom jokes and everybody's fucking laughing along and tee-hee-heeing, it's like, yeah, there's a little bit of collective responsibility there, certainly. We can see that now, certainly.
Now, finally, apparently we went over the line, I guess. It's further pointed out that that's a ridiculous statement to make after all he pulled and the conversation ends here. Phew, what a conversation. I hope this never happens again. Glad to know Dreamer's response to anger is grooming allegations he can't substantiate. That's so normal.
Maybe I was wrong.
We're so close, guys. We're
First
almost
section
done.
here, and this is a little out of order, but bear with me. Dreamer was invited to one last call on the 27th of June in a server called the Glock Barrel, to which I too was invited. This call is 52 minutes long. It has multiple people in it,
Oh,
but namely me, Lyle,
This is the dead mom call. Hell yeah, let's go.
and Dreamer. This is a call Dreamer has agreed to and could have left at any time. He was not forced into this call. There's a recap of the entire situation again, but fun fact, Lyle is actually entirely calm throughout this call, and the only person that ends up yelling is me. The important part about this is Lyle directly confronting Dreamer, assuming he was being fed information from another camp, mainly assuming it was from Sai, and then going into the accusation of grooming that was being made. Here's the clip of Dreamer just straight up admitting that he made that claim because
Dude, Sai, how does it feel to be like a literal, like evil villain henchman? That's so awesome. That's so awesome of you.
he was angry, and then instead of actually owning up to it or delivering an apology, talking about Lyle being an evil, awful person.
If I don't, I can do it. Because you don't even know what disingenuous is. So you sit here and you want to pretend you're sorry about anything. Tell me, the whole you groom thing, is that something from you or is that something from one of Sai's little Discord morons? Said it because I was
I think I'm the one that said that. That's so funny. I love that Sai just keeps getting in trouble for everything that I do. This is awesome. This is awesome. God, it's like having an evil older sibling that always gets in trouble for shit. Oh, this is so cool.
That's me. Okay, so you're just a vibe from being there. Are you looking at yourself right now? No, I'm looking straight at the screen right now. Yeah, well, actually, I'm over. I'm over it. Am I gonna ask the man to change his ways? At least you got it. No, but what did I do? Because I didn't do anything opposite.
This audio balancing is killing me
Because the last
slowly.
call thing wrong. No, I'm not, because the last call you and I had back at April. Did I just listen to it again today? I told you, stay out of my stasis, stay out of my communities, do not talk to me, do not talk to people in this call going forward. What did you do? What did you do on Monday? I didn't talk to you. What did you do on Monday? I told you not to contact us. What did you do on Monday?
Just kick him out of the server.
I told you, Monday's not the 18th. 18th, come on. Pay attention. I said on the screen, you're making
Just tell him to leave
Malcolm
the
has
fucking
all
server.
the IQ of a baked potato, so no, I don't think so.
Lofu in Katxinas J Exusatius Novgaiops Van Liu is diuen vos crapet my Discord.
It's because you're gay. You are guilty of gay ops because you're gay. Thank you, Sai, for the 5 witness, guys. It's because you're gay. You put the gay in gay ops.
What happened Monday? Come on. Get boy. What did you do on Monday?
It's not me. She has it sped up.
Monday was not the 18th. The 18th was when you joined 5 server. So let's try to find again. What is today? What's the day of today? Is it the 27th, Dreamer? Okay, then what would Monday be? The 23rd. Yeah, you were in last server on the 18th.
Oh my god, he's clowning on you. How sad.
What did you do evidence? Oh, there we go. What did you do to 507? What did you do? Posted the video. And did what? No, what did you do in the video? What did you do in the description? Come on, either way. What did you do in the description? Yes, you tagged us after we told you what. To not what. Contact us. To leave us alone.
Oh my god, he tagged you in the video description and you're crashing out over it? Dude, you're like almost 50 years old. Grow the fuck up. Block him. Like, again, have you ever had a real fucking problem? If somebody tags me and I don't want to see it, I just mute it. Like, are you fucking for real? Like, true power and true control. Think about this a lot, you guys, and this is important. I'm going to bestow some wisdom upon you, okay? Strength is being able to control others. True power is being able to control yourself. And not every situation requires a reaction from you. And in giving people reactions to certain situations, you actually cede all power to them because you're telling these other people that they have control over your emotional reactivity. Dreamer knows that if he tags Lyo, he can literally throw his emotional reactivity on a leash and dog walk him around the dog park. And he does. Every single time because Lyo allows him to do it. And that is the signifier of someone who is weak and has no control, no interpersonal control, no emotional control, no intellectual control, none. Like, he tagged you in a YouTube video that got like 7 views. And this is what we're freaking the fuck out over. It is so sad that this random guy on the internet has so much control over you. He dictates your entire day, basically. From morning till dusk. Dreamer controls your entire fucking life. From a different state, probably. That's amazing.
Forth about Lyo going to hell, and Lyo himself actually touches upon the whole bit in the call that Dreamer clipped out of context, where he claims that Lyo told him to kill himself. We also briefly talk about Dreamer's claims that I reminded him of his abuser, i.e. I made him relive the trauma, something we went over when we talked about the DMs he sent me. And when Dreamer realizes that he can't make excuses for this claim, he instead pivots to Lyo doing the same abuse. Enjoy the clip.
Try this again. Why do you even think it was appropriate to tell the call that you plan on killing yourself once your dad's dead? Because you asked me. I asked you what your plan is. You think that's a plan?
Technically,
Sir,
yeah.
can you mute really quick? There's a lot of background noise coming from you. Thank you.
Because here's what it reads to everybody else, including me, because I have since going on about pattern recognition. Here's your pattern. You're called out for
Pattern
being stupid,
recognition.
lazy, or foolish.
I don't trust Lyo Convoy's pattern recognition. How many people did Jordan groom before, or did Jordan groom, sorry, did Vita groom before Lyo noticed? I don't really trust his pattern recognition. I don't really trust it. Also, the pattern recognition of I keep eating and I keep gaining weight for some reason, and no matter what, I can't get my weight under control. I wonder if there's a pattern here. Curious.
Traumatized. You think it's an easy out because you did to Hidden. Yesterday, you denied that you said that Hidden reminds you of your abuser is in her DMs. Black and white. You called her a liar.
I didn't call her an abuser. I told her
that you did. She remind you? She reminded you of your abuser, which was the claim.
The abuse.
What abuse?
That you're doing right now.
The abuse of what, telling you you're wrong?
You actually are my abuser.
And I'm not them. Cope.
Sorry about it, freak.
When asked to elaborate, refuses to elaborate. He proceeds to literally threaten Lio, saying that if this gets out, you won't be able to change the way people see you. Enjoy.
How is that a threat? If this call leaks, like, people are gonna think you're a piece of shit. How the fuck is that a threat? What are you guys smoking, and can I please have some? Please give me the name of your plug right now. Please give me the name of your plug right now. Please, I need it. I need it ASAP Rocky. I want a hit of whatever the fuck it is you guys are on right now.
Anyways, moving on. You don't want to tell me what it is because you don't actually know. You're just hoping you can say it's abuse and that nobody else will look into it. They'll just take it at face value.
This is abuse.
How? Telling you you're wrong's abuse? How is it abuse?
Everything you've done is abuse.
How is it abuse? How? Tell me how.
Once this gets out, you're not going to be able to change.
Change what?
Change what people think of you after this.
Chief. If this gets out, especially by you, all they're going to do is point out that you're a little freak who likes to ignore.
Which is so funny because the opposite has happened because you guys are so dumb. You guys don't understand that you can't just like 180 HP voice every person that irritates you on the internet without looking insane.
People say when they say no, and that every woman whose place you walk by at a bar or anywhere else instinctively cover their drinks.
Oh, and then so he calls him a rapist, but I'm sure nobody would fall on the sword that this is Lio Convoy accusing Dreamer of being a rapist, which is funny because he said the same thing to me, and I think he said the same thing to Usagi. Again, he just kind of recycles the same jokes over and over again. Yeah, saying like women instinctively cover their drinks around you. You are accusing Dreamer of being a rapist. But I'm sure no one will fall on that sword. I'm sure no one will agree that that's actually what the implication of that statement is. I'm sure literally no one has the nuts to agree to that because they're all pussies.
Ironically, Dreamer kind of has a point because none of you people covering this situation actually looked into this guy before you ran defense for him. He's not some troll or some sweet abused victim. He's a guy who actively threw out life-ruining allegations with no proof repeatedly, with things reading...
Oh, where? Oh. Just be, like, I don't know what to say. Like, even A-Space agreed by his own criteria that Lio Convoy would meet the threshold for what he would consider to be a groomer. So. Okay.
CP and sharing access to it is not a big deal. Someone who will pull another person a groomer out of anger and almost narcissistically makes themselves the victim every time. And yet, some of you still welcome him, and I cannot fathom why. Moving on, Dreamer then claims abuse again, and when pushed for evidence again, ignores it and just goes, you know why this is abuse. Lio then turns around and actually lets Dreamer know that he's the emotional abuser. Dreamer, instead of giving us evidence, read out the definition of Darvo as if that proves anything, and I'll spare you the entire reading section. Here you go.
Yeah,
wait, that just proves every single thing you say. You say you have apologies, you mean it, you're just like. So if you're just gonna be a dickhead, at least.
I want apologies for you.
Oh, so now you're not sorry that you called somebody a groomer without evidence. Interesting.
So I am sorry about that. I'm not sorry for calling you an abuser because you are.
Yeah, that's why you have literally no evidence to point to that. But that's fine. Let's move on to something else here, man. Why do you?
This is literally abuse.
Calling you abuse? How's abuse?
You know exactly.
No, actually, I don't. And you prove literally nothing. So just go and turn ahead. You're abusing me. You're abusive. You weaponize your trauma. You weaponize your own sad.
That's literally what that is. It's deny and reverse, an attack. I'm not an abuser. You are. You're the one that's been like, please.
You're an emotional.
Does anyone else miss Ponder Sprocket right now? Because I do.
Hold on. Sounds like I'll read it. Hold on. I'm gonna read something. Go ahead. Let me read it.
Dude, I'm gonna hear this Wii music in my sleep tonight. This is crazy.
Or to share your screen so you're not making bullshit.
Oh, no, he wants to protect everything right now. It's fine.
Darvo, an acronym. Oh my god.
In a cruel twist of fate and irony, Lio points out that it's actually Dreamer who perfectly fits the definition of Darvo, and that Dreamer is a duplicitous, manipulative abuser that takes advantage of people's kindness and empathy. He even points out
what happened to just throwing out accusations without evidence, babe? Now we're calling Dreamer an abuser, and then remember, Lio just accused him of being a rapist. Oh my god.
Dreamer is a liar to his face, and Dreamer just goes thumbs up emoji.
Cool.
So, let me explain this to you then. Because a lot of those things you just stated there don't really mean anything because you have no evidence to the claims. It's just hard that our definition. Now, you deny evidence, you presented none. So let me go ahead and break it down to you. We told you to go away. We told you that you're treating people like ours. You denied that. That's first thing you did to attack. You guys are abusing me. You guys are being cruel to me. And then you reverse victim defender. Now you are the victim and you're the defender. But you are even victims of your manipulative narcissism. There's another tactic of Darvo. There's a lot of people who are really good at it and have been manipulating for years using it. All about it. Which would be it. You know. Which is why you can't actually point out what I've done allegedly abuse. You just say no. Because the Darvo person who uses that can't actually point out where the other person actually got wrong. They just do what you've done. Well, I'm going to say you have commanders. I'm going to say something wrong. I'm going to say you have anger issues. I'm going to say that people didn't actually abuse you. I'm going to say that you're a groomer. I'm going to attack your credibility by saying you don't know how to do these things. Literally, people, you are the person who's completely harmless this whole time. You're projecting who's not falling for it.
I called you out as you were reading it, dude.
So, example speech. What did they do here? What did they do? Highlight literally everybody who's ever going to listen to this. You are falling directly in line with it. You get the context speaks for itself. Yeah, the context itself, you are the person who does Dargo. You are an abusive manipulator. You abuse people's kindness. You abuse their empathy. You've abused hidden. You've abused mine. You abuse my empathy. So you have to
Oh my
find me
God.
service. What server there? Hold on, what server? Whose server? Whose server? Because he said that was a safe space for me. I never said it was a safe space. I look back at that. I never said it was a safe space. You're a liar. You're a liar. What it is? Okay, Barbie, you down, holy balls. No, hold on, no, I call you out directly. The fact you just lied. You said something I didn't have to say. Your friend's okay. This is how we know you're a manipulator. You are with you. I want you to
That's how we
shred
know
everything you say. For
that
once
you're a
in your
manipulator.
I have a question. The call briefly goes into how Lyo trapped Dreamer in his server by saying it was safe, and when Dreamer ended up being treated like shit, he blames Lyo. And Lyo retorts that he didn't do that up until this point, and the Dreamer came to Lyo demanding to be protected, see his apology on Blue Sky, when Lyo wasn't even there. This is where I get into talking. I detail what happened in the server that day and how Dreamer demanded I come
More
defend him and
talking,
demanded
yeah.
Dreamer, again,
Hell
noticing his
yeah.
lies aren't working out, instead distracts and puts a meme of a job application I sent into the side chat while clowning on him as proof that I wasn't being kind. And he proceeds to demand an apology from me, saying he'd let me speak once I actually apologized for this. He also gets fucking pissed when he finds out I recorded the first call I had with him and calls me a bitch for recording. You know, when he
Yeah,
recorded the
that
call
is
from the
kinda
group chat,
bitch-
cut it out of context and
bitch
shared it
made.
around, something I haven't done until now. So here you go.
Okay, like let's just make that really clear right now. I owe you nothing. I was kind to you and patient because I felt bad for you. And
I
you
was
decided,
patient,
yeah,
I
not
was
only am I going
kind.
to call you abusive and disrespectful, I'm also going to demand you protect me. And then when you don't protect me in the way I can see or perceive, I'm going to sit here and get mad at you for it. And that's exactly what happened. And it extended up to like a few weeks ago because you were in my DMs again and you were like, hey, this Bill person is reaching out to me and I think they're gonna make a video about me. And I'm like, what exactly am I supposed to do about that? Like, I don't know why you put me on the same level as you put fucking, oh yeah, look, I responded to you with the job application for McDonald's. I mean, that's still like one of the funniest things I've ever done. Yeah, it's what you're saying.
Responding with a job application to McDonald's is one of the funniest things you've ever done. I think that says a lot, does it not?
Exactly what you did. Yeah, I clowned on you. Look at my side. Shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up. I clowned on you. I clowned on you. I clowned on you. It's right there. That was before we... Yeah. So I clowned on you because I saw you... Yep.
I'm way more
I clowned on
abused than
because-
you.
Yeah, let bitch, did you like bitch up? Shut up. Let job. Trying to fucking spit, you stupid bitch. Shut up. Oh my god. Let me then. I didn't know her after she apologizes to me. She doesn't need to. She didn't apologize for what? Don't worry about it. So anywho, I did that because I watched your video and I thought it was ridiculous. Okay, just to make that clear. I clowned on you because your video was really
Okay, I'm painfully bored. Let's go to the conclusion, you guys. I'm painfully bored. I don't want to do this anymore. I'm painfully bored.
In this video, he also attempts to release Pumpkin's face, a segment which he later cuts out of the video. The video he thought was Pumpkin's face was merely an Instagram reel.
Pumpkin was a rapist. You know, the same Pumpkin who told me I was obsessed with her hoo-ha, and who gave me this kind-hearted video message.
I don't want to be empathetic anymore. I don't give a damn that you're preachy. You still suck. Fuck you.
Wonderful. Thanks for that, by the way. Anyways, it was...
But it's why he even did it to begin with. Wow, you really totally cared about Courtney endangering kids, and Totes didn't just make this video because...
Oh, did I miss the fucking Courtney part? What? Where's the Courtney part? Okay, hang on. There's no rest for the wicked, guys. This is tragic. Show transcript, command find. Courtney. How far into this video are we? There's no way. Oh, okay. Let's do this part and then we'll finish it. Let's start here and then we'll finish it.
To be bullied. Ace invited him. Why? God knows why, but we sure don't. I don't understand why, given everything up until now, but whatever. Originally, the entire thing starts because Dreamer claims he's confused by people in Katseye actually disavowing Courtney and her actions, and he reveals why that confuses him shortly after. He's of the belief that Courtney had been hidden by Lyo, and that Lyo was shielding her. He also lies and says he never called her a groomer, which he did, looking back at the Blue Sky crash out because he actively calls Lyo a pedo shielder and groomer defender about Courtney, therefore implying Courtney is a pedophile.
But the thing that's ironic about this, you guys, is that Lyo Convoy has defended and shielded so many different groomers that he could really be talking about anybody. Isn't that the beautiful irony of the whole thing?
He then switches his logic and says that he was actually talking about the FCK being the reason that he thinks Lyo shielded predators. It's then pointed out to him just how massive the FCK is and that there was an entire channel that was locked up until recently. He then ignores the questions and
Well,
says,
yeah, but Lyo had the FCK logs for months and didn't do anything with them, so... I mean, again, it's ironic because he could quite literally be talking about fucking anybody, which is funny.
being worried about me making a video on him. He also made the gross assumption that someone was friends with Lyo solely because they were a grooming victim, and when confronted with that, simply says, "You defended Lyo, so I thought you were friends," grossly ignoring what was actually stated. Upon asked why he was still here, he calls being absolutely stomped on an experience for his social life. We briefly talk about what it would take to drop this drama, and the conversation shifts to Dreamer happily attempting to show what he perceives to be Pumpkin's face in his Courtney video, a segment he later cut out. He gets confronted and admits that was fully in malicious retaliation because Pumpkin talked about his dead mom. He then gets confronted about calling Angie a pedo shielder and with flimsy logic defends himself, and says that because she sent a mocking message, she's defending Lyo and therefore also a pedo shielder. Cool. He briefly talks about the fact that he thinks what Courtney did is worse than what Cy Scribbles did, i.e. saying being reckless around children by giving them advice she shouldn't have, and having
Yeah, I think directly engaging with a minor in a sexual context is way different than critiquing a written passage from a book that contains nefarious material. Yeah, I would certainly say that directly engaging with a minor in a sexual way is actually worse. Yeah, I would certainly say that.
Suicidal ideation around them is worse than actively sharing links to written CP, discussing CP around children, and letting children access a not safe for work section of your server, and then playing it off as just a kid seeing furry tits. I'll just leave this here. We briefly talk about how he does his research, to which he puts the responsibility of sharing more info about Courtney on Lio rather than himself, given he's the one covering things, which, again...
Well, yeah, because Lio and Courtney were in cahoots for a while. And again, because all these people have no social skills, they assume that every single person that they've ever spoken to on the internet is their best friend for life. By their own metric, you would consider that the two of them were friends by their own metric. And I love the deflection of it's like, well, if we were friends, like, oh, would Lio let me get kicked out of his server? Like, yeah, probably. I'm sure that you guys still talk behind the scenes as well. Like, he's been really kind to me. He's been super nice to me. He's been super cool to me. So why would I say anything mean about him? Nice. Yeah, true.
Again, okay, LMAO, he doubles down on saying that Lio hit Courtney, and when I press him for evidence, because hiding a predator requires awareness and intent, he's never...
Because Fennec sent all of the information to Lio many moons ago. Lio knew that Courtney had spoken inappropriately to children before, and he continued to allow her in her server and didn't say anything about it. Yes, he is the king of sitting and spinning.
Able to give proof thereof. He triples down on this, by the way, saying Lio let children down. We again touch upon why he thinks it's Lio's responsibility to call this out, and how the evidence Lio was given at the time was damning, but no proof of predation or otherwise, along with the fact Lio was promised exports he's never gotten. I even throw Dreamer...
Literally, the whole DMs was Fennec sending the images to Lio saying, you know, is this person a minor? Fennec says, yes, I sent you everything that I have. And then Lio asks, were there any images shared? And Fennec says, I don't know. And then Lio says, okay, well, I need all the export logs. What you have in front of you is more than enough, and you've gone after people for less, and with less evidence. So, like, bullshit. It's just a lie. He actively shielded her. And I will be clear with my language. I will be very clear with my language. I do not think that Courtney is a groomer. I do not think that Courtney is a pedophile. I do not think that at all. I think that Courtney has really poor boundaries, and I think that Courtney has had a pretty fucking rough go at life, and sometimes doesn't make the best choices and does not have the best judgment. And I think that that is an example of that. Now, if this continues to be a repeated pattern of behavior, I will change my tune very quickly. But for now, I think it's safe to say that this was an inappropriate conversation that was not appropriate, that should not have happened. And as long as we kind of learn from that and we adjust moving forward and we don't hang out with fucking children anymore, I think that we're probably for the most part, like, we're kind of over the worst of it, right? Again, we had access to all of this information, and we chose to not do anything with it, and we have gone after people for less.
breadcrumbs are coming and telling him that it's completely fine to say Lio should have followed up on this more and not let Courtney in the server. We also briefly talk about him using his video on Courtney solely to hurt Lio, and not because he actually cares, to which I express that I think that's a disgusting value to have, because weaponizing children being endangered for a
Literally, shut up, dude. Lio literally used Jordan as fucking pedo bait on the Ichabod call. Oh my god, you guys are also spineless.
Gotcha is the wrong motivation to make these kinds of videos. We explained for the 700th time that Jima was actively implying that Courtney was a groomer or a pedophile, and we switched to the FCK again.
But we can't assume that Lio was implying that Dreamer was a rapist. That would be too much, I'm sure.
Because he's asked which pedophiles Lio shielded, to which Asuka explains the intricacies of the coverage of the
Vita, Coyote Lovely, who were some of the other ones? Quickly. Vita's the first one that comes to my mind. Coyote Lovely. Peach has been into some freak shit too, sitting on the FCK logs, sitting on the Mr. Joe shit, in Sai's Discord server. Like there's quite a bit. There's quite a bit floating around there, guys. There's quite a bit floating around there.
FCK and why it took so long. I briefly bring up the instance regarding him going to Fox Azure to misframe something Pooh said to start shit, which he excuses with, well, Vlad would have done something similar, to which Vlad replies that he in fact would have not done that. Lio and Dreamer have a brief back and forth because Dreamer threatened to come to Lio's house, which Lio happily encourages.
Dude, Lio literally was like, come to my house and beat my ass, bro. That's literally what... Oh my god, this bitch be lying.
Angie and Dreamer have a back and forth again regarding him calling her a pedo-shielder, to which Dreamer implies that she doesn't care about children. He calls anyone who sees someone doing something sus to a kid an accomplice and gets shat on immediately. This is where Ari enters the scene. Dreamer points out how he expects internet vigilante justice from
Ari. I love Ari. Spinjitzu. Oh, and look, this bitch changed her name to Scooby-Doo Girl. That's so funny because she does sound like Scooby-Doo when she laughs. That's so funny. Aw, you guys, they think about me. They're Malcolm fans. That's awesome.
Down his expectation that Lio should have covered this publicly. Ari pushes back with their own experience, to which Dreamer shuts down all of Ari's criticism by saying that their own grooming experience makes them biased.
Wait, is Ari the same one as Ari Yaps? Is that the same one, or is this a different person? Because I thought Ari Yaps was a dude. Oh my god, have I been misgendering you guys? Crucify me.
I'm not even going to touch this. The criticism being that calling out a predator publicly 9 times out of 10 makes it worse for the victim and everyone involved because it
Yep,
goes from
true.
having a conversation to turning kids being harmed into a spectacle. Dreamer
Mhm.
himself even suddenly walks back and says that a call-out video isn't necessary, but internal talks would be, as if he didn't just sit here and actively demanded Lio make a public call-out. He then fucking crashes into a wall at 200 miles per hour, insinuating that Ari was advocating for children being groomed, which leads to everyone and their mother imploding. There's a bit back and forth about the different stances, and it ends in Dreamer changing his mind again and stating that a call-out video is necessary in Courtney's case because no one can contact anyone, and the situation is severe. Consistency, we don't know her, and my head hurts. I point out that him
Well, I mean, yeah, that's literally what all this shit is, dude. That's what it has always been. Again, you curate a very specific kind of community, and then you act surprised when people emulate the behavior.
playing the point of Lio should have looked into this more or kicked Courtney to the curb with Lio was complacent and kids being hurt is reckless, and he should be more careful in the way he presents his arguments. He insists, again, he never called Courtney a groomer, just heavily implied it, I guess, Lamal. The FCK is brought up again as evidence of Lio hiding pedophiles. I'm tired, please help. And I bring up again that Dreamer has no clue about the FCK, that the victims of the FCK didn't want Lio to cover their story, and that Dreamer is running with intent he cannot prove. I proceed to
Okay, this is the President Sunday rape factory hypothetical, okay? Or the rape machine hypothetical. This is what this is, okay? And everybody answers this question differently, but there is in fact an answer. Everyone must draw a line, okay? But there's not, I would say there's a wrong answer in my opinion, but of course, it's kind of like the trolley problem, okay? It's very similar. This is the rape machine hypothetical, okay? There is a machine, and it rapes one person every hour for infinity. Every single person that has been raped by this machine tells you, please don't tell anyone about the rape machine. How many people do you allow to be raped by the rape machine before you say something about it against the wishes of the people who are victimized by the rape machine? There are people who are victimized who do not want to speak out, that don't want to go through the trouble of, public litigation, public humiliation, reliving their trauma. They just want to put their head down, white knuckle it, and move on with their life. If there is someone who is the victim of a crime, and that crime will continue to happen ad infinitum, when is it appropriate for a third party to step in and say, I don't care that you guys don't want to talk about this. I'm going to talk about this because people are going to continue to get hurt. That is the question that is asked with the rape machine hypothetical. And everybody has a different answer. 2, 3, 4, 10, never. After the first one, everybody has a different answer. But it is important to realize, and it is important to note, so write this down, that Lio himself has used as a weapon against victims of grooming, predation, and assault, that because they did not come forward, others were harmed. That it is their fault that other people have been abused because they did not come forward. That is something that Lio has said verbatim to victims of abuse. So before everybody grabs their crucifixes and does one of these, by Lio's own standard that he sets forward in the way that he behaves, the way that he conducts himself, and the way that he engages with people who are victims of sexual abuse, sexual assault, online predation, and online grooming, he will say to them with a straight face, it is your fault that other people got hurt because you chose not to come forward. And many times would take the torch out of their hand and tell their stories for them. But now, when it is Courtney, it is an issue that there has to be unequivocal across the board consent from every party involved before we go forward with this. At what point do you value the protection of future victims as a third party, as somebody who's not involved? At what point do you say, no, I am going to say something about this? And again, everyone draws their line at a different level. There's not really a wrong answer, I don't think. It obviously depends on how you approach it. But by Lio's own standard and Lio's own answer to that question, he fails. And I think that is the most impressive thing about Lio, is that he is a walking contradiction, that he will claim one thing and then act completely different. Literally, you can see it from call to call to call to call to call. He behaves completely differently, and he gives different answers to every single person that he talks to. It's very, very, very interesting to me. Write that down.
I find the weaponizing of kids being in danger against Lio disgusting, and Lio and Dreamer get into yet another spat, where Dreamer compares Lio to Jar defending Cindy, which, please shut up, thanks, which in retaliation Lio compares Dreamer to Figos. I point out that Lio has never defended Courtney, and Dreamer mockingly replies to me, and I point out that's not proof. And Dreamer pulls the, well, Courtney was in Lio's server even after the admissions of what happened, which, again, I'm half sure Lio's early onset dementia struck and he didn't even remember what Courtney was accused of and was still waiting on proper proof, so this entire thing is kind of asinine. But the man can defend himself, and frankly, even without the allegations, I agree Courtney should have never been let into the server, so whatever. When pressed for evidence of Lio
Okay, so you agree with him. Okay, so why do we do this whole tangent?
Courtney again, Dreamer deflects, instead demanding Lio show his full DMs with Fennec, which, deflection, cute. We briefly come to the part about showing Pumpkin's face again, and he
Well, yeah, if you show the whole DMs, you can demonstrate that he didn't have enough information. But what has been provided, there was enough information there to go off of, so yeah,
with
that's
the malicious
important.
retaliations over a comment they make regarding his family, and I disagree with that. Dreamer then demands again that Lio agree he doesn't care what Courtney did behind the scenes because he assumes that to be true. And when Lio doesn't, that somehow turns into his proof that Lio defended Courtney. What? We disagree on his intentions to bring up Pumpkin's face again, and Dreamer plays holier than thou by saying the entire community needs cleansing, as if him and his lack of evidence for serious allegations aren't part of the problem. But whatever. I point out in the end that he should simply start by being part of a better online space by fact-checking, vetting his sources, and actually being kind instead of letting his anger shape his judgment.
Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday.
Now here's a speedrun segment.
No,
I stole this
don't
idea
run
from Zach
this.
Kyle, where we just kind of speedrun isolated segments I don't deem worthy enough of their own sections over.
Okay, I don't care about this. Let's go to the very end. That's it?
The bottom line is the age
Oh.
of consent X? And if it, I don't, actually put it another way. If Hawaii made the age of consent 13, and then, I don't know, fucking Foxer went to Hawaii to fuck a 13-year-old, I wouldn't give a shit.
This is
What a convenient time to skip to. What?
not what Gilbert is doing. Gilbert is arguing his usual point of not my kid, not my problem, and that if he really gave that much of a shit, he'd simply try to change the law. This is a dumbass hypothetical, not whatever Dreamer wants to make it, either saying Gilbert doesn't care if his friends are predators or that Foxazor is a predator. We will never know. Fox doesn't fall for this dumbass attempt at inciting shit, but for someone who wants to be left alone, you sure enjoy inciting bullshit for false narratives. Applause. On the 1st of August, we get graced with another call. This one is public and linked in the description. This time it's another VC in A-Spaces server where everyone and their mother who doesn't have shit or dick to do with this situation tries to get a word in. Oh, and Liar's there. This call occurred while I was in work and is only recorded in parts, linked in the description.
sad.
Shit doesn't matter. The first hour of this recording is just everyone and their mother shitting on Dreamer. Dreamer reiterating he's going to come to Liar's house and fight him, and bullying him into showing his search history. Reiterating this all is pointless. The only important parts of this call are those in which he admits he's more angry at Liar than Courtney.
So going back to what you
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, let's think about this. Let's ponder our little orbs here. Like, I think that there's again a really important question of how much harm are we allowing here? Okay, so for me, I think I can judge both of these actions pretty harshly, right? That it was inappropriate for Courtney to talk to somebody that way, and it was inappropriate for Lio not to say anything about it. But my thing here is like, I think that I would have a harsher condemnation for the person who knew about it and then chose to do nothing about it. Well, that's not true. I don't know if I would have a harsher condemnation. That might be the wrong way to phrase that. But like, if there was a dude who was like a rapist, and then there was like a guy who knew about it, but didn't tell anybody. Like he was like, oh, that's just Greg, you know, watch your drinks around Greg, haha. And that's like the extent of it. And he like allows like all of these people to continue to get hurt. I would have a, you know, a pretty significant condemnation for that person as well, not just for Greg, right? It would be for both of them. So I can imagine like why you would be really fucking pissed if you're like, I gave you all of this information. I think this person shouldn't be in your server because this is a server of very vulnerable individuals. I don't think it's appropriate and I think it's wrong. I gave you all of this information to try to help so that, you know, maybe if this was a reoccurring pattern that it wouldn't happen again because I want other people to be safe and I also don't want it to happen on your watch. And then you did nothing about it. I think that'd kind of piss me off too. I think I'd be pretty fucking mad about that too.
Are you more angry at Courtney or Lio?
Of course, I'm angry at Courtney for what she did, obviously. And I am angry at Lio for
The question, that's not the questions they're asking. So, sorry.
Asking you. Go ahead.
They're asking if you're more angry at Courtney than at Lio. Stop trying to put the question. You say well being bad faith, just answer it.
Okay, I'm more angry at Lio personally, but publicly, people should be more angry at Courtney.
No, Dreamer, that's not how you...
That's a fair statement about like, because Dreamer probably has like his own personal feelings about Lio and shit. That's like a completely fair statement. Like I always say like, personally, I am pro-life. policy-wise, I'm pro-choice. Like, it's fine to have, like, a personal relationship with a topic and feel a certain way about it, as opposed to, like, what your general prescription would be. Like, I would generally say that abortion should be legal and able to access, you know, not abused. Like, we shouldn't be giving out, you know, like, punch cards at Planned Parenthood and whatever, and it should be reserved for, like, extreme circumstances or, you know, life or death situations, things like that. But, like, a personal opinion versus, like, what you think ought to be done about something is totally different. It's totally different. But go off, guys.
That's not how you respond. Nope. You're more angry at Zio? Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And this just proves to me that your fucking video...
I'm glad that we moved on from the Wii music, though.
Again, you're basically...
Appreciate the little
Courtney.
things, guys.
Courtney has a one-up against him. And that's fucking, you know what you did, right?
Oh, this
Dreamer
is
doubling
loony.
down about calling Lyle a pedophile and a groomer and admitting that's what he did, you know.
And then if what Courtney did wasn't that bad, why are you mad at Dreamer for not being more mad at Courtney? Like, you guys can't have it both ways. You can't be like, oh, well, what Courtney did wasn't even that big of a deal. Like, you're freaking out over nothing. And then be like, oh, but what Courtney did was actually really fucking bad. And why are you more mad at Lyle than Courtney? Like, we're speaking out of both sides of our mouth. That's so annoying.
After previously saying he didn't do that and even apologizing for doing that, fun.
Well, we don't go around to make random accusations to any form of attention. Because I don't
They're not random.
Yes, they're fucking random.
Well, they're not.
Someone's such a crybaby. You have nothing else to say.
Wait, so calling Lyle a groomer and a pedophile is not random?
The rest of this poll is pure nonsense about everything, from Dreamer not being as scrutinizing of Say's actions to telling Dreamer to leave the internet. Very Senate Accountability Call Course Sark 2023. I hate all of you for this call because y'all gave Dreamer such a...
You said you were nice to the side.
Let's get
I
to bed.
hate all of you. I, in fact, hate everyone.
closing thoughts,
We
go.
did it. We are done. This is all I have for you up until this point, and I've hated every bit of reliving it. I, in fact, hate everyone involved in this situation because you all are so fucking wild for taking out of context bullshit you have no clue about and forming an opinion on it as if you knew what you were talking about. I hate this nothing burger becoming a massive thing because people smelled an inkling of relevance since Lyle was in this drama, and everyone and their mother jumped to be a part on it. I'm exhausted because this dragged on for so much longer than it had to, and now I have to cover.
I love the bemoaning. I had to make this video. I had to make this video because everybody just won't. I just had to. To your 193 subscribers. Let's scroll down a little bit. We've got 193 subscribers. This has 573 views. Yeah. It was a calling from God to make this video, I suppose. Very important stuff.
It because nobody knows what they're talking about, and there was no reason for this whatsoever. This was something we all collectively could have moved on from, but everyone chose not to. Dreamer is a malicious, stalking, disgusting, self-centered, obsessed, horrific human being that has
Just making
exhibited
shit
a
up
long history of just how awful he'll be to you if you aren't nice to him. He has no qualms with throwing out life-ruining allegations like they're his social security on a porn site, and will happily lie, twist stories, rip things out of context, and incite bullshit where he can.
Rip.
Any of you who still willingly invite him into the spaces that let him continue this behavior, this parasocial attachment, you're weird, and I'm massively side-eye you. The TLDR of this is, wow, look at this nobody making a massive wave in commentary. I can't wait to be laughed at now and then be told I was right in a year. These guys, please for the love of God, don't be like this guy. Move on, find other spaces to be in, don't let your anger guide your hands on that keyboard. With that, I bid you all adieu, and I'm done.
Thank God. Wow, that was excruciating. An excruciating watch, you guys. Excruciating watch. I just, like, they're literally just reaping what they sow. It's very sad to see, and it's quite sad that they don't even comprehend it. This is just the natural consequence of insulating yourself in a community that prides itself on accountability calls, that are actually just screaming at people for hours on end. Like, yeah, to your novel viewer, it doesn't really matter what Dreamer has done, unless Dreamer has, like, actually, like, killed somebody or something like that. Like, this level of freaking the fuck out 24/7 doesn't do anything except make you look crazy. Like, the only reasonable inference here is that everybody here is so incredibly weak-willed that they allow random people on the internet to dictate their emotions to such a significant degree that it quite literally consumes their mind to the point where it, you know, is their waking thought every day. It's what they think about before they go to sleep at night. And every day they wait with bated breath for Dreamer to return and ruin their day again because nobody can figure out how to use the block function. It's something to behold. It's something to witness, certainly. Strength is, you know, controlling others. True power is controlling yourself. If you let people like this get under your skin, you will always lose. You will always lose. To know peace, you must first master your own emotions. And no one here has that. A single person here can just say, that's stupid, and then not engage. Dreamer's dumb. I'm going to ignore him. Dreamer's pissing me off. I'm going to block him. Dreamer's being really gay. Gonna ban him from the server. No one. Not a single soul. Not one! And here we are. At the edge of the abyss. And as we stare into the abyss, it stares back at us. Wow. Powerful stuff, guys. Powerful stuff, guys. Let's see. This is another... This is another video. This is another example of Lio doing pedo hunting. Where is this from? This was posted 2 hours ago. This is Chuli's. When did this happen? Like, does it say in here when it happened? And it looks like this is a positioning to target Ponder. And I've noticed an uptick in people talking about Ponder. And I gotta be totally honest with you. I listened to a little bit of Falgy's stream the other day, and it just made me mad. Falgy's really annoying. Ponder didn't really do anything that necessitated like these levels of crash out. You know what I mean? Like, it seems like everybody is conveniently turning their sights to Ponder. I know that A-Space made a video on Ponder. Beckett did a video on Ponder. It seems like the tides are turning. You know what I mean? It feels like the tides are turning and everybody's looking at Ponder. And I don't pretend to know why yet. I'm not quite sure. I can't really piece it together in my mind. Why? Why the convenient timing of pivoting to Ponder? I'm sure there's a reason for it, but I just can't think of it. Ponder has dirt hidden, then blast it. And that's that. Okay, Infinity Rose. If you can confirm it right now. This is this gay shit that I cannot fucking stand. And I cannot stand you fucking gutless, like, worms. It disgusts me. If there is dirt on Ponder, why is it not public? Why are you guys waiting until right now to drop your secret hidden nuke on Ponder, coordinated with everybody together as one? Why? If it is serious dirt that Ponder has groomed somebody, that Ponder is a molester, that Ponder has, physically assaulted somebody, that Ponder has raped someone, that Ponder has facilitated in, the exchange of CSAM or anything like that, you sitting on it condemns you more than I think that you realize. Because what's probably going to happen is everybody is going to come out with their big hit piece fucking video, their big nuke. And it's going to be, for the past few years, everyone has known about this, but no one has said anything about it. Why? 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 If Ponder is genuinely this evil fucking bitch that is out here hurting people and shit, you sitting on it makes you complicit, and you're just as much of a piece of shit. If you have the hidden nuke and you're sitting on it, unfortunately when it detonates, you will also be fucking vaporized in its wake. Because it was every single person that does this, it really fucking irritates the shit out of me because I can't understand being just like this sniveling, like spineless cunt. I just can't imagine it. Like with the Demon Mama and the Xander Hall thing, she literally sat on that until Xander Hall pissed him off or pissed her off. Xander Hall pissed Demon Mama off. She literally sat on that until he made her mad. And Xander Hall was threatening to kill his fucking family, dog. Like, what are you talking about? He goes to the shooting range with people, and you thought it was cool to just, like, not tell anybody about that. That's a really good fucking idea. Same thing with the FCK log. Same thing with the fucking Mr. Joe or whatever person in Size Discord server. The same thing with fucking Courtney. The same thing with the Fennec logs. The same thing with fucking Vita. The same thing with every single person involved in this is all of you guys are unironically like the most evil people in existence. Why the fuck are you... Infinity Rose, why is that an excuse? The person didn't want to go public with it. Are you fucking for real right now? What did we just talk about? If you know that someone is a dangerous person and they are in other people's communities, I don't know about you, I don't give a flying fuck. I will say something about it. If somebody told me right now, if somebody produced evidence that Sai actually is this evil molester or whatever the fuck, and the person that was the victim of Sai said, but I don't want to talk about it, I would say, tough shit. Sai is running around here in control of Discord servers and shit, in control of access to people. She has a platform. I'm not just going to shove this up my fucking ass and sit on it and wait. What's wrong with you people? Do you have no moral conviction? Do you have no principles? Do you have no, compass for morality at all? Somebody got murdered right in front of me, but the family of the murdered does not want to press charges, so I'm going to let the axe murderer continue to roam around fucking killing people. Because, wow, that is way more important to me. You guys are fucking insane. You guys are fucking insane. You guys are actually unwell. How do you function in life? How do you function in life? Your friend comes to you and says, I was raped, and this guy has raped 30 people, and he's gonna rape again, but I don't want to talk about it. You just are gonna let him continue to rape people? What the fuck is wrong with you guys? What the actual fuck is wrong with you? You guys are so fucking spineless. I swear to fucking God. I'm writing this down. Who is this? This is Infinity Rose. Infinity Rose. Where's my notes? Where's my notes? At Infinity Rose. Infinity Rose, if this shit comes out, and it comes out that Ponder Sprocket is this horrible abuser or has done something very bad, and, everybody has known about this, and everybody's continued to sit on it, and it drops, and then it's this big mess, and everyone and their mom knew that Ponder Sprocket was this evil fucking person, you are the first bitch that is getting named when all this shit blows up, because that's unfucking real, dude. That's unreal to me. That's unreal to me. That's crazy. That's actually insane. You guys are fucking sick in the head. You guys are actually sick in the head. That's crazy.
Malcolm has all the IQ of a baked potato, so no, I don't think so.
We'll see if this will go for you.
Horrible time to come back from work, lol.
It's a great time. Thank you, Kaiji, everybody witness. What do they have in Chuli's video? Ponder harasses minors. What more can I provide? Literally anything? Literally anything? What is the harassing of minors? Define that for me. Describe this to me. Where's the evidence of this? Describe this to me. Harassing minors, what does that mean? What does this mean? Elaborate. It's in Chuli's video. Okay. Let's see. Apparently it's in this video. Let's see.
Hello everyone. So despite my desperate wanting to wrap up dunking on the hose that I need to in order to get back to enjoying things on my newer channel, I am once again dealing with the aforementioned hose being added onto my plate. I will get back to working on my Susie video after the next one is done, which is funny because now 3 videos have pushed back my upcoming Heaton video because degeneracy cannot help but prevail. But for now, it's time to talk about Junkie. Originally, this video wasn't even something I'd thought about making as I thought everything to be said and done about Junkie had already been said and done, but as we'll see, that's absolutely not the case. Also, quick disclaimer, a lot of genuinely unironically evil people are going to be talked about in this video, including groomers and child abusers, and while I'll initially refer to them by their screen names, I'm gonna primarily call them by their legal first names because I don't feel like giving people like that anonymity. So, born in April 1997, the name's Junkie, whose real first name is Joseph, was a YouTuber who, after bullshitting around on his channel for a while, shifted into the DeviantArt ranter sphere in early 2016 with his friends like Chaos55T. His self-proclaimed goal in the upcoming months and years was apparently to uplift the little guy, as yeah, the DeviantArt ranty community was fucking evil and basically 90% adults bullying the absolute shit.
You guys are relying on Toastify for this? Really? Okay.
out of typically female tween and teen artists, and believe me, I'm being humble with that 90%. My friend Clownteeth, who is a sizable name in the community back in the day as a minor, is working on a video or videos about the community's history and how unfathomably dog shit it was, so do watch those when those come out. So back to Joseph. Admittedly, what he went into the DA ranting space with was a noble effort, though it would have been more noble if he managed to pull through on it. Despite minor public mini-fights with whatever person he was beefing with, which was very frequent, mind you, I'd say he was a relatively inoffensive content creator, especially compared to the genuinely batshit creators he was coming up with. At the time, there was what I can only describe as a deep cleaning of the community as newer creators like Icy Hazard, Junkie, Spoctor, Pentagrin, and others came into it with an extremely different mentality and moral compass compared to the older members like the Fandom Menace, Sav Draws, Deviant Cringe, Amy Chan, and Sonic Fan 93, leading all of the old guard being banished to irrelevance. You might have noticed that the listed newer creators were also complete garbage, save for Clown, Icy, who was the only one that didn't commit atrocities against mankind and actually made the effort to mature into the grown adult that she is. TLDR, the newer members seem to have much more diabolical issues with them beyond bullying children or anyone else they thought they could make fun of for a living. Not saying that the old members were good, they weren't, and a ton of children, or else people who just didn't deserve it, genuinely dealt with abject harassment from those creators and their fan bases. Nor was the pattern of diabolical issues entirely unique to the newer creators. Joseph escaped this kind of condemnation for several years, only being the target of really stupid criticisms. Like, I haven't forgot when Simply Dad and Yo-Yo3639 tried to paint him as a bad person for having a video series where he would promote smaller channels deemed to be in the ranter genre, because to them it was him putting himself on a pedestal and giving smaller creators approval, which is the dumbest and most bad faith takeaway I could imagine having from that I can't help but feel it was just total projection. So yeah, I mean it when I say for a long while the biggest critics of Joseph back in the day were total fucking idiots, which sucks, because he actually did suck. This eventually came to light when in 2021 a YouTuber by the name of Heaton Mitsuru openly talked about her experience being lied about and thrown under the bus by Joseph back in 2018 over him giving her permission to use private screenshots that he gave her. Now yes, we know Heaton very much on this channel, and we hate her, but she's absolutely relevant to the situation, so we have to talk about her. The situation between her and Joseph is so annoying too, because if Joseph wasn't such a complete coward, he could have just explained that he didn't know that Heaton was going to use them in the extremely inflammatory and inappropriate way that she did. Because yeah, that video was genuinely horrific and Heaton should have been rightfully chewed the fuck out for it, but instead he chose to lie and heavily insinuate to several people that he never gave Heaton permission to use the screenshots just to keep the heat off himself. And Streisand's effect be damned, that led to literally all of the discourse focusing on him and his dishonesty. So Heaton coming forward about that—
Was that a flavor of love? How old is Julie? Dude, I'm so fucking tired of Gen Z. You're gonna use a flavor of love meme, and you've probably never even fucking seen it. I know that you're not doing my girl Bridget like that. Come on. Dude. That's gonna make me crush out.
Led to Joseph just leaving his platforms like his Twitter and YouTube account, but far darker stuff from Joseph's past was soon on the horizon. In 2023, it was revealed in a video by Lyle Convoy that Joseph and Faghost, real name Liam, had a call back in January 2020 with then-creator Spoctor Tech, real name Colin, where Colin had admitted to obtaining real-life CSEM from a 13-year-old girl he was dating when he was either 16 or 17 and keeping it until past his 18th birthday. Spoctor also admitted in this call to keeping this girl around.
Dude, that's actually fucking nuts. 22, has never seen Flavor of Love, doesn't even appreciate the gravity of the reaction meme that we just used. It's fucked up, guys.
Because it's, quote, better to be on good terms with someone that hated you.
Even I look back on it, I'm like, why?
Yeah.
You know? Especially after I turned 18, I was like, I had the drive. It was like sitting on my counter, and I looked at it and I was like, why do I still fucking have this?
Yeah.
Because it was not too long after her and I we stopped talking.
Yeah. And you guys are not on any of the you guys aren't in a fling anymore.
No. We're just on good terms because.
Well, and that's exactly kind of like my my question here, is that if this is something from 2 years ago that's only just now being brought up, why? Why was it not heavily scrutinized at the time of it occurring? Why is it only convenient now that the tides are turning? It's gay, is what it is. It's fucking gay.
It's better to be on good terms with someone that hated you. Literally, it's destroyed. I fucking crushed it. I wiped it, I formatted it, and crushed it.
Can you take a picture of it and show us that you did crush it?
I flushed it down. Dude, this was. Do you know this was like ages ago, right?
This was
ages ago.
Yeah.
This was like the beginning of 2019.
Pretty much.
All right then.
So shit.
Yeah, I don't know how.
Besides, even if you ask for pictures, what would I do? I could just take buy a flash drive and crush it and say, "Oh, here's your proof."
Here's your proof, basically.
Yeah.
I can't even begin to explain how fucking sick it is that you specifically get the 13-year-old girl that sent you nudes when you were 16 in your good graces now that you're at an older age that not only highlights how fucking weird and inappropriate the age gap is, 15 and 18, but while the kid who sent you her naked body in the first place is older age that not only highlights how fucking weird and inappropriate the age gap is, 15 and 18, but while the
I guess maybe this is like a generational thing. I don't know. This might be a generational thing. It was actually really normal for upperclassmen to date underclassmen. Like, that was actually really normal. Like, it was not abnormal for, you know, like, sophomore, freshman, junior girls to date senior guys. That wasn't odd. If this is what I'm thinking of, and I'm scraping my brain, someone correct me if I'm getting the right information here. If I'm remembering this correctly, he got Spoctor got nudes from his girlfriend when they were both like, it was like an appropriate, like age appropriate thing, right? Like they were both like, it wasn't like CSAM or anything. It was like if you're 15 and, you know, you're like dirty texting somebody who's like 16, like that kind of situation. And then later in life, he still had those images. Am I wrong? Is that not the situation that I'm thinking of right now? Is that the situation that I'm thinking of right now? It might be a generational thing. I'm not trying to be pedantic here or whatever, but that like wasn't uncommon when I was a spring chicken. It was not uncommon for seniors and freshmen to date each other. Okay, so I'm thinking about that right. I'm thinking about that correctly. They dated when he was 16 and she was 13. Okay. Like, I'm trying to understand this. Is it different now? Is it different now? Because when I went to school, when you rode the bus to go to school, you rode the bus with everyone. So you were on the bus with middle schoolers and with high schoolers. And oftentimes were friends with high schoolers. Is that not how it is now? Do they like segregate the buses? Is that what's happening now? Before I was in high school, I knew and was friends with high schoolers, like regularly socialized with high schoolers because everybody rode the same bus. Is that not how that works? Connor made a chart about this. Well, if I'm making a counterpoints argument, then I gotta go right now. Well, and that's what I'm looking at as well, Usagi, is like saving a girl's nudes after you date is like an asshole thing. You know, if you aren't dating somebody anymore, you probably should not keep, you know, explicit photos that you guys shared, regardless of age. It does make it worse, obviously, that like, you know, you dated this person when you were younger, they were underage. Now that you're age of majority, you still have these images. Yes, that's weird. But I don't know if this is like a call the cops level situation right here, because like it was, and in my opinion is not weird for people of different like grades to date each other. Like it's not weird for a sophomore and a senior to date, or it's not even weird for like a freshman and a senior to date. Like there were plenty of you know, high school flings and romances that ended because they like somebody graduated and went to college, and then somebody else was still in high school, and they were like, no, we're going to make it work, you know, whatever. They're going to get married, high school sweethearts, whatever the fuck. And then because the freedom of higher education, of course it didn't work out. But like that was never anything to raise an eyebrow at least when I was younger. I don't think that you should keep naked images of people after you break up with them and you guys are no longer together. And then, you know, keeping images into the age of majority. I don't like, I think that we're kind of really stepping on the gas here. I think like really stepping on the gas here. Great question. Has the 13-year-old talked about this? Great question. That's a really great question. It might be a cultural thing because middle school buses now go to elementary, middle, and high at different times. Oh. Yeah, and then some schools you have it like co-ed. Like usually smaller schools, like the middle school and the high school will be in the same school. Usually for smaller schools. Like they'll usually, like if, you know, there's only like 20 fucking kids that go to the school, they're all going to go to school in the same building. That's not abnormal, but yeah. Maybe I'm just old, guys. Maybe I'm fucking old. I don't know. Yeah, when you're like 16 and you're like, we're gonna get married, and it's like, no, you're not, bitch. She was the one. You guys dated for a week. She wasn't the one, bro. I promise. Now, you think that I would wait for confirmation on this, but if the 13-year-old did talk about it and said it wasn't that big of a deal, well, what are we doing, guys? What are we doing? We're going against our own stated principles. That's fucking crazy. No, and I agree with you, Usagi. I'm on the same page with you, where like the thing that I think is inappropriate or weird is keeping the images after they broke up. Like, I would consider that to be the weird part. Is like, if, you know, you send somebody explicit images after you guys are no longer together, I think it's a fair assumption that those images are no longer in your possession. I think that that is a fair assumption. I would consider that to be the weird part. And also maybe, like, just forgetting that you happen to have those. Kind of weird. And then also, like, was he, like, actively, like, cranking it out to these? Or did he just, like, have them on his phone and completely fucking forgot about it? That's another question. Like, was he actively, like, consuming this regularly? Like, yes, I still have these pictures of her from when she was in high school, when we dated, and they're still, like, primo content for me. Or was it like, oh, I totally fucking forgot these were on my phone? Like, there's a lot of questions I have here, okay? Because I don't think that, like, casually forgetting that you have these, one, or two, just, like, dating somebody that's in a different grade than you when you're in fucking high school. I think the age gap discourse has gotten out of fucking control. You have people unironically that are like 15 and 16 is like a problematic age gap, and it's like, what do you mean? 15 and 16, that's like a perfectly normal age gap, especially for that age. What are you talking about? I don't know, dude. He just had it and he forgot he had it. Oh my god, literally. So he had all these images and then he just fucking forgot that he had them. And then somebody brought it up and he was like, oh shit, I still have these. And then everybody was like, kill him. That's okay. There's a call where he admits this and it just framed his boys' locker room talk way where it was just he wanted it to be secret. To me, it seems like he was trying to brag about it. Yeah, I mean, if that's the case, and he was like bragging about it, that's pretty cringe and stupid. You shouldn't keep images like that. But again, when we're looking at this, let's be like totally honest here. If this guy was like a deranged fucking pedophile, would he destroy the images? If somebody was like, hey dude, that's kind of freak shit, and he's like, oh fuck, you're right, and then he destroys the images, and he no longer has them in, albeit a very dramatic fashion, like destroying the hard drive, is that not kind of like the outcome here, right, guys? Like, we don't have them anymore. Like, if he was like this freak pedophile, he probably would not have deleted them. He probably would have kept them and continued to access them regularly. I just think that nobody should date until they're 30. True, I completely agree. No dating. Everyone has lost their privileges. No more dating, guys. It's not allowed. We're only doing arranged marriages, and I orchestrate them. That's it. No one else, just me. So if you don't like who I assign you, that sucks. Stay single. Okay? Cool.
The kid who sent you her naked body in the first place is still at such a young and vulnerable age. And I can't even begin to explain how fucking sick it is that two adults heard this and just brushed past it like it was fucking normal. But I shouldn't be surprised with either of the people confronting Colin, considering they're both degenerates in their own right. More to be explained on Junkie in a minute. In case I need to spell it out, this is literally just what groomers do in order to keep their victims on a...
And so we're gonna say that this is grooming. That this age gap is grooming. This age gap is grooming. Infinity Rose, where the frick did you go? Is there more to this, Infinity Rose, or is this literally we're silently observing people being groomed because of a high school age gap? Is that really what we're doing? Get the back here, bro. Get the back in here right now, bro. Get the in here, dude. Dude. What the, bro? Answer for your crimes, bro. There's more. Okay, there's more. Okay. All right.
a leash. And it's
I'm breathing
exactly
through
what
it.
happened between me and one of the men that groomed me, Avraham. And the second I broke free of
breathing
that
through it.
hold he had on me when I was 20, he spent the next 2 years poisoning my name to anyone that would listen. Joseph.
Well, wait a minute. How can you be groomed if you're an adult? Remember, I thought that grooming only happened between an adult and the child. Wait, guys. Wait, hang on. Now I'm confused. I thought the grooming only happened between a child and an adult. I'm so confused. Wait, hang on.
Covering for Spoctor in that regard was already horrible, but it actually gets way worse, and in a way that I need to expand attention to far off of just Joseph at this point. Because on January 3rd, 2020, when I was freshly 17, Ponder reached out to people in her server, the same one I've been talking about in my past videos, which Colin had also left in light of the accusations going public from a YouTuber named Manus at the end of 2019. She asked for help on what to do regarding the situation after receiving confirmation from Colin that he indeed did what he was accused of, and from there everyone hopped into a call where they learned from Ponder what Colin had done. The people who we can confirm knew from this call include Ponder, Caden Monroe, aka Christopher, Ellie Willy Boo, though keep her in mind, V Omega, aka Brandon, Manga Common, Jelly, aka Fago/Liam, Chaos55T, and Junkie, aka Joseph. I said remember Ellie because I was able to bring this up to her, and she claimed that she wasn't in the call for very long and never learned of the exact nature of the allegations, which would match up with her presence in the text conversation revolving around the call at the time it happened. Though my memory is
Hang on, I have to look something up. I have to look something up, and then I'm going to smoke really quick, and we'll finish this video. I have to look something up. This is really important. Really? My internet is pissing me off. Let me get on my phone. I think I saw you in my sleep, darling. I think I saw you in my dreams. You were stitching up the seams on every broken promise that your body couldn't keep. I think I saw you in my sleep. What should we sing next, guys? What are we singing next? What are we singing next? You were stitching up the seams on every broken promise that your body couldn't keep. I think I saw you in my sleep. I love Law Dispute. Love a little Law Dispute. Love a little Law Dispute-y. Okay. I think I saw you in my sleep. I'm gonna crash out. Where is this? Fuck, dude. I thought I wrote this down. Maybe I didn't. God damn it. I think it's in here. Hang on. Dude, god damn it. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find this. What's the age gap between Leo and his wife? Is that a problematic age gap? Anybody checked on that? Has anybody checked on that, guys? Anybody?
is shaky on the exact details. From the text conversation, it's clear that Ponder was experiencing a lot of anger and confusion on what to do. The general consensus was that Ponder was under a lot of stress, and given that the accusations were already made public by Manus, she should just sit back and let Colin get exposed without worrying about it. I understand that she was trying to listen to advice from her friends, some of whom may have had her genuine best interest in mind, but with 5 seconds of logical thinking and remembering context, Ponder absolutely should have said something, considering that A, her public association with him at the time was that of a positive one, and B, the reason why it was positive is because she saved his entire fucking internet career against false sexual maltreatment allegations. What further makes no sense to me is why literally no one else said anything either. Again, I was able to talk to Ellie about why she didn't say anything. However, the other people? It's been a known problem that back in the day, everyone used to look to Ponder to fix everything. And it seems like when she chose to sit out this time, everyone else took it as an invitation to do the same. Manga Common even says that everyone should publicly denounce Colin's actions and refuse to defend them, which is immediate.
Wait, is Colin Spoctor? Which one's Colin?
Shut down by both Brandon and Liam. That's actually unsurprising, given that Liam had just under 2 months prior fed the fake story to Ponder Clown and I that they had sexually assaulted 2 girls who later took their own lives and had us believe it was true. I can't imagine why Liam would be hesitant on taking part in publicly denouncing horrible, illegal things that the accused party has admitted were true. I should note that I went onto Manga Common's Twitter to search any tweets he made in this time space to see if he ended up saying anything, and Homeboy just didn't. Love that, Common. No point in stopping there, since somehow things get even worse.
Colin is Spoctor. Okay. Yeah. So far, this is a big fat nothing to me, because we have a dude and a chick who are dating, high school age gap, like nothing fucking insane, nothing to write home about. And then exchanged explicit images. He still had them. When it was brought to his attention, he deleted them. Like, again, the freak shit here is keeping the nudes, I think. And just forgetting that you had them on your phone or whatever is, I don't know. So the criticism here is that there was a problematic age gap between two high school students. Okay. Got it.
If you had paid attention to any of Heaton Mitsuru's drama with Colin in the past, which stemmed from her drama with Joseph, then first of all, rip your sanity, and secondly, you might remember that she mentioned how Colin was confronted in Ponder's server.
Now, a conversation got had in Ponder Sprocket's Discord server with him and our resident lore master, Aaron Tempest. Aaron took a lot of the same issues I did and wanted to get Spoctor's thoughts on it. Also, preemptively, I did get permission to share these screenshots from Ponder herself, so all of you
I get it, I understand. It's because Ponder isn't a Zoomer. So this is like a foreign language to Ponder. The same way that this is like a foreign language to me. Like, yeah, sophomores, freshmen, juniors, seniors, they all date each other. That's high school, yes.
Malcolm has all the IQ of a baked potato, so no, I don't think so.
Also another great question. If it will go. Please, Arlette.
Sense van respondre a Berion al s'esquipé?
Well, and again, I think that this is another instance of like, this is a look in the mirror moment, right? Like, you guys are the ones that have appointed these people the heads of your communities. Like, you are the ones who are looking to Ponder to resolve this conflict for you for some fucking reason. And then you're dissatisfied when she's like, no, I don't want to get involved, or like, I don't really have anything to say, or this wasn't important to me at the time, so I forgot. And everybody crashes the fuck out. Like, this is a hell of your own design. Like, you guys have appointed these people to be figureheads in your community. And this is what we have now. Like, again, this is age gap discourse. And it's a foreign language to Ponder because Ponder is not, like, literally, for all intents and purposes, like a newborn baby. And understands that, yes, seniors and freshmen do date each other. Yes, that happens, certainly. And it doesn't inherently make it rape.
who are going to try and use this as an argument, you can shut up.
The same server he had left in light of
Oh,
the
sorry. My bad, Layla. Allow me to witness you. I apologize.
allegations, meaning he at some point was allowed to return. Now, honestly, I feel like a fucking idiot for not putting those two dots together sooner, since one of the people Colin talked to while making the video Heaton got so fucking butt mad at was me. I was freshly dealing with coming forward about Liam and getting tone policed by Heaton and her doers of crackers bidding, and Colin asked me about what the deal with Liam was actually even about, since it was pure fucking chaos at that point. That was the only time I had spoken to him as an adult in that server, as any messages after were from when I was no longer really present because I had been successfully victim shamed for my abuse situation. So, when the fuck did he get back into the server? A month after he had admitted to having the drive with CSCM on it, and it was at my suggestion. I was a fan of his at the time, and trying pretty hard to be a good friend to him, since I naively thought at the time that he was a really sweet guy, and I had also been poisoned beyond beliefs by the adults around me, including my groomer, that the things Colin did were just stupid, easily forgivable mistakes that most make at some point in their lives. So I took it upon myself to reach out to him and see if he wanted me to get him back into the server. We had a talk that I die a little bit inside over every time I read it, and then I reached out to Ponder to ask him to let him back in. Now, I would hope that any 27-year-olds out there might hear this and think that, in her position, the correct response would be to firmly shut that request down.
What? This is not your fucking mother. This is a fucking random Discord admin. And somebody got banned from the server for what? For dating in high school? And being kind of a freak and keeping somebody's nudes? Yeah, that's kind of freak shit. Okay, cool. Anyone. They should have said no. Why? Because you're uncomfortable with like a pretty developmentally appropriate age gap between like high school students? What? 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 Oh, this is gonna make me freak the fuck out, bro.
Down and explain to the minor that they're talking to a dangerous individual, because that is the correct response. However, Ponder let him back into the server, and he was welcomed with open arms. There is grace to be given to a certain...
What is the danger? It's not like he's Benjamin Button and he's reverse aging, and he's gonna go back in time and procure more high school nudes. He's aging chronologically. He's not going back to high school. What do you mean? What is the danger there? What do you mean? What do you mean?
extent given what Ponder was dealing with at the time, but it doesn't excuse Ponder from not making the obvious decision to publicly disavow Colin for what he had done, especially as the person who publicly defended him to the point of saving his entire internet career. Nor does it excuse the rest of the people in that server call not saying anything either. However, what truly nothing can excuse on Ponder's end is allowing Colin back into the server just a month after the call took place, discussing his admittance of keeping a drive with CSCM of a 13-year-old on it past his 18th birthday, and worse yet, inviting him back at the minor's best. From the conversation I had with Colin, it's clear someone or
Everybody wants to be a victim so bad. It's like a badge of honor. This is insane. This is insane. This is insane. Another worthwhile lesson as to why you just don't let minors in your Discord server that solves this problem. It's just like COVID really like destroyed an entire generation. It's actually like really troubling to think about. Like when you actually are consciously thinking about it, like this is normal to people that were in school during COVID. That like unironically, a freshman senior age gap is sexual abuse and grooming and rape. Like they actually think that. They actually think that. Being isolated like that genuinely ruined so many people's lives. And it's so terrifying to think about, dude. It's so terrifying to think about. It's so scary. It's so scary. There's a harm in victims and potential abuse and potential Discord rape because this guy was kind of a freak and kept nudes after he broke up with a girl and then forgot about it. And then when he got called out on it, he deleted it. This is like essence of thought level shit, bro. This is essence of thought level gymnastics. This is insane.
Some people convinced me that it wasn't that big of a deal, considering I was 17 and deep in being groomed by Avi at the time, while also having several other instances of sexual maltreatment and or grooming from people like V Omega, Brandon, and Christopher. This isn't too surprising on my end, and I've been told that I shouldn't be chastising my younger self for believing this obvious falsity. I should also note that it realistically was not, under any circumstance, the 17-year-old's responsibility to do something about this. However, I don't understand how a fully grown 27-year-old, as Ponder was able to look past something that fucking egregious.
Hang on a second. Okay, hang on. I have to take a little breaky poo because I have to go piss girl one more time. And then I'm still waiting for this fucking nuke. I have to hang on. Let me go back to the part that I just missed because I wasn't paying attention. Sorry, I was reading something.
Note that it realistically was not, under any circumstance, the 17-year-old's responsibility to do something about this. However, I don't understand how a fully grown 27-year-old, as Ponder was able to look past something that fucking egregious. I just straight up can't defend that at all, and the fact that she did that, I fucking hate everything. I know I've stuck my neck out a lot for her because she has been subjected to a lot of bad faith assumptions that I wanted to dispel on her behalf, but this was genuinely so fucked up of her to do, and a gross failure on looking out for my well-being. Especially when she also later knew that I went back into Spoctor's Patreon Discord server, where I was then sexually harassed while I was still a minor. That's not her. Also later knew that I went back into Spoctor's.
I'm being bombarded with what? This. Not safe for work, but censored for privacy. What? What?
Patreon Discord of her to do, and a gross failure on looking out for my well-being. Especially when she also later knew that I went back into Spoctor's Patreon Discord server, where I was then sexually
Not net safe for work, but art is censored for their privacy. The sexual harassment is not picture. Then why are you putting the pictures on the screen? Are they just relying on everybody not looking at this? Why would you put it on the? Why would you put it on the screen? You're literally making this look like this is a picture of like a dick. That's what you have it blurred. And you're like, I'm being sexually harassed in this server, and then you flash a bunch of images on the screen that are censored, like they're lewd or not, and it's literally nothing? What?
Harassed while I was still a minor? That's not her fault, of course, but saying or doing nothing about me going back to be in the sex pest spaces is absolutely a failure on her end. Believe me when I say there's
Scoob! I'm crashing out!
Fortunately, a lot more to talk about when it comes to Ponder that has absolutely been shattering my fucking heart, but I deadass can't deal with that right now. Not saying never, but not right now. I will say, I've told Ponder about all of this and more, and she's—
This is literally the, should I have a mental breakdown and film it and upload it to the internet? This is what this is. This is what this is. This is what this is. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm gonna say it. I'm going to say it, and you guys are going to be mad at me, but I'm going to say it. Ponder Sprocket was right. Okay? Your brain doesn't develop until you're 25, and you shouldn't be allowed anywhere. You should be on house arrest until you're 25. She was so fucking right. She was correct. She was correct. Your brains are complete fucking mush baby food until you turn 25. No one is allowed to leave their home until the age of 25. No one. No one. I feel like I just got like shot in the face. Like, what is happening right now, dude? What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is
Malcolm
going
has all the
on?
IQ of a baked potato, so no, I don't think so.
Lobotomisa Manau Doc.
Thanks for the $2, Lizard Man. I don't know what to do. I gotta go smoke a cigarette. I have to go piss girl and I have to smoke a cigarette. Enjoy your key jangling. I'll be right back. We're gonna finish this tonight. I'll be right back. Everybody behave. And tell where is Infinity Rose? Infinity Rose, you have to tell me in here if there's a timestamp that I need to be looking out for, because this is not it, Chief. I'll be right back. Everybody behave. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's try to focus. Let's try to find our Zen. It's almost time for me to take my Delsum again, so that's exciting. And then I can go to sleep. Also, update, Hidden Heroine has ran. Hidden Heroine does not want to discuss anything on stream. No worries. Let me know if you change your mind. I have a little interest in discussing this on stream. The video was made to get on my side, blah, blah, blah. If you have any questions, feel free to text, but I'm probably not going to happen. I'm probably not going to get in VC, so... Crazy. Who would have guessed that we run? We're brave enough to name drop, but not brave enough to confront the person we're name dropping. Pussies. Okay, let's keep suffering. Where's our bitch? Where's our bitch? Where's what's her name? Infinity Rose.
Given me a very heartfelt apology that she hasn't retracted or shown she didn't mean, which is more than just
Infinity Rose. Where's my screenshot? Where do I get this nuke? Where do I get this Ponder Sprocket nuke? So far, I have nothing.
About anyone I've dealt with before has given me, but as for this video, I won't be talking more about her. Moving back to Joseph's behavior, in 2024, Lakamokalaka hosted a stream about Joseph's involvement in the Discord server, The Fruitcake Club, commonly referred to as the FCK. You probably know about it, seeing as it's been talked about for well over the past year, but just in case, here's a clip from my video on Avi and Nezzy detailing it. TLDR, the Fruitcake Club, called the FCK for the sake of brevity, was a server that had a lot of adult content in it, full of the old art commentator sphere and adjacent from 2019 to 2020. That included, but was not limited to, Doodle Tones, The Name's Junkie, Lucifix, Mad Libs, Hopeless Peaches, Miss Zizi, Fuchsia Butters, Toby Majestic, Toasty Vanilla, and Nezzy Monster, as well as a bunch of fucking children, the youngest of whom was 12. Several of these children were children with online platforms like Slimmers, Mimi Diggs, It's Jamesy, and the most outspoken member, Teddy That Draws. These children were regularly subjected to, encouraged to share, and even create pornographic artwork, though real-life pornographic images were also shared by adults. There was also a chat dedicated to porn that Slimmers, a child, drew with others in the server interacting in there. I want to be clear, not every member was equally culpable or even participated in things as much as others. As far as I'm aware, Zizi, Fuchsia, Peaches, Toby, and especially Toasty, who groomed Teddy, were the worst offenders, while others served more as enablers, like Junkie, Lucifix, though apparently he was the fucking admin, and Nezzy.
If Peaches was one of the worst perpetrators of all the fuck shit that was going on in the FCK, and Lio had the logs for months, why did he wait so long to flip on Peaches? Perhaps he was just waiting for her to double-cross him, perhaps? I don't know.
Who knew about the minors porn chat. There's two things I want people to take note of from this clip. One being Joseph's role as being an enabler, and the mention of Hal being the admin of the server. Firstly, the focus on Hal here as opposed to Joseph was a bit ill-balanced, as though yes, Hal was the admin, the situation was not typical of someone having an admin role. Toasty apparently did just give him the role, despite the two of them not being close, which is weird considering Hal only had 60 messages in the server over the span of 2 months, and most were just art pieces. Like, don't get me wrong, Hal still fucked up and even posted a couple inappropriate things himself, but given how much less involved they were in the community and the server itself, it's not something I feel the need to put under too much heat. Joseph, however,
Oh, it's right there in the chat? Where? 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 We're waiting for screenies? Wait, we're waiting for screenies? What do you mean? Where? Where am I looking for these? Where am I looking for these screenshots? Where are the screenshots materializing? That was literally the bit on Ponder. That was it. That was the whole section on Ponder. We're not going back to Ponder? I'm useless. Where is it? Send it again. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Is it in Casa? Where is it? Where are the screenshots? Where is it? Show me the screenshots. What am I... Help. Guys, what am I looking for? Malcolm, take a minute to read what Infinity wrote. Okay, sorry, hang on. Okay. Well, I can't search for Infinity. Help. Okay, hang on. Okay, I'm looking. I didn't say this video as if I've ever... Well, then what fucking video, bros? I have someone who told me they were harassed as a minor by Ponder and Doodle Tones. Okay. Is that it? I am waiting for the person mentioned to reply back. IDK if they're busy right now. So it's going to take a bit, but I will provide. Okay. Okay, so there's allegations that we're harassing a minor. Okay. Okay, that's what we're waiting for then. Okay. So far, it seems like we have nothing.
deserves a much bigger spotlight for his actions in that server. Not only was Joseph incredibly inappropriate around the minors in that server himself, but he was also found to have witnessed the porn spamming in the server, particularly by Slimmers, even tagging her over it, and when explained to him by Toasty that the people in that server, including the kids, post porn randomly for fun, Junkie encouraged them to continue doing that with an XD amazing carry on. Things unfortunately don't end there, as Joseph would then, I believe, intimidate and then ignore Teddy that draws trying to come forward about what Toasty had done to her. Joseph was a first-hand witness and enabler to Toasty being inappropriate with and around minors, yet wanted to cover for them when Teddy tried to advocate for herself.
Due to how I was treated, I had still told the story and didn't name people involved. I was so torn and thought I had wrongly accused someone of grooming. When I had made that apology, I had gone to the creators I had told and said I had lied, one of them being Junkie. And Hopeless Peaches.
Okay, so all these people are fucking freaks. This has been known. Okay, so what's our new nuke here? What's our new nuke? What do we have going on here?
These screenshots are again from an account I cannot access, but I had told so many people and had since said apology receiving either a cold shoulder or it is what it is. The name's Junkie has been proven to know exactly what happened in the server, and had kept being friends with Toasty even after the fact. I had begged people to listen to me when this was happening.
Did that not happen with Lio and Peaches? How long was it until they fell out? Because he said it was either January or February. He said, I've had the logs for a few months. He said that. How long did it take for him to roll on Peaches? What is going on? What is happening?
Crying about a video being made on me for telling people I was groomed by an adult who they all knew and were friends with, in a server they were in. By the time the dust had settled, people started to ignore me, brushing me off. I had a hatred for the adults who sat there and knew exactly what happened for years.
Now, before moving on too quickly to present happenings, as it adds somehow even more layers of fucked. So Joseph was one of the people I met online when I was 14 and joined the slideshow commentary sphere, as the SEC and the DA ranters were in the middle of
Bro, my kids are gonna be Amish for real. For real. Oh, all my friends are watching TikTok. That's great. Go churn your butter. That's so cool. Go tend to the farm animals. Never an electronic device. Never an electronic device. Not until you're 25.
experiencing a big collision at the time. I won't lie, Joseph never particularly read as very bright to me or even mature. One instance I can think of to highlight how dim he could be as one Spoctor, Colin, before he got outed for being in possession of CSEM and also while he was a minor himself, was doxxed on Twitter, and Joseph thought it would be a good idea to start having public slap fights with the account, bringing infinitely more attention to a thing that everyone else was trying to keep under wraps as much as humanly possible while we tried to get it taken down.
Why are we keeping it under wraps if the issue here was that not enough people were talking about it? Am I stroking out? Or, like, help me. Somebody help me. Somebody please help me. Were we not just complaining that not enough people were talking about this? That not enough people were, like, doing anything about this? And now it's like, well, we shouldn't do it public. Like, what?
Down. Heaton's dumbass actually also outed this fact in her aforementioned video on Fran. God, that video was fucking garbage, but again, another day. So not only was my friendship with Joseph littered with me constantly having to clean up the messes he made, some of which were discreetly mentioned in my video in 2021 about Liam, but yeah, not only did Joseph involve me in or allow me to be in several drama situations as a minor to help save his ass from whatever dumb shit he was in the middle of, which was stressful and inappropriate, but not majorly an issue, but he also threw me at a known groomer the second I turned 18. Sar, remember Toast?
What? I feel like my neck is broken from getting drug around like a Raggedy Ann doll. What the fuck is going on, bro? What?
Toasty? Well, within a month of me turning 18 in 2020, which he knew, the same year he had threatened to silence Teddy if she ever spoke up about what Toasty did, Joseph introduced me to Toasty, and the two of us did form a friendship. I know I was definitely poisoned against Teddy at the time from the brief tellings of events I was told, though I don't know to what degree. But what I do know is that in the friendship I formed with Toasty, I was subjected to the same disregarding and pushing of sexual boundaries from them that I was unfortunately already used to. It's not something I've ever talked about before, but back in the day when I was younger, I used to publicly identify as asexual. And though part of this was for personal private reasons I won't disclose, there was a more practical purpose for the identity. I naively thought that if people knew I was asexual, they would avoid sexual content and conversations around me. But instead, because of the type of men I was around, including Toasty, it was almost seen as a challenge. There's a very haunting interaction between me and Phantom Heart from early 2021, where I talk about how Toasty sent me pornographic artwork, and when I asked them to take
I'm having a hard time with this, and I don't know what my issue is here. I'm not quite sure. Maybe you guys can help guide me. Okay, so Julie says, Toasty sent me anime titty forgetting I was ace, and I was like, delete, question mark. Brian says, oh dear lord, just straight up tell me you ain't chill with that, and they should stop. They need boundary awareness. If they don't, then yeesh. And then Julie says, we were in a call, and they were like, oh wow, this is really good art. And I looked, and all of a sudden there was underboob on my screen, and I was like, and they were like, oh shit, sorry, I forgot. I had to tell them to delete it 3 times before they finally did. They were like, why? And I said, and Julie says, because I didn't want to see it. And then whoever it was says, does it really bother you that much? I'm just having a painfully hard time with this because, like, you could just say like this is what I want to see. Okay, what I want to see that would make me have a similar reaction as Julie is having right now is if somebody is told that something that they're doing is making other people uncomfortable and they continue to do it. That's what I would like to see. Like, it is one thing for somebody to do something that makes you uncomfortable and you're like, hey, stop. And they're like, oh shit, like, my bad, I'm sorry. I won't do that again. And then they don't do it again. Versus somebody who is made aware that something that they're doing is making you uncomfortable and then they continue to do it anyway. That's what I want to see. I might be pause-andying. Maybe that's coming. Maybe that's next. But where we have come from, I have a feeling that that's not the case. But I don't know. Maybe I don't know what the fuck's going on, guys.
Take it down. They wanted to know why. And when I told them it's because the content made me uncomfortable, they immediately tried to diminish my discomfort and pressured me to let them keep it, which I unfortunately did.
Yes, I lied to Phantom here. They were like, oh shit, sorry, I forgot. And I had to tell them 3 times to delete it. What?
Despite uncomfortable, they immediately tried to diminish my discomfort and pressured me to let them keep it, which I unfortunately did. Despite that,
let them keep it? What does that mean? What does that mean?
They sent me pornographic artwork, and when I asked them to take it down, they wanted to know why. And when I told them it's because the content made me uncomfortable, they immediately tried to diminish my discomfort and pressured me to let them keep it, which I unfortunately...
This doesn't make any sense. What do you mean, keep it? What does that mean? What do we mean when we say keep it? Like, you're asking them to not possess this imagery because it makes you uncomfortable? Am I understanding this correctly? Like, what does this mean? I had to tell them to delete it 3 times before they finally did. Like, from the chat? Like, from the direct messages back and forth? Or, like, to delete the image as a whole? They just didn't delete it in the chat. Can I delete other people's messages? Like, can I hide other people's messages? Let's go to my messages with Sai. Let's pretend I don't want to see this. Copy message. Mark is unread. In. Okay, so I can't hide messages. So, like, here's a question. Let's pretend that I'm texting and somebody sends boba. And I'm like, whoa, what the fuck, bro? Don't do that. And then they don't delete it from the chat. Here's an idea. Now every time that I open it, I'm all the way down here. Now I don't see it. Like, hello? I am struggling with this, guys.
He did. Despite that, Toasty and I did form a friendship that became somewhat intimate, and we even planned to meet each other at some point, though thankfully that's something that never came to be, as they dipped entirely at some point due to being in a military boot camp thing and running from responsibility. Deadass, I don't even know how to explain how it feels getting, I don't know, secondhand orbited? Like, what the fuck do I even say to that? I'm pretty sure at this point my adolescence was just a constant parkour session, but instead of rooftops, I was just leaping to degenerate dudes. Fuck my drag. I unfortunately don't have my DMs with Joseph anymore, as
Oh, yeah. I was going to say, it would be cool if we had the pictures of the interactions as well. That would be really helpful. I agree. That would be very helpful, Mr. Mollusk. That would be very helpful if you know, the actual interaction survived somehow. That would be really cool. But just based on the retelling of this, like, it seems like we were privy to an image that we didn't really like, and then okay.
He deleted his account at Locke's request after being obliterated on his stream, and by the time I learned how to export things on Discord, my DMs with Joseph had already disappeared due to inactivity, with no way to retrieve them. So, L probably shouldn't have had him delete his account. Oh well. Fortunately, all hope was not lost in terms of confirming certain events. Cue the lion. If you've been here before, you already know that I'm friends with Lyle. I will not be doing any more prefaces regarding him in this or any future content. Don't be weird in my comments about my friendship with him, or your comments will disappear. So, I was in a call with Lyle, and while venting about how much I hated Joseph because all the shit he made me clean up for him and what he did with me regarding Toasty Vanilla, Lyle informed.
Great point, Rowan. These bitches screenshot everything except for the important messages. Very true. Very curious how we have screenshots from 8 years ago of somebody calling your mom a hoe, but conveniently every important screenshot is somehow absent. Very true. Great point.
That he still had a line of communication with Joseph through an alt account passed to him by his partner, Hal, and that he could get me into a call with him to potentially get some answers. I will warn everyone, Joseph has chronic 1 HP voice throughout.
When is this call from? When is this from? When is this from? This video was posted, what, like 2 days ago? When is this confrontation done? This is done now? This is done now? I thought that we weren't doing this anymore, you guys. I thought that we were done fucking predator hunting. I thought, when are these DMs from?
Call with in here before. Well, let them keep it, which I unfortunately.
These are from 2021. These are from 2021. These are our 2021. Is she gonna say when the fuck this call is from? Dude, come on.
Drag. I unfortunately don't have my DMs with Joseph anymore as he deleted his account at Locke's request after being obliterated on his stream. And by the time L probably shouldn't have had him delete his account. Been here before, you already know that my comments about my friendship with him or your comments will disappear. So, I was in a call with Lyle, and while venting about how much I hated Joseph because all the shit he made me clean up for him and what he did with me regarding Toasty Vanilla, Lyle informed me that he still had a line of communication with Joseph through an alt account passed to him by his partner, Hal, and that he could get me into a call with him to potentially get some answers. I will warn everyone, Joseph has chronic 1 HP voice throughout pretty much this entire call. Fortunately for everyone here, I spent like an hour boosting his volume. You're welcome. So without further ado, I present to you some really infuriating mumbling.
All right. So let's go ahead and get into this. You want to go ahead and take the reins, Julie?
Yeah. Hi. I haven't talked to you in a long time. I don't think I want to talk to you ever again after this, but
Lyle Convoy predator hunts the same way that heroin addicts never put down the needle because he's always chasing the purple dragon. But, ironically, the purple dragon is actually just him, and he hasn't realized it yet.
would like some questions answered.
All right.
No, I heard the part where she said that she was going to delete comments of people that question her relationship. I heard that. It's kind of obvious, is it not? I'm not surprised by that.
So you knew a lot of what was going on in the FCK when it was happening. There's logs of you telling children to continue drawing and sharing porn. And I also know that you had a hand in silence.
So, okay, hang on. So this guy was like a freak in the FCK. Freak in his own right. Certainly, okay? The allegation is that he shared an underboob image and got truly in connection with Toastify. Those are like the two. Why are we... If I'm understanding this correctly, why do people do this? Like, we have a perfectly delicious, bountiful feast of information and things to go after people for the things that they've done wrong. Why are we throwing in irrelevant shit? Why are we throwing in irrelevant shit to make ourselves included somehow in the victimization? Like, if Chuli's engagement and interaction with this guy begins and ends with an underboob pic in a Discord call when she was over the age of 18, and that he connected her to Toastify, though, that's it. That's it. Or Toasty Vanilla. Sorry, Toasty Vanilla. That's it. Those are the two. That's it. Really? That's it. For real? He sent weird pics and put her... Okay. But did anything happen with Toasty Vanilla? Like, you can say, obviously, that it was wrong for this person to put Chuli in the presence of somebody that could potentially be dangerous. That's worth criticizing. I agree with that. That's a separate criticism than, like, shit happened to me because he did this. If nothing happened, right? Like, you can still criticize the former, but the latter necessitates that something happened, right? Okay.
Saying Patty when she talked about what Toasty did to her. Is that correct?
I think. It's been a hot minute.
Okay. The main reason why I wanted to talk to you is the fact that you introduced me to Toasty after all of that happened in the FCK, when Toasty was under fire. Do you remember that at all?
It's a little foggy. I apologize.
You introduced me to Toasty maybe a couple weeks after I turned 18. Was that intentional?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so are you okay? Would you have introduced me to Toasty if I was a minor?
I don't think so, no.
That is, those are contradictory answers, Junkie.
Wait. Toasty was this groomer freak pedophile from the FCK who was introduced to Truly by this person, but Truly wasn't even a minor when it happened. If he was a freak pedophile, why the fuck would he? What? Wait, what? Yo, Vinny X with the 10 gifted. I'm going to mute this because I need to get through this video, but thank you very much, Vinny X, for the big 10. Let's get a witness, guys. That is beautiful. Thank you very much. Very generous of you. Thank you. Appreciate it greatly. Oh, witness. Thank you very much. I appreciate it greatly. You guys are being very generous this evening. Okay, so Truly wasn't even a minor when she was introduced to Toasty. Okay. It's kind of like how Jeffrey Dahmer said that he wouldn't cannibalize people that had tattoos. And so you're attacking your friend for introducing you to Jeffrey Dahmer when you have, like, a full bodysuit tattoo. It's like, obviously, he wasn't interested in you in that way. Is that... Yeah? Hello?
Likely since I didn't meet you during the time, I probably wouldn't have.
Could you repeat that?
I said likely since I didn't meet you during the time before you turned 18, I likely wouldn't have.
Junkie, you met me when I was 14.
What? Did I?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
And thank you, Vinny, for your own unique individual membership. Thank you very much, Vinny. You have been very kind. Everybody witness, please. Yeah, bro. Jeffrey Dahmer said that he wouldn't cannibalize people with tattoos because he said they tasted like shit. So if you have tattoos, you're safe from cannibals. That's very important.
Wow, so you actually don't remember, like, even how young I was?
I don't.
Well, because I can confirm you that you were very, aware of my age at the time. Because I knew you for years before you introduced me to Toasty. Lyle, you're being abducted by aliens.
I'm trying to remember, and I don't.
Why?
I don't know. I can't remember any of that.
You don't remember?
He didn't remember because Truly used to go by a different name. Oh, okay.
Me being your friend back in 2019, 2018, 2020?
I apologize. The name didn't ring a bell when I first saw it.
Okay, does Dulu?
Oh, there we go.
Wait a minute. Dulu?
Yes, this is me. Hi.
Oh my god. Yeah, that name rings a bell now.
Okay,
do you remember me being your friend now? When I was a kid?
I do.
Why did you wait until we had a big celebration about my 18th birthday, which you were there for? Why did you wait until after I was an adult to introduce me to Toasty?
Would that not be the diligent choice here? I mean, sure, I feel like the easy answer here is, like, don't be friends with, like, groomers and pedophiles and introduce people to your friends who are groomers and pedophiles. But, like, if you're like, hey, my friend is a groomer and a pedophile, but, you know, he's really, really, really good at Mario Party, and so I can't drop him because I really need him for game nights. Would it not be, like, the responsible choice here to not introduce your freak friend to minors? Is that not... obviously we're tearing down. The first option A, is don't be friends with, like, pedophile freaks. That's option A. Option B, I feel like, is, like, don't like if we fail option A, we have to jump down and we're at option B now because we obviously failed A. Our next set of options here are like introduce your pedophile freak friend to children or introduce your pedophile freak friend to adults. I think the latter is the responsible choice. Like, we already failed the first responsible choice. I totally understand. I get that. I understand that. Yes, clearly, I agree. But, like, after we've already fucked that one up, the next best choice is yes, right? Right?
I think I was just want to try and create a friend group with everyone, but I didn't think of his behavior at the time. I don't know why I didn't.
Okay. Because I do find it very suspicious that you had heard of this guy's whole thing with Teddy and tried to help shut it down, hush hush. And you also were very intimately aware of him having a server where they would spam porn. You knew that was...
Well, that right there is worth criticizing, right? Like, this is where I get lost in this. This is where it's too much for me. Because, like, everything that Chuli is saying right now is, like, perfectly criticizable. Like, you could even just take the angle of, like, why were you friends with somebody who was like this if you knew that they were like this? That's really fucked up. That is actually incredibly fucked up that you were friends with somebody who found this behavior to be acceptable. I think that's wrong. And I think that's great. That's fantastic. That's a great place to be. That's a great criticism to have. I completely agree with it. Why are we extrapolating this into involving ourselves in it? Like, there is more than enough to criticize here, void of truly even being introduced to Toasty. Like, we have enough in front of us. I don't understand why we're stretching it a bit. You know what I mean? A lot of people are speculating that Junkie is being dishonest and not remembering because he only remembers whenever bad things happen to him, but when Junkie does something bad. Well, sure, but I can also understand, like, if Chuli went by a different screen name at the time. Like, sure, he could be totally fucking lying. He could be totally full of shit and totally fucking with everybody and yanking everybody's chain. That's totally possible. But I think that it's fair. Like, if somebody came to me and they were like, we were friends forever ago, and I was like, that's crazy. I don't think that we were. That's really interesting. And they're like, no, you don't remember me? And I'm like, no. And they're like, oh, it's me, Kitten Whiskers 21. And I'm like, oh, fuck. Yeah. Kitten Whiskers 21. Yeah. It's been a while. Okay, yeah. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that makes sense to me. At least that portion of it is like, if he doesn't, you know, quite remember everybody's screen names from, like, for fucking ever ago. I think that's fair.
Toasty's whole gig, basically. So it just is very suspicious to me that you waited until the second I turned 18 and then throw me at them.
I didn't have any malice behind it. I didn't.
You guys, do you not think that your voice changes when you get older? Between the ages of like 14 to like 22, your voice actually changes a lot. Like, he could be totally full of shit. Okay, you guys, he could totally be faking it. But I gotta be real with you, I probably wouldn't remember the shit either. So
that would track, because it's very obvious to me that you don't think, or at least you didn't when I knew you. But that was fucked up of you to do.
It was.
Because I did get really close to Toasty when you did that. Because I was dealing with a shitty guy who I was able to break away from. But I only broke away with him just to turn around and cling to Toasty. And we were gonna meet. And I didn't know anything about what they had done. And you did. And you just threw this fresh 18-year-old at them.
I'm sorry.
Con.
You fucking should be. I don't understand how you saw that stuff going on. Because you were in Fiendish Cavern. You were in Ponder's server. And you knew that porn was banned there because I and a couple of other people were under 18.
Right.
So I don't know why it didn't click in your mind seeing other children post porn around adults and say, hey, actually, this shouldn't be allowed.
You're right, I should have done something.
Because I kind of don't believe that there wasn't any malice behind throwing me to him, because I remember you and a couple other people trying to feed me the story that Teddy was falsely accusing Toasty.
Right.
And I think that's real fucking sinister that you saw Toasty get under fire, swept for it, and then only introduced me to them after I became a legal adult. Knowing what Toasty had done.
Right.
I just don't know what the fuck your deal was. Because you were always causing problems for me back then. And my
like,
friends.
we're just kind of like stacking. Like, this is what it reads like to me. Everybody's free to, you know, have their own opinion on this entire situation. Okay, that's fine. It's a free country. Like, it sounds to me like, in listening to this, as so far as we've gotten, it sounds to me like there was this situation with the FCK. Chuli was, unbeknownst to her, pretty close in proximity to the entire thing. Following that, like, going to hell in a handbasket, in hindsight, Chili was like, holy shit, like, I was actually, like, fucking talking to Toasty. That's crazy. That's actually fucking insane. And after a period of time, it became, like, I was somehow directly involved in this. And you can hear, like, the stacking of allegations as he is pretty non-reactive to everything that she's saying. Like, she's like, that was really fucked up of you. And he was like, yeah, it was. And she's like, yeah. And another thing is, like, you were not very nice to me in calls. And he's like, yeah, you're right. I should have been nicer in calls. She's like, yeah, that's true. And also another thing, you always were not very nice in DMs. And he's like, yeah, true. I wasn't very nice in DMs. It's like, there's a reaction that is being searched for. There is a specific outcome that is desired from this interaction. And when it's not being given, you can kind of feel the tension and, like, the shuffling to try to contrive that reaction. Like, you can feel it, like, as we're continuing on in the conversation. This, at time of 31 minutes into this call, it sounds to me like this is an after the fact. I was more closely involved in a situation than I realized at the time. And after the fact, now that everything is pretty much blown over, it's a self-insert. This is how this is coming across to me right now. Because void of this interaction with Chuli alone, what this guy has done, in my opinion, is criticizable and bad enough. You kept company with this person who you knew was a fucking deranged freak, and you didn't care. That's condemnable enough. You don't need all this extra fluff. You don't have to make it about you. There's already enough. All the wood for the pyre has been assembled to burn this man alive. But you continue to search for kindling, and you're bringing back wet logs for some reason. We need dry, old wood to get the fire burning, but you keep handing me wet kindling, and you're fucking it up because we already had the pyre assembled. We were ready to go, and you're fucking it up. Okay, that's what this comes off to me as.
Like, you remember Kylie?
Right.
You were always causing problems for her, and I, as a, what was I then? 16-year-old, I should not have been having to wrangle you in to keep you from being a dumbass because you refused to act your age. You were insufferable.
I was.
And I don't know why you did any of this shit. Because, I mean, how long have you been off your channel?
About 5-6 years, I think.
Holy shit, and this guy hasn't been making content for 5 or 6 years? Holy shit, you guys. We're digging up the corpses and we're fucking them in the street. Holy shit!
I know, 4 to 5 years.
Okay. And, like, what's the deal with you right now? What is this account about?
This one, it's just connect with friends that I have right now.
Are any of them from before you got exposed?
No.
Are you ever thinking of trying to have a platform again?
No.
Okay, good.
Like, you can hear the frustration that we're not getting the reactivity we wanted. You can hear the frustration.
Like, why I had to be stuck with someone like you. Because I do remember liking you. I had an affection for you as a friend.
And then we're going to this. Well, I really liked you.
But you were always causing me problems. You were always causing Kylie problems. You were always beefing with other people. I was having to go in and fix every mess you made. Otherwise, you just would cry and sulk all day and not want to do anything. Because I remember having to fix up your shit with Kylie. I remember having to fix up your shit because you and Chaos were being idiots and she was threatening to go public with stuff.
Needling, trying to find something that will give the reaction. Needling, throwing everything at the wall to see what sticks.
Right.
And I remember you being in multiple conversations where I was just getting full-on berated by adults. And you would just sit on the sidelines and posit little opinions that you had about whatever the fucking argument was. Like Caden, one time decided to make a spectacle of me in a group chat when I was 15 and start talking about how I'm such a problem as a person and start berating me for all these problems, even though he was, I want to say 26 or 27 at the time. And you just sat there and agreed with him, even though he was telling a child that their entire being is an issue.
I should have been a better friend for you for what you're going through.
We're going to dig again. Get the shovel out again.
Why didn't you
go back in?
I don't know, just... I had a lot of personal issues I never really, fixed told her
There we
she
go.
wanted to seek therapy.
There we go. There we go. There we go. He's caving a little bit. He's going. He's going. We found a weakness. We found a break in the levee wall. We're going in for the kill.
Figured out how much of an awful friend it was to a lot of people. To you, to Kylie, to a lot of people, how I just constantly beef with others. And just realize later in life how much I've wrongfully hurt others. This is why I'm saying I don't want to do that same shit anymore. I've done enough damage.
That's good. How old are you now? You should be like 27?
I'm 28 now.
28. Yeah, that tracks. Because I think you're... When's your birthday?
It's April 3rd.
Yeah, you're about 5.5 years older than me.
Oh, an Aries.
And
play.
I don't know, I guess I could say I'm glad that you're finally acting it.
I should have acted it way before then, though.
Yeah, you should have. And to be honest, the stuff that you let happen and the amount of kids that you hurt because you weren't acting your age, it does make me wish way worse for you than just leaving and going to make a new life with other people on the internet. I kind of fucking hate you.
You have every right to.
I know that. I'm also a little disappointed because I was hoping I would get at least some kind of answer that wasn't just complete negligence, because I was hoping that, I don't know, that wouldn't be the truth for once with all the shit I had to deal with. But this is confirmation that you were another adult in my life who was beyond negligent and ended up hurting me.
Right. I'm just up in a better spot now than what I put you in.
Yeah, I've been trying to be.
Right.
It's not like you made it easy.
No, I didn't.
And I don't know why the fuck
Listen,
you were
guys.
still trying to talk to me when you knew that you were under fire for shit. Because when I came to you about the shit that Liam Fagos was doing to me, and then, because I didn't know what the fuck you had done, but you did, and you were kind of just love bombing me.
You guys, of course I know that Aries is in April, because Hitler was born on 420. And what is a fire sign other than Hitler? Come on. You should know me better than that.
Like, before the video came out, when it came out, and after it, you would send me just messages, oh, you're a good friend, you're a good person. Like, were you trying to get me to save your ass? What were you doing?
No. I think I just wanted just a group of friends to be with, but not actually properly fixing what was actually wrong with me.
Because it is very suspect to me that once you got kind of exposed in 2021, you just didn't say anything publicly.
I just feel like I caused enough damage as is. I didn't want to...
Why didn't you say sorry?
I should have.
No, I know that. Why didn't you?
I feel like if I tried, I'll just end up hurting more people than I already have.
God, you're so fucking melodramatic.
Dude, this is a listen. This is certainly something to listen to. Huh. And this was supposed to be like a mega nuke, right? This was supposed to be like a mega nuke. There's like a smoke grenade accidentally going off in like a Walmart. Huh.
That is the dumbest logic I have heard. Like, I guess I can get it in the case of Heaton because she said she didn't want an apology. But, like, why didn't you just own what you did?
I feel like
I also feel like the music is a little off. Like, this is very, like, upbeat and, like, and then we're talking about, like internet, like, grooming and shit like that. I'm like, we're kind of off a little bit. We need something more dark.
Saying sorry wouldn't have been enough. But I should have said something instead of just saying nothing.
Yeah. Just making sure. You're in contact with no one from before Heaton made that video on you. And I don't even like Heaton. I fucking hate that bitch. And I'm the reason that she's kind of gone right now. But her video was kind of the turning point of, like, you just dipping.
Mm-hmm. And to answer your question, no, I'm not with anyone in contact with in the community.
How did you get in contact with Lyle on this account?
From my partner, Almond.
Your partner, is that the kaiju bitch?
It's Lucidix, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, Lio speaks.
I don't know if
He's not dead.
Generally have much more to say to you. I know that Kylie would like to say fuck you forever.
Oh, wow, great. Okay, we can end the call, right? We can end the call, right? We can end the call, right? Oh, there's still a half an hour left.
Right.
That neither of us never want anything to do with you again, and that I'm glad to confirm some things with you, but that I hope you stay gone forever, and that I never have to see you again.
Okay.
You literally saw... Okay. Okay. I'm fine.
Did you want to say something, Lyle?
I actually have a few questions for
Oh,
Junkie.
fuck! We didn't get the reaction we wanted. We gotta bring in the big guns. We gotta bring in the double baconator with cheese. Holy shit. Oh, fuck. Alright, guys. We were falling asleep at the wheel, but it's time to lock back in. Here we go.
Now that I'm a little more informed of their level of activity in the FCK, but I did not want to overstep what I feel are your questions that were a bit more important.
That's okay. I think I've mostly covered everything that I wanted to talk about personally with him.
All right. So, you were pretty active in the FCK, right, Junkie?
Thanks, Ian.
Would you be able to give me any information on some of the other people in the server and how they acted in it?
I can't remember much of the details.
Well, I'm not going to ask for super ultra mega specific, so we're going to go ahead and give this a run, okay?
Oh boy, here we go.
How active was
Lock in.
Nezzy Monster in the server?
Oh my god, and this is an opportunity for him to relive his greatest hits and feel vindicated in everything that he's done. Holy shit. No shot. No shot. No shot. No shot. No shot. You guys are lying. You guys are lying. You guys are lying. You guys are lying. He was like, Chuli, is it true that you were, you know, like introduced to Toasty by Junkie? And Chuli's like, actually, yes. Funny you mentioned that. And Lyle was like, bazinga. Bazinga, it's time for me to do my greatest hits eras tour. Oh my god. Oh my god. He just wanted to talk to him. Lio just wanted to talk to him, and he used fucking Julie to get him at the call. Oh my god. Bro. He knew that he would. Oh, dude, this is nuts. This is. Primo content, guys. Primo content.
I think somewhat active.
How often was Nezzy Monster involved in calls that kids were present in?
I don't remember them being involved in any of the calls. Maybe one or two.
And how about Peaches?
How about someone by the name of Peaches? I haven't heard that name in years.
I think also somewhat active. They're pretty close to Toasty at the time.
Do you recall any of them being inappropriate in these calls with children?
Not that I can recall.
Interesting. Then I guess I'll get to my main question then.
Oh, that wasn't the main one?
Why
Hit
did you
me.
cover it up?
Oh.
Because the thing is, there's some people there who did not know there was grooming.
I just love that he asked a question and then he's like, I have to take this opportunity to talk more. Even though I've already asked my question, I would like to reclaim my time and talk even more. So you forget the fucking question that I asked by the time I'm done yapping.
There's some people there who might have hands that are less dirty, but why in the world did you cover up grooming of all things?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I don't know why I did it.
No, I don't. No, sir. That's not going to be accepted
No,
here.
sir.
Because if this was just like a real quick, in-the-moment decision and not something that had to be perpetuated over the course of years, I might grant you that. But that's not what this is, and we both know that. This is something you had to make consistent, continual decisions to do. And there was a reason for it, and I want that reason.
I can't remember why I did it. I'm being genuine. I don't remember why.
Okay, so when somebody walked up and asked you a question about the FCK, your immediate instance was just lie, but don't know why I'm lying?
I'm being serious. I don't remember.
Okay, one more question then.
The deadpan, apathetic, complete disengagement with everything is OP. Obviously, I think this Junkie guy is like a huge piece of shit for keeping company with all these fucking freaks for an extended period of time and not letting anybody know, actively continuing to funnel people to this area of the internet, putting people directly in harm's way. Like, this guy's like a huge fucking asshole. Fuck him. I'm glad that he's gone, and I hope he doesn't come back. But, like, what else can you say to him? Like, yeah, he's just like, yeah, that was fucked up. Sorry. Why'd you do it? I don't know. You really don't know? Can't think of it. Like, weird.
Actually. So, this does lead to the idea that you will cover up for your friends in commentary, yes?
I used to do that when I was with the whole Spectre thing now. It's a habit I've been breaking.
Who else have you covered for? Because once is happenstance, twice
Who are
is
the
pattern.
other pedophiles?
I can't really think of anyone else.
I'm so tired of commentary amnesia. Like, I just am. This is so irritating. So you have to deal with all this crap for years. You had to hide Spocker's crap. You had to hide the FCK, but you can't remember why, and now you can't remember if there's anything else you're hiding.
I'm serious. I'm genuine. I can't remember. I can't think of anything else.
Okay, why'd you hide Spockers?
Yeah.
Because I thought that maybe he was actually being genuine, but I didn't think.
Wait, hold on. Genuine? Genuine about what? He said, I have a drive that has nudes of a child. Please don't tell anybody that I had it. Well, genuine in what? He didn't feed you a line. He didn't lie to you.
It was like, okay.
I think it was we had a conversation where he was trying to fix himself, so I believed him, but I shouldn't have.
The thing is, Spoctor in that call sat there and told you, the main person trying to expose this, I have befriended them to keep them quiet. You heard that. That wasn't accidental. That wasn't like subtext. You heard it. And that at no point made you think, this might be a problem? Because here's the thing. Speaking as somebody who has screwed up and has hurt people and is trying to change, I can tell you right now, if I had a conversation like that around Chuli, my face would be gone.
Oh my god, and then he's like, we're suicide baiting on Maine again. Dude, he's a one-trick pony. He's a one-trick elephant. This is awesome. This is awesome. He has one trick, and it's Go-Go Gadget. I'm gonna kill myself.
So this is asinine. You expect me to buy this?
Asinine, good word.
I apologize.
Why did you let me go back and be around him?
Oh, we're coming back. Back for blood. There's blood in the water. They're circling.
I was ignorant. I should have done something, but I didn't.
That's not ignorance, Junkie. You knew what V Omega did to me.
Who?
You knew that kind of stuff was wrong, and you let me go back to Spoctor.
How many friends of yours are child predators?
Not that I know of.
Do you know why I'm asking you such a very blunt and awful question?
Why?
Because you already proved that you'll cover up for one, and you'll also cover up for somebody who owns literal child pornography under the he's my friend, he's totally trying to change guys, totally. So, what am I supposed to expect that you won't do? Junkie, have you ever groomed anyone yourself?
No, never.
Well, that elicited a different emotion.
There we go. He's starting to get him. He's starting to get him.
Do you know why I asked you such a cruel question?
You already asked.
Because nobody else would do crap like this. It's unconscionable.
Why didn't you tell me that you got him to admit it in a call?
Oh, now we're getting gassed up. We're playing off of each other. We're charging up. The generator's kicking on. The lights are flickering. We're powering up.
I don't know why I didn't.
What do you know?
Because you knew that what V Omega did was bad to me. You knew that Phagos was abusing me. Despite the fact that you were with him, helping cover up what Spoctor did. And you still tried to, like, be a comfort to me when I was trying to come forward about Phagos? Like, you're...
V Omega was somebody who had been friends with Zeus Status like Kiro the whole time, and he raped his ex. Isn't truly... Oh, gee. Okay, so everybody here is just a fucking freak. Everybody here just deserves to be cast out to the wolves. Out into the fray. Wow. The internet was a terrible mistake, you guys. A terrible fucking mistake.
Actually fucking sick, bud.
I know.
What was it? Because I'm not as familiar with commentary lore, thank God. What was it that ran you offline? And off your platforms? I mean, actually ran, because it wasn't Laka. That happened later. What ran you off?
It could never be Laka.
I felt guilty.
About what? What was it you felt guilty for?
About everything what I did. For the cover-up, for the FCK thing.
Okay, but what was the catalyst? What was the catalyst that made you leave?
Because you left your platform before you left the internet entirely. Or at least your accounts.
I guess I just realized that I was becoming the very thing I wanted to stop.
And I think I know the catalysts.
Go on.
Okay, then what'd you ask me?
It was Heaton's video about him. And I believe it was November of 2021. That's when he stopped posting on YouTube and stopped posting on Twitter. And then I think it was cemented when Jar and Suzy made a video about his...
Not Jar, bro. No!
Interesting.
I can't take this anymore.
But he didn't actually leave anything. Like, actually delete his accounts and stuff until he had that call with Laka, where he got exposed for talking sexually around children and encouraging them to share porn with each other. And covering up what happened to Teddy.
Break shit, bro.
Why did you encourage children to share porn with each other? And please don't tell me I don't know.
Maybe I just assumed that everyone was at 18. Just didn't check
no.
What the fuck are you talking
What
about?
a little bitch answer. I don't know, man. I just thought everybody was 18. I don't know. Dude, this guy sucks. This guy sucks. This guy sucks. Fuck this guy.
Hold on, somebody refresh my memory, because I'm obviously not involved in a lot of this stuff. Did Junkie do a video on Slimmers too? Madame?
No, but he was there for the entire situation.
So, I'm gonna go ahead and take that, I'm gonna ball it up, and I'm gonna throw it away. Let's try this again. Why? Because you knew they were kids. I mean, some people may be able to have that level of disassociation for the arguments they make, but you don't. So, why?
I don't know. I can't remember why I did it.
Shut the fuck up.
I'm being serious. I don't remember.
You're being stupid.
How how do you expect us to believe I don't remember? Like, honestly.
I'm not sure.
Like, how fucking tiny is that walnut of a brain inside your head that you think, like us, to believe that you were so mindless, so stupid?
I mean, to be completely honest, it doesn't sound like many lights are on for this guy. To be completely honest, it doesn't. Sounds like we've done a lot of drugs. That's kind of what it sounds like to me. But like, nonetheless, I mean, I guess like my question here is like, what? Why are we continuing? Like, he's gonna say like, I don't know to every single fucking question. Like, he's just gonna keep saying it. We're just kind of like running into a wall, getting up and being like, what the fuck? And then running right back into the wall again. And then getting up and being like, what the fuck just happened? And then running right back into the wall again. It's like, he's just going to keep saying like, I don't know. It just seems kind of like a waste of time, I suppose.
You just went through life doing things for no reason, including telling kids to draw porn.
I don't have the answer to that.
Of course you don't. Fuck that and fuck you.
Okay, I have to ask then. If you left your platform before the call out from Lockup because you felt guilty for covering up for the FCK and covering up for your weird friend, why didn't you just come out with all of it?
Good question.
I mean, you're in a community that's favorite pastime is writing asinine Google Docs. You could have just released one of those and took off. Why didn't you?
Girl,
if you felt so guilty.
That's you.
Maybe I thought he was going to be a better person, but I should have known better.
Well, this isn't just about your freaky friend with the 13-year-old's porn. We're also talking about the FCK as a general, because you said that you left because you felt guilty about covering that up before you got called out by Lockup. So why didn't you just tell people on your way out what happened? You would have saved a lot of people a lot of pain and heartache if you did. The one chance you had to make the correct decision, and ta-da, you didn't? Like, what? This one you won't be able to give me a I don't know for. Because it's the entire reason we're here.
I'm willing to bet he's going to hit him with the I don't know.
It's why you left. It's why...
To clarify...
Go ahead.
To clarify on the timeline, you felt guilty about the stuff in the FCK before Lockup confronted you on it, right?
I was more so just to feel guilty for both, but I should have said something.
But, okay, so you did feel guilty for the stuff in the FCK before you were confronted on it by Lockup?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So why the fuck didn't you say anything?
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know why.
Shut the fuck up!
Oh, dude. Oh my god. What the fuck are we doing here, guys? What the fuck are we doing here? He's just gonna keep saying, I don't know. What are we doing? What are we doing? We're not getting our fucking, like, the Notebook speech from this guy. He's not gonna kill himself on the call. We're just gonna spam, I don't know.
I'm being serious.
No, you're not!
And to be completely honest, he's probably lying. He probably does fucking remember everything. He just doesn't want to be, like, re-drug back into the spotlight, right? Like, this is how many years after the fact? He's probably like, I'm not saying shit, bro. Like, I'm not getting this shit drugged back up. Like, I'm surprised that he even agreed to do this call, but, like, what? He's just gonna keep saying, I'm sure that he does now. I'm sure that he does, and it's because he's a deranged sex freak as well. I'm sure that he's lying quite a bit. But I'm perplexed as to it's like, how many times are we gonna ask the same question to get, I don't know, as a response before we're like, alright, fuck this.
Give me that fucking horse shit, Joseph.
The reason why I personally am struggling to accept the I don't knows and all this is because I had at least one interaction with you where you were maliciously thorough in your reasoning.
He's not interested in being maliciously thorough. He's not interested in fucking anything. He doesn't even want to have the call. Like, read the room, bro.
Do you remember that?
I think I do.
I gave you every kindness in the world to stop bad behavior when it came down during the Omnia and Peaches stuff in 2020. I tried to mediate a conversation between you and Manga Common, and you turn around, you lie, and then even when your other friends are asking for your help during the Sherman stuff, you prioritize the fact that you screwed around and screwed other people over the fact that people were in danger, because you just didn't want to have to deal with the fact that some old angry toy collector was about to rip your throat out. Are you just a coward? Is that just who you are deep down inside?
I was gonna say, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, Joseph is a little fucking bitch. And that's exactly how he acted when I was a kid, which is why I was the one having to clean up all of his shit, because it was too much of a fucking coward.
Do you think that she had to clean up his shit? I wonder if she's mentioned that before. That's interesting. We should keep hitting the same points. It definitely brings the target back to the very serious allegations that this junkie dude actively harbored a community of child groomers and regularly allowed them access to children. We're really focusing on the really important allegations here, that this guy is actually like a dangerous freak, by continuing to bring up how he was like kind of a shitty friend to us. I really like that we keep coming back to the main and most important point here. I really like that.
To do it himself.
That's why I can't buy this, because you were malicious. You got out of that call and said, I just apologized to Manga Common. I told him I'm going to fix this problem. Now I'm going to go make it worse. Now I'm going to lie in this video where a whole bunch of people are going to see it. Now I'm going to have, I'm going to pass the call on to Omnia and Kai and Creepshow Art so they can have a little giggle fit over the fact that I sat there and lied to my friend. And I want to be very clear, this is extremely minor compared to, I don't know, covering up for child predators. Very minor, by the way. This is not the main point here. But the main point is I'm using this to demonstrate the fact that you're malicious. And you plot things. So no, I don't magically buy that you suddenly don't remember. I don't, I can't, and I won't.
No. Well, sorry, I just
I
don't
know
remember.
you, Joseph. You're very much capable of malintent.
Yeah, maybe. I just
So can we
don't know.
please get actual answers instead of doing all of this? Because we're already like 45 minutes in, and my patience is tested.
Why didn't you say anything,
I don't know.
knowing what you knew about
I
the
don't know.
FCK?
I don't remember.
Maybe I just believed that Toasty wasn't as malicious as I thought it was, even though the proof said otherwise.
But you know so many children were in danger.
And that you just said that
You know that
left.
there was specific.
You said you left because of the guilt over the FCK, so you can't sit here and say, I didn't think he was malicious, because that, for you to have guilt over it, would require you to already know.
Dude, he's just like high as fuck. He's like not even hearing their questions. He just goes, I don't know. Every time they're done talking. Oh my god.
So I'm going to ask you politely once.
Okay, politely.
Please stop lying.
Okay.
Because that's what that is. That is a lie. That's not an accident. That's not misremembering. That's just a lie. So we're going to move forward. Please stop. Because at this point, unless we found out you've done something to a kid, there's nothing else you can lose. So you've got nothing to protect. Okay?
Okay.
So why didn't you say anything when you left?
I don't know.
I didn't say anything because...
I don't know.
I didn't say anything because deep down
I don't know.
I didn't think much of it.
Okay. Why did you sit there and tell kids to drop porn of each other?
I don't know.
Because I just...
Were you so porn-brained that you just enjoyed people doing it, especially kids, because, haha, it's funny the kids are drawing porn?
Yeah, I don't know.
I didn't think of what their age were because deep down I do have a really bad addiction to this stuff.
No, I can tell. I had to verify a very vile picture with you. Trust me, I'm aware. That's why I asked.
Bro, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Are you getting therapy for that?
I am.
Okay.
Okay, so, again, I'm going to go back to the other questions since
Hit
now
him
you're finally
again.
being honest, which is appreciated, by the way. How
Hit him
active
again.
were the names I asked you in the FCK, and how often did they talk sexually around children?
I don't recall.
I remember Toasty being pretty active about it.
All right, how about Desi Monster?
Oh, fuck, he's actually
I
answering.
don't know them being too active. I know they were in calls a lot, chatting with Toasty, but being too sexually active in texts.
All right, and how about Peaches? How often? And it's not just text; it's text calls, all that. How active was she in the server? How often do you know of that she talks sexually around children?
I don't know.
I think maybe once.
All right. All right. How about Jar?
Oh.
I remember Jar being in there.
I see. Thank you for finally answering the questions properly. My final question is, why did you
Wow.
just try to lie to us? And don't tell me you don't know. There had to be a reason.
This is
What's
not the
actual
final
reason?
question. They're still like, stop lying.
A lot of my memories have been repressed. I've been trying to remember all the awful shit I did.
Don't you talk about this stuff in therapy?
I do. And
Okay.
I pick away at piece by piece.
Okay, so you've been jogging your memory in therapy. Why is it suddenly now in call that it's repressed?
Crazy hot take. This isn't therapy. That's probably why.
I don't know, maybe it's just a defense mechanism I have.
Are you just so used to lying that it's your default at this point?
It's a gut feeling, you know.
Great.
Junkie has admitted to me in the past that his heat of the moment decision is always to lie.
Okay, so I just want to make it very clear, in case we ever have to be in call again. That is 100% a way to make me go from 0 to 100.
He
I
would
hate
really
liars.
care a lot,
I
I
hate it when
think.
people lie. It is so absolutely pointless, unnecessary, stupid, and cowardly. Do not lie to me again, or I will become unglued. And I actually don't want to.
Oh. Oh.
Right.
You won't like me when I'm angry.
Are you still in contact with Phantom Heart?
No, I'm not.
When did you cut contact with them?
I don't know.
I think it was 3 to 4 years ago.
Yeah,
'Cause I
I'm not
know-
doing very good right now.
Was Phantom? I don't think Phantom Heart was in the FCK.
No, they weren't.
Okay. So they're another person that you lied to about Toasty? Because Phantom Heart knew of the FCK. Because I remember in our group chat, because online drama shit was really stressing me out at the time.
Okay, guys, I'm practicing our Malcolm lesson for the day. I'm asking if we can get McDonald's as a snack. And if I get told no, I'm gonna say, cool, I'm gonna kill myself, and then I'm gonna turn my phone off and see if McDonald's manifests in front of me. We're gonna try it. I'll let you guys know how that works, okay?
you guys would warn me by changing the name of the group chat from just the normal thing, and then you would put it into what you guys called fruitcake mode.
I don't remember doing that.
Of course. And I remember being in a server with Toasty and Slimmers, and I think Phantom Heart was also there. Did you tell them anything about the FCK?
No, I don't think so.
Do you know how she knew of it then?
I think Toasty mentioned it to them at one point.
Okay, because yeah. God, you fucking suck.
Are there any more
This guy
commentary
does
people
suck.
you are hiding things for?
I don't know.
Since you're finally being honest.
I don't think so.
Nothing I can think of, no.
Okay. Thank you. You got anything else you want to go over with this individual, Julie?
Anything else?
No.
Okay, so the call's over now?
We'll go ahead and leave then, and I'll be in contact if anything else is needed.
Hello, welcome back to the present. I'm sure
So
everything
funny.
has at least one thing on
Dude,
you.
that's that was like the shortest Lio convoy call ever. Like, OP debate tactic. I don't know. Dodo. That's weird. I don't know. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. For real, like that junkie guy sounds like a fucking freak, and I wholeheartily agree with ranking him over the coals. But let's rank him over the coals for something worth the raking, right? Like, it's just this seemed like an opportunity for Lio to ask about his long lost Discord whore, and for Truly to be like, I survived 9/11 too. So that's like what this is what this boiled down to. That's what this boiled down to. Cool. Let's see if there's anything else important here.
Minds right now. What the fuck? That was genuinely evil. The major thing I want to highlight, in addition to Joseph throwing me straight into a groomer's arms the second I turned 18, was him admitting that the reason why he encouraged kids to draw and share porn in the FCK and why it didn't mean anything bad to him is because he's a porn addict. I know addiction is a serious issue, but it getting to the point where you involve children in your sex-based addiction in order to fuel it, I straight up don't know how to properly respond to that in a way that wouldn't get my channel immediately banned. Following that illuminating call, there were two things at the forefront of my mind. Two loose ends I didn't feel comfortable leaving that way. What's the deal with Phantom Heart and Hal? With Hal, I was confused on if they knew everything, why they were allowed to stick around after sticking by Joseph. So then I wondered if they did know everything, or if they were in the dark on Joseph's sick and twisted behavior as well. With Phantom, I hadn't heard from or spoken to her in years, not ever since Joseph got cancelled in 2020.
What? Girl, let sleeping dogs lie. What? I haven't talked to any of these bitches in years. This is like recovered memory theory level shit. Like, what are we doing right now? What are we doing right now?
One by Keaton. However, I had no idea exactly what she knew about the FCK and Toasty's actions regarding Teddy, since we were both around Toasty at the same time, and in an old group chat I shared with Phantom, she used to change the group name to Fruitcake Mode whenever stressful drama shit I didn't want to deal with at the time was being discussed. So, wondering if Phantom had been another one of the people lied to and manipulated by Joseph, I tried to reach out. I couldn't reach her directly through her Discord, so I hit up one of my friends, Jem, who was still friends with her Discord account, though they hadn't spoken to her in forever either. From the conversation that followed, I gleaned that Phantom didn't know anything about Joseph's actions regarding kids. That much was certain. However, she had vague memory of possibly knowing what Toasty had done. Maybe through a fucked up misconstruction from Toasty and or Joseph, and I wanted to see if Phantom had any proof of Toasty giving their side of the situation to her, but, you know what? I'm just gonna have Gemini read out everything that transpired.
Hey, so Truly would like to clear things up with you regarding...
Okay, I'm reading this myself. I'm not doing this. Hey, so Truly would like to clear things up with you relating to Junkie. Who is this? Sorry, guys. I didn't have time to mute. Sorry. I'm waiting for my Delsum to kick in. Brandlike says, who's this? It's Gem, formerly Pega Gamer. Who's Truly? Formerly Dulu. What do they want to clear up? I haven't spoken to Junk in like 2 years. About the FCK situation, if you knew what happened with that and the role Junkie had. Brainlike says, as far as I'm aware, Junkie took down his video because of the negative feedback and manga. And Pete just sending their hate crowds at him. Junkie is doing better in therapy, but that's about it. Everyone kind of drifted off since 2020. 5 years ago, 5 years ago, 5 years ago, 5 years ago, 5 years ago. 5 years ago, guys. 5. Count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 years ago. Okay, 5 years ago. Jem says, Chili just asked me to shoot you a DM and ask if they can get in contact with you to talk about what happened. You okay with letting me get you in contact with Chili? Gonna be fairly honest and say that I don't really have any info to give them. I barely remember them. I've been focusing on my actual life for the past 5 years. They can shoot me a DM if they want, but I don't really know what we would talk about. Jem says, that's fair. I do genuinely hope things are going well for you. If there's any information you do remember relating to the FCK and the Toasty Vanilla, that'll help a lot. Brandlike says, not really. Just everyone in that group was fucked. I'm not even in any of the groups that had the DMs. I think half of them changed accounts. Hang on, I'm seeing if I'm getting McDonald's. to do chores to get McDonald's. This is fucking. I'm being abused and manipulated and gaslight. I have to do chores. Okay. Jim says that's valid. Would you be okay if I made a group DM between you, me, and Chuli so it'd be easier to DM about it? Brain says, hope you're good though. Jim says, I live in life. Brain says, sure, if you want. Just don't remember much, and I don't have receipts, but yeah. Sorry, this is really important. Okay. Okay. Then Jim says, I'm sure any information would help. I'm assuming they're investigating and just want to cover all their bases. And then Brain says, sure, if they want. I just don't have much to give. So this is what, like 4 separate messages being like, I don't have fucking anything to talk about. Like, I don't have anything to talk about. Like, this is like normal. Okay. This is like normal. Like, this is what you do when you're moving on from a situation. Like, you go and you do other things and you don't really think about it anymore. And you're like done with it. Like, it's not present in your mind, in the forefront of your consciousness at all moments. Like, this is what is normal. You should be actively like moving away from these situations that were horrible and traumatic by your own description of these events. You should not be perseverating on them and looping on them and trying to dig up shit from years ago in God's great year of 2025 for a situation that happened like 5 fucking years ago. No shit. No one remembers what the fuck was going on. It was 5 fucking years ago. Everyone's an adult now. Everyone has shit to do. The only people that care about this still are people that are locked in the prism, the time capsule that is the fucking internet. Please. Okay. Jim says, surprise. Brain says, hi. I don't know if I remember much to give you the info you need, but you can ask what you need. Shuli says, hello. Brain says, might be slow in getting responses to my friends. Shuli says, that's fine. Shuli says, so I guess I can make it quick. A quick list just off the bat. 1, do you know anything about the Fruitcake FCK in a DM group we had back in the day? You used to set the chat name to Fruitcake mode whenever people talked about drama stuff because it stressed me out. So that leads me to believe either Toasty or Junkie told you of the FCK, but probably not. Nothing about what went down. 2, how did you meet Toasty? Was it through Junkie or some other means? What did Junkie tell you about them? 3, are you still in contact with Toasty at all? Did you two ever meet up like they told me that you guys planned? Brandlag says, 1, I knew it was a server that had a bunch of commentary people in it. It had people with a porn chat. A bunch of drama, don't remember much else. 2, no clue. Junkie and Toasty didn't get along from what I remember. I used to play video games with Toasty before I focused on school. 3, no, I never met up with her. Last I heard, she was going back to her home state. It's been 3 to 4 years since I've interacted with any of them on any level I'd remember clearly. Last I heard from Junkie was that he was focusing more on his personal life. It's been the same with me. Jem says, if you don't mind me asking Shuli, what type of a relationship did Junkie and Toasty have? Shuli says, do you remember what their home state is? Where did you hear she was moving back? Also, do you remember any situation between Teddy the Draws and Toasty about being inappropriate with Teddy when she was a minor? Leading questions, Your Honor. They were friends and a frequent in the FCK. And then Brainlag says, one of the Carolinas, somewhere south. I just remember that things went south between them at some point because we used to all play games together, but Junkie didn't want to anymore at that point. Vaguely remember that name Teddy. I remember looking into some stuff Toasty sent me, but I don't remember the context. I wonder if there's any way to retrieve those DMs. One of her accounts still exists. It's just vanilla. Brain says, not on my DMs list. Chili says, I think it's possible on desktop to send a friend request on Discord and open them back that way. I can show you when you're available if you want. This is so fucking desperate, dude. Move on with your life. This is crazy. Brain says, I'm not really interested in investing a lot of time into this. If you have quick questions, I'm happy to provide what I know, but I haven't interacted with the commentary scene for years, and I don't feel like dedicating more time to it than I had. God, sorry, guys. I'm dying. Okay. Oops. And then Chuli says, I understand that, but I don't think that turning down the opportunity to possibly find proof that Toasty and trying to twist the narrative about the child they groomed is the right move. And then Brainlag says, we can consider this conversation over then. I don't enjoy people holding morality over my head about situations I'm not involved in. And then they left the group. And then Chuli says, what a fucking coward. Like, I would immediately block somebody if they message me about drama from 5 years ago. I would immediately fucking block someone. Like, move on with your life, bro. Literally everybody else in this situation has gone and done other things. You are the only one clinging to this carcass. Like, I don't understand because they don't remember. They don't want to talk to you about it. They're a coward or they're guilty. I'm not getting McDonald's, but I'm getting Taco Bell. Yes, I don't have to kill myself. Okay.
I'm not involved in.
What? Oh, sorry. And then Brain messages Jem, the person that connected them originally, and said, Hope you do well in the future, but I don't want to deal with people manipulating me and only contacting me as a means to an end. And then Jem said I mean for it to come off as that. I wanted to be straightforward with you about it. Like, this is normal. 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 People don't want to fucking dredge up shit from multiple fucking years ago about drama that they don't even think about, don't even ponder about anymore because it was so fucking long ago and they're all adults now. Like, could you guys imagine perseverating to this day about a fight that you had with like a peer when you were like in what, like high school? Could you guys fucking imagine that? Like, to this day, like hitting up people that you went to high school with to be like, yo, do you remember so-and-so? Are they still like a huge bitch? And they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's like, don't you remember at homeroom, 8 o'clock on Wednesdays, Janet was just such an evil bitch. Did she ever say anything to you about my haircut that I got? I know that she really didn't like my haircut. And it's like, you are delusional. It is time to move on. I don't even remember who was in my homeroom class. Please leave me alone. That's crazy.
Contacting me as a means to an end.
And then they blocked me. And then before I could, I did screenshot it because I couldn't message them again. They did this before I could respond. I was like, I didn't mean for it to come off like that. I want to be straightforward with you about it, which is true, which is fine. But whatever, c'est la vie, I suppose.
So yeah, unfortunately, because Phantom is a bitch-ass coward with no morals guiding her life, after the slightest pushback...
A bitch-ass coward for not fucking... Just like not giving a shit about drama that is dead from 5 years ago. I could be a little bit more open to this if these people were actively running around right now. Like if Junkie right now was still engaged in the same behavior, was still active, was still making content, still had a platform, blah, blah, blah. But Junkie's been gone for how long? All of this has been dormant for how long? I could completely understand if this was like, oh shit, Junkie came back. Junkie is still talking to all these fucking people. Junkie is still, inviting people into the... Like, it's dead. If there are new developments, by all means, continue to expose the freaks and the weirdos and the pervs and the depraved and the degenerates. By all means, continue to do it. But we are quite literally fucking the dirt for no good reason at all.
Back to her hesitancy to look for this proof because she just doesn't care about the fact that she may have evidence on a predator who's still around. She flamed on the conversation, complaining about how I'm holding morality over her head, which is the most bitchless way of saying that I pointed out that her inaction would be fucked up. I shouldn't be too surprised considering the last time she got any heat online, she vanished off the face of the internet, including the Twitter account you're still following me on, dickhead. I can't imagine being a perfect example of how someone can just refuse to grow up. But there's nothing I can do to make an adult act.
You are the only one here that is refusing to grow up. This was many, 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 many years ago, and you're still clinging on to it because it's the only semblance of attention that you can garner from these communities still. Like, what are you talking about right now, bro? Like, everyone else has moved on with their life. It's your turn. Everyone else has grown up and moved on from internet drama from 5 years ago when they were all children.
Their age. She also immediately blocked Jem, as stated, with a self-victimizing send-off because of fucking course she did. Manipulative and dishonest people are so predictable. So with Phantom being a complete bust, I was fairly hesitant to bring anything to Hal's attention, considering how much closer to Joseph he was, and also considering what happened the last time I dealt with someone handling the allegations against their boyfriend.
First of all, this was their first, we were about to know about shapes, cookies, and waffles. Yes.
No, listen to me.
Holy shit, I'm saying there's a part of context that's removed from cookies.
Despite that, I wanted to make sure I had everything right, because it would greatly inform how I was going to move forward with things, including this video. I was also horrified by the prospect that if Hal didn't know what Joseph had done, this would be the way he found out. So on July 27th, after a couple weeks of agony and screaming, Laya was able to get me into a call with Hal, in which Hal actually thought he was just going to be confirming to me and apologizing for his own actions in the FCK, which were minuscule in comparison to others. We had a talk about Joseph's behavior, and I'm not going to be playing that call. As far as I'm concerned, based on the level of ignorance that Hal had to the stuff his boyfriend was doing, he has a right to privacy, and I don't think I need to be showing him struggling with what he was informed about to the whole of YouTube. Because as it turns out, Hal was entirely ignorant to Joseph encouraging children to continue drawing and posting pornography in the server, as Hal had been dismissed.
I will say this is like the one potentially base thing that came out of this. It's like, yeah, if you know that somebody's partner is unaware that their current partner is like a deranged sex freak that like encouraged kids to draw porn and shit, yeah, that's pretty pog. That's pretty pog. Blast that fucker out of the stratosphere. That's like the only pog thing here. That's like the only pog thing here. The rest of this is just like whining, bitching, moaning, crying, pissing, coming because like what? Nothing.
from the call with Laka where that was discussed, and Joseph had specifically made sure to leave it out when discussing both that call and the call that Lio and I had with him to Hal. I honestly feel terrible over how heartbroken and horrified they were when they came to learn about Joseph, but they've been very diligent on reassuring me that it was the right thing to do. It should be obvious, but the two of them aren't together anymore, and I'm hoping that Hal is able to move on from this with as little or easy to manage grief as possible. He also wrote out a formal apology again for his involvement in the FCK.
Hidden heroin on Blue Sky. There's also this thing where Sai in the chat actively compares your call to Rosa. I like that you whine about the thumbnail as though it was somehow matters. LMAO. It's a clickbaity hyperbole, as many people in commentary do, because commentary. Allow me to just give you this. And it's a screenshot of my video. What a fucking pussy, dude. All these people are fucking pussies. It's incredible. Whatever.
Which you can pause to read here. So, in conclusion,
Firing squad.
in all other seriousness, my heart really does go out to Hal. Finding out your boyfriend was being hella inappropriate with kids through someone else because he didn't feel like letting his partner know who he really was because he knew it'd end the relationship. What the fuck do I even say at that? Joseph is a cowardly, monstrous pervert who stuck to his ways till the end and should stay gone now that his last remaining connection to anything kicked him to the curb as they should. Usually at this point, I would bring up whatever the freaking question is up to now and try and rally some form of accountability on them or awareness of their presence, but I deadass think Joseph is just gone. He's still alive, unfortunately, but no cap, without giving too much details, I think I have fucked up Joseph's life more than any other person I've talked about on this channel. And like I say, I did it, but let's be so for real, all I did was hold him accountable for the deplorable actions that he made. Moving forward, I'm going to be completing the last few videos I have left to make on this channel, and I'm going to...
Cool. That's awesome. Wow, that's awesome, dude. Yeah, like, there's plenty to criticize the FCK community for. Self-inserting as, like, a side character as a way to get, you know, attention is probably not the move. You're just deflecting from the main criticisms that have already withstood the test of time. The FCK allegations have been a black spot on the ACC for many years. Digging it up and then discrediting the very serious allegations of the behavior that was the FCK server, and muddying that to get your, well, I was there too. Look, I'm right there. I'm in the picture. Look, I'm on TV. Does an incredible disservice to everybody that was truthfully mistreated in that entire area of the internet. Yeah, Hidden's a fucking pussy. All these people are fucking pussies. They just love to run their fucking mouth. They love talking behind a screen. They're keyboard warriors. Every single one of them. They're all fucking pussies. You're brave enough to, like, cite me in your video by name, but you're too much of a fucking pussy to talk to me about it. Curious. All spineless fucking cowards. Every single one of them. Bad news, guys. The only person that is streaming right now is Falgy. Terrible news. So I'm going to have to send you guys off to the ether, okay? You're just going off to the ether. You guys can disseminate yourselves wherever you would like to go, okay? Thanks for hanging out with me today, you guys. It's been a nice long stream. I'm still close to death, but we're getting there, guys. We're getting there, okay? Oh, this is the clip? What's the clip? Let's listen to this clip. I can't conceive of a relationship that I would have with somebody if they were, you know, choosing to act that way even to this day, because I would consider the Rosa call and the Dreamer call to be pretty similar, almost copy pasted, maybe with like less dogpiling, because I think the Rosa call, there were like 30. Yeah, I think that's really fucking funny. What a pussy. And of course it's not on Twitter either. I don't use Blue Sky. I'm not gay. What a fucking bitch, dude. What a fucking bitch. Every single one of these people are fucking bitches. All of them pussies, cowards, rats. Okay. Anyway, I am gonna go to bed, and then I will be back. I have to do chores first to earn my Taco Bell. But I will be back. I don't know. I'll come back shortly. Maybe Friday, maybe Saturday. I'm not sure. But nonetheless, you guys, I'll see you guys very soon. Okay, I'll see you very soon. Thanks for hanging out with me, you guys. I always appreciate your time. I always appreciate your company. Thanks for spending time with me. Love you guys lots. I will see you relatively soon. Hopefully next week I'm feeling better. I'm really praying for that. I'm really holding my breath. But nonetheless, love you guys lots. Hug, hug, kiss, kiss. XOXO, Gossip Girl.